I mean, indoor, like inside a club anyway, you can't
Yeah,
have gun unless you're police.
yeah, yeah.
So, yeah, like
All right, all right,
America,
all right.
America. That's right. Where you from?
But I'm from
That's
Houston.
right.
But
Where you from?
Houston,
Houston,
Texas.
I'm from Houston.
Texas, man.
Where
Oh
you from?
yeah. I I want to go there.
Yeehaw.
I want some.
Hell
I want some barbecue shit, man.
yeah. Um, what is what would what would what's that shit called? It's called Gogu Chain. Okay, that's no, that's Korean barbecue sauce. Is what I'm thinking about. That shit is so fucking good.
Korean barbecue. You mean like what? I don't know what. Like which one? There's a lot of them.
Well, like it's called Gogu Chain. I'm not sure if I'm saying it right. My ass is
Oh,
probably fucking mispr.
oh, the red
Yes,
paste.
yes,
Yeah,
that shit is
that
like
shit.
crack. That shit is so
I mean,
fucking
that
good.
shit is spicy. That shit is spicy. I mean,
Hell
I
yeah,
still
it
like it.
is.
I still like it. I still
Yeah,
like it. Yeah.
yeah, nah, that's my shit right there, bro. I go
Yeah,
after
that shit.
that every time. I be getting my burgers like dipped in it sometime.
Hey, man.
It's so good.
Diversity on food. Base. That's right. So
What time is it over there? Is it like daytime or nighttime or?
um, I mean, I'm from Hong Kong, but I'm in the UK at the moment.
Oh, okay, okay. Do you always travel a lot or?
No, I'm working.
Okay, okay, that's cool. That's cool that you get to like experience different places or whatnot.
No. I mean, I am gonna be here permanently, to be
Okay,
honest,
okay,
because
okay.
of Hong Kong political situation. Yeah. And stuff.
What do you mean? Like you can't really talk about it right now, or?
No, I can talk about it. It's
Okay,
just the
okay.
limit of freedom. I mean, well, kind
What's
of limit.
going?
Like with the
What's? Yeah.
like they try to restrict Hong Kong people's freedom under Chinese law, basically.
Oh
Kind of
wow.
like, I mean, on one hand, I mean, it's serious in a way. I suppose it's like every politics. Some people, I mean, I don't think. I mean, I think it's serious and not
Yeah.
serious at the same time. It's complicated
Yeah.
because they try to enforce more Chinese communist ideology in a way, like
Okay.
slowly,
Okay.
anyway. But
You're
like they
talking
don't
about
say
like as far as
it.
Hong Kong.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. They don't say it directly, but they are
Yeah.
doing.
Yeah. They're just like slowly like implementing little things here and there.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I mean, in early days it was fine in China. They allowed Christianity and stuff like that, but now these days they
I just
basically
added
ban.
you
They
as a
just ban.
friend, by the way.
Yeah, they just ban a lot of shit now. And stuff.
What's up? What's up, bro? What's going on? Not Duke. What's up, bro?
Hey, what's up, guys? Just came
What's
to see what
up?
you're talking about.
Oh, nah, he was talking about the political situation about where he's from.
Yeah.
What's up, though? Where are you from? Are you from the States or are you from
Canada.
Okay, okay.
Oh, so
That's
fake
cool.
Yeah, fake
I'm
America.
dead, bro. I've never heard that. That's funny. That's actually pretty funny.
my mom is like so biased. They say, there's America and then there's the inferior America. I was like, all right, calm down.
Yeah, it's everyone up here likes to, they all say like, "Oh, we're not America, but we get affected by American politics so much.
True.
So, how do you think what's going on right now is going to affect y'all then?
I don't know. Apparently, our government is on the, abortion is a right side, so thankfully we won't lose that.
Okay, okay. Would you say it's more liberal or like conservative up there?
Well, it depends on where you go, right? Like,
Okay.
we do the same shit that you guys do down south, where you bring in like a liberal president and he sticks around for 4 to 8 years and he imposes a bunch of liberal laws, and then everyone goes, "Ah, this is too much, man. We got to bring in a conservative," and then we bring in a conservative for 4 to 8 years, and he does like a bunch of conservative things, and everyone goes, "Oh man, that's too much. It's too much conservative shit. We got to get a liberal in," and we just kind of flip
Yeah.
back and forth between that.
Nah, seriously, that's so funny, bro. You just nailed it right
Not
on
gonna
the
lie,
head.
that is so true for like
Seriously.
both. Yeah, that's true for most politics.
would you say it's the same for yours also?
Yeah, but we don't have the same term limit, so sometimes they stick
No,
around for 12 and
no,
14.
no.
Right?
For I was asking Uncle Rogers because he's in
Oh,
Hong
sorry.
Kong.
No, I'm from Hong Kong, but I'm in the UK. I said.
Yeah,
But I mean,
yeah.
well, in Hong Kong, no. Hong Kong, they straight up just appoint a Chinese Communist League. I mean, like
Okay,
candidates. So there's no no change.
okay. I got you.
Like we have a parliament council, but no, they have no power. It's like, yeah, we're democratic. It's like, no, we're not.
That's
It's funny. The democratic like individual parties like, yeah, we want this, but the head of the government is like, no, fuck off.
yeah.
Like, but we do build a lot of infrastructure, so that's good in a way. I mean, like really good transportation, a lot of public housing, a lot of
Oh man, public transportation, what's that like? Fuck.
yeah. What's that like?
We don't have that shit here.
Hilarious.
I mean, America should be so advanced, but still have no high-speed train. It's like, for fuck's
I've
sake.
honestly considered moving to Europe because we just lack public infrastructure. Like transportation here is so
Yeah,
bad. It's
yeah,
all of North America is built around having a car. And if you don't have a car,
exactly.
get
Yeah,
fucked. Like,
America is just really heavy car culture.
Yeah.
It's just,
there's lots of cities where like they're like, oh, we got bike lanes. Yeah, but there's a parking lane on the opposite side of the bike lane, and every delivery driver thinks that it's a stopping lane. So like I'm gonna get sideswiped by literal 18-wheelers in the fucking bike lane. I'm not doing that shit. Like,
No, seriously.
America.
And like that's the shit that I'll be thinking about, bro. Cause like I don't know if y'all play City Skylines, but like like I'd be like I'm only an amateur, obviously playing a fucking city builder game, and like I'd be thinking about shit like that. So it was like, what the fuck do they be like the real people who are like designing these cities? What the fuck do they be thinking sometimes?
I mean, call me a
Right.
conspiracy theorist, but it's just because gas and oil is so big over here that they promote car use over infrastructure.
Yeah.
Trains don't make the gas companies money, so they downplay them and
Yeah.
True.
try to block them.
True.
Yeah, no, that is actually very true. They don't try to do things to make it like, I guess, more eco-friendly for you.
It's way too capitalist.
And this is why, like I've said before, like as far as like the gas industry playing into like the advancement of society, like as far as people like advancing in different technologies as like fuel, and like also with simple things like city design and whatnot. It's like they got it just seems like they got like a hand in everything, to where like these gas and oil companies are like controlling people or whatnot, and like the decisions that they make.
Yeah.
Man, I just feel like we should like especially us in America, we should be like everybody should have been having like electric cars, and we should be like moving on to like hydrogen cars, or trying to find out like a new field of technology. I'm not really sure Well, I already know why. Like the gas and oil industry is so big, because there's so much money
Yeah.
in it. But I feel like we need to move on. move on from that old ancient technology.
Yeah, man, you guys need bullet trains like Japan. Let's fucking go to it.
Nah, those things are scary. Fuck that. No. That's scary. That's sketchy as fuck, bro.
What, too
A big part of
fast?
the problem is we build trains and shit, and they're just not useful because they're attached to giant parking lots. They put them like right next to highways outside of. I gotta take a bus to the train center and then get someone to pick me up from the bus station because it's so inconvenient, right? Like,
Yeah.
No.
and then like if I want to travel to another city, I'm looking at like $100-200 for a train ticket. It's fucking stupid. Like I'm gonna pay that much in gas to get someone to drive me there. Like,
Yeah.
Fair enough. Oh my
What's
god.
going on, Ada?
Aiden, the honorary Mongolian. Hello.
Mary, I am definitely Mongolian. What are you on about?
You're white. Shut the fuck up.
Oh, I'm Mongolian. I don't know what to tell you.
Hilarious.
He is. I mean, he still hasn't done a face reveal, but like, yeah, I'm sure you're white, Aiden.
Innocent until proven guilty, okay?
I'm so racist. I'm sorry.
He DM'd me the N-word earlier. It's very
Whoa!
offensive.
What?
Wow, okay.
What?
What's up, Rogue? What's going on?
Not much.
I'm embracing American culture right now. Krispy
wow.
Kreme.
Look at you.
Damn, some Krispy Kreme.
Over there embracing American culture. That's good, bro.
Damn, when did the UK get colonized?
Nah, seriously, though. Do y'all have Shipley's up there? Shipley's Donuts?
I've never even heard of that.
Or am I asking for too much? Huh?
We have only. I mean, in America, we have Dunkin's and Krispy Kreme. That's it.
Yeah, that's the only donuts I know, Dunkin's and Krispy Kreme. Other than, the local places.
Yeah.
Neither of those.
We barely have a Chris.
I think there's one Dunkin' where I am.
I don't think there's any Dunkins.
Oh
where I
no,
am.
it's at the train station.
Yo.
Ugh.
Oh.
Aiden, why are nether portals so annoying, man?
Why are nether portals?
I fucking died twice because I couldn't leave the nether.
Oh, don't worry. I tried joining an American server and it glitched me out in the portal and I teleported like 15,000 blocks away from the original location.
I kept on like going back from the overworld to the nether in like a loop. I just couldn't end it.
Yeah, and I know exactly the bug you're talking about. If you leave the server, it will teleport you like thousands of blocks away.
Well, I just died.
And this isn't that. This is in Minecraft, I'm guessing.
Yeah, it's in Minecraft.
Okay.
We're talking about Roblox, actually.
Oh, okay, because you said block, so I was like.
And I don't know where. Anyway, Aiden's bad at math, so.
What?
And geography, especially.
Okay.
Terrible.
Motherfucker.
What are you doing, Aiden, though?
Dying. What about you?
Dying. I'm trying to do something, I don't know.
I am trying to play Minecraft.
And Uncle Roger is eating, like, very much. There you go. Okay. That's donut.
Okay, wait. Are you trying to eat all of them?
Maybe. What?
Okay,
Why
just
not?
so you know, that is not a serving in America. A dozen donuts is not a serving.
I mean,
But it is though.
I don't know.
Is that
I
a
probably
Krispy
have-
Kreme donut?
Yeah, man, Krispy Kreme, man.
Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
Hell yeah, bro.
What a G. Guy knows what's up.
Jesus, there's like 20 of
Who are
them.
the
Are you gonna
Patriots,
eat them
though?
all?
No, I'm not gonna. I mean, maximum I've eaten is like 8 a day, which is too much.
A day.
I don't think I've
like
ever
the ones with
seen
the
a
cream
whole
filling
box
in
of
them, the new
donuts
ones.
outside somebody bringing them to a place to provide for a bunch of people. Like, I have legit never seen somebody get a whole box of donuts to their face.
I have gotten. I have bought
Well,
a
you've
whole
never
box.
lived, it sounds like.
I have bought a whole
Oh,
box of
okay.
Krispy Kreme before, but I eat them over like the course of 3 days.
What?
How are
Can't
they
do that.
even
It's not-
good
they're-
after a day?
You gotta eat them right after every
Because if you microwave them,
Starting in a
they
car.
get soft again.
Most places throw out day-old donuts.
Yeah, no, I buy a dozen and then eat them. And those places throw them out because you're not going to sell a day-old donut, and Krispy Kreme makes them fresh.
Also, depending on the area, it's due to health and safety. You're meant to chuck them out after every day. However, it doesn't mean they go off after a
Those
day.
things are soaked in sugar. They're preserved. Like you can.
Yeah,
eat them,
I think
but
they
they
last
just get a little stale.
I think
That's
they
all.
last
Like,
2 or 3
Three
days.
three
Yeah, I mean,
days.
it's not
that's
bad, but it's just
smart.
not very good.
Think about how long those donuts sit on the donuts he's eating. Because are those fresh or are those store bought?
I don't know. I bought it from the one near a train station.
Was it an actual Krispy Kreme or was it
Yeah,
just
yeah, and
okay?
actually,
yeah. Oh,
So
they're
th-
fresh.
they sell Krispy Kreme donuts in a ton of shops around here. So in America, so they sit on the shelf for well longer than a day.
Okay.
So it's not bad. They just get a little stale, and if you microwave them, like just for like 10 seconds, they soften up again.
I put them in the fridge. So.
It's cool.
I forgot I didn't have /fly on.
Come on, bro.
Cool scale.
God damn it, motherfucker.
What are you playing on your controller?
I am playing this new game that just came out. It's
King of
called
Fighters.
Nukura Blade Point.
Uh,
Like
Yeah,
it's basically like a ninja
Yeah.
G game. Yeah, like it's
So-
pretty
I think
dope.
I've seen it.
Has anyone in here played the most American game ever? Payday 2?
No,
I
top 20.
Long time.
Well,
somewhat. But
Yeah,
like,
no, it's
only
still
like the
going.
multiplayer, not the campaign, because I heard it was pretty dope.
Okay, you can play the campaign through multiplayer.
Oh well, shit.
Campaign
yeah.
does not have to be played single player. You can play. You could literally come play the campaign with 3 gods of the game, and
Hold
you'd be
on.
level 1 and just
Finishing off with some water. Oh wait, no, it's never mind.
Water.
Yeah, could-
I'm so fat.
Oh fuck, you dumbass.
I'm so skinny.
I'm in the middle.
I'm gonna fucking these. I know these niggas. But how y'all feel about like I guess what's been going on?
Just chilling.
Well, no, like as far as like the whole like abortion stuff.
Protests and stuff.
Oh,
Oh,
no,
it doesn't affect
I've-
me in
I've-
any way.
I've
so-
been. I'm
Let's
kind of.
No.
I kind of
yeah.
moved what I was pissed off today slightly. I'm still pissed off about that, but I'm also pissed off about Miranda rights being shaved off slightly.
Yeah, no, I've been hearing about that one also. What's going on with the Miranda rights?
So there was the court case that they were ruling on was this police officers illegally detained this. I think he was a doctor, accusing him of molesting a patient and stuff, flashing his gun and all this. See, basically, I would say very mild CIA type interrogation. Never got read his Miranda rights. The guy who was held like this sued, and it went to the Supreme Court. So if you're not read your Miranda rights, so if you're not read them, whatever you say is still not admissible in court.
Yeah.
That's not changing. But you can no longer sue the officer for not reading them to you.
Okay, and then
Potentially, which can lead to
there's
potentially
no accountability.
Yeah, now the thing is, a lot of departments will still will reprimand the officer because you can lose a case by not reading Miranda rights.
Okay.
For now.
For now, but I want to have hope that that would be a little too far for everyone.
I think if there's no accountability, then the cops will just slowly stop doing it. There's no consequences for them not doing it. Why would they?
Hey, I mean, here's the thing. There is an associate's degree that you can get for becoming a police officer that goes into a lot of how to handle people, handle situations and stuff. And
it doesn't mean the curriculum won't change.
Well, no, what I'm saying is it's not required to become a police officer. You can do that, but it's on your own dollar.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's a ton of things about the world that, like, as a kid I kind of thought were a thing, and then as an adult you learn they're not a thing, and it's like, oh, what the fuck, like.
Yeah, I honestly think that police officers did you know in Japan it's a 4-year degree to become a police officer?
Base.
When I was a kid, I used to think that managers at like fast food places had degrees. Like I thought you had to get a business degree to become a manager. And then I realized, like, no, you just tell them that you want to be a manager and they let you do it. Like that's it. That's all there is to it. Like,
yeah, it's one of those things. Like I basically at the beginning of being an adult.
Wait, Miranda rights are like you have to remain silent and
you have the right to remain silent. Yeah. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to a lawyer. If you cannot afford one will be provided to you by the state. Ready again for war. That is literally what there was at time where you had to read from a slip of paper that exact way. They basically have a piece of paper when they arrested someone. They'd pull it out and they'd have to read verbatim from it.
Here in Canada, they still do that. They pull the card out and read from it.
Yeah, they don't do it in America anymore where you have to pull it out. But it has all 4 pieces of information have to be conveyed to the person you're arresting for it to have been considered having your Miranda rights read.
Do you guys know about the thing that happened in Norway?
The shooting?
Yeah.
There was.
Yeah,
what was
man.
That?
I didn't hear about that.
Some guy went into a gay club and shot a bunch of people.
Fuck.
Oh, that was in Norway?
So now they can't say it just
clubs?
happens in America.
Nah, seriously.
Well,
it just happens in America
problem.
more than every day.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of people here too. So
it's kind of annoying because the police already knew about him.
Well, I mean, that's what it is like with most cases. Like they always say, "Oh, we."
But he was talking to one of
radar,
the biggest.
But...
He was like in contact with one of the main extreme, Islamic extreme guys in Norway.
Okay.
So it was already a little bit suspicious. Anyway, it do be like that, I guess.
But it do be like that.
What? Oh god, that's so many buddy beans. But no, like, there's a lot of stuff like right now just going on that, meh. Oh, it's a MacBook. Uncle Roger. I was trying to figure out what phone that was for a second that you were using. No, the
Xiaomi.
computer.
No,
the computer. I was like, phone
I
is
nearly
that?
got a Xiaomi.
And then I was like,
Fucking-
oh,
Yeah, man.
it's an iPhone.
Big ass phone now.
Well, no, because I thought it was just really close to the screen. I just like, what the hell is that?
Hilarious.
Yeah, man. It's 15-inch phone. No.
It's a Realme 5. No.
It's a Huawei 5G COVID-free iPhone.
I nearly got a Xiaomi.
Free, isn't it? Fucking stupid.
But I got a Samsung instead.
You know 5G can spread COVID, man, apparently.
I got a vaccine for my computer.
Oh man.
I got that sweet 5G vaccine.
No,
Unfortunately,
the ultimate
signal's kinda
conspiracy
crap.
theory is Corona and 5G gives you strength.
Okay.
Gives
So,
you strength.
You wanna know the weird? The hardest part about the coronavirus conspiracies I find to believe is the one where the virus is the people who believe that the virus is a bioweapon, but the vaccine is also meant to kill everyone, and to make everyone docile. The thing is, I'm like, if the vaccine's trying to kill everyone that, as you described, were sheep and went and got the vaccine, why would they want the people that can think independently and not get it?
Yeah, I had an uncle who subscribed to that. He said the vaccine was like a mass killing, and everyone who took it is gonna die soon.
I'm actually dead right now, guys.
Yeah, it makes no sense. Like, if you want people, get the people that'll listen to what you have to say, even if it's fake medical advice, supposedly fake. But man, it's just like one of those things. It's just like, how do you? It just doesn't logically make sense, and it hurts my head.
It's just people who spend too much time in one social circle and they never really talk to people outside of that.
Honestly, it makes a lot of sense not to
regurgitation.
trust the government, but it also doesn't make sense to trust people who come up with conspiracy theories instead.
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
no.
I get not
multiple
trusting the
countries
government,
couldn't
but
come up.
Yeah,
There's no way that China would collude with Russia, would collude with America to coordinate this. Like,
Oh,
any
did
one
you
of
hear
them would
about the
call
sup-
each other out? Like,
China is suffering from COVID.
Did you hear about the fucking supposed bioweapons facility in Ukraine that had like 100,000 people in it that some conspiracy theories claimed and stuff, and it's just like,
Nah, bro,
that's
I need to
a
look into that.
country.
That sounds-
That's a big building.
Yeah, no, it's like underground, supposedly an underground facility. And the thing is, funny thing is, Russia never said anything about it. It's just like, it's just conspiracy theorists running with the idea of, because
What was it
they're
called?
running with.
Do you know what like the
No,
site was called or?
No, it wasn't an actual site. So basically, it's a continuation of people who really liked Trump being mad at Ukraine for not agreeing to help out with Hunter Biden stuff.
Yeah.
When that situation happened. So with this, because Trump has good relationships with Russia, they think Russia's in the right and is going to do something, and they gotta come up with a reason to tie it into COVID.
Yeah.
So they tied it into COVID by saying that Bill Gates had a bioweapons research facility there with thousands of children. It's like, it's just one of those things. It's just like, if it was just like something a conspiracy theory you read, it'd be kind of funny that like, can't believe someone believes this, but there's quite a few that believe it.
Yeah.
It's concerning.
That's the scary part.
God, there's so many budgie eggs in my Minecraft world.
Budgie?
I'm playing Moddit.
Ah.
I'm playing Create Above and Beyond on my Minecraft server with some extra animal mods. Yeah. And this skeleton has a rubber ducky on his head. I'm going to go put him in the cult chest.
I know
Sorry.
he's pissed off right now.
Hmm?
Huh? No, my bad. I just missed a goal.
Ooh,
49.
Ooh.
Oh, hey Goon.
Yeah.
Got a question. When you purchased your RAM,
up,
did you
bro?
buy the ones that said, or did they say 32
Oh,
gigabyte on the packaging, or did
yeah.
it say 16?
Yeah, no. It said
Scheiße.
it said 32. But hey bro. So hey bro, I wanna tell you, I was messing around with my computer this morning and like basically like I watched this video and like I had took the RAM out and like basically like just had put it back in and then like check my BIOS to make sure that like I had recognized it and whatnot. And then like when I could when I had turned it on, you know, like I had recognized the 64
Nice.
gigs around. So I was like, hell yeah, bro. I was like, appreciate that shit. Because at first, bro, like if you would have never told me that, then that shit would have just been sitting there just looking pretty the whole time. Not actually fucking doing anything.
Yeah,
I was
no.
like, wow.
Yeah, no worries. Glad it worked out. Cause
I appreciate that shit.
Yeah, I love computer stuff, so yeah, I've got 32 gigs right now, but I think that's more than enough for my uses.
Yeah.
Yeah, my bottleneck's my GPU right now, but I just don't want to spend $800 on it.
What GPU do you have?
What was that?
I'm on the R9 290.
R9 290?
I think that's it. Yeah, that's the one.
I have never heard of that. Is that NVIDIA or AMD?
It's indeed. A buddy of mine bought 2 of them to mine Bitcoins on like 10 years ago, and he didn't actually use them for that long, so I got one of them really, really cheap.
Oh wow.
How much did you pay for it?
Like $200, but they were $800 in the store at the time, so $700.
Okay. Or, and we're talking during
like 10 years ago, yeah.
Oh, we're talking. Okay. Yeah, I got a 2070 Super. So still a really good card. But just a single generation out.
Yeah, my card's way behind that.
I love my mariachi cockroach.
What's that? Is that something that's in the game?
Yeah, it is. So
A
cockroach.
Cockroach. Wow.
So okay, so here's how you get one in my Minecraft world. So first you got to get a cockroach to spawn, which if you live in cave in basically a bunker like me and my friends do, isn't very hard. Then you need to go hunt the rattlesnake and kill the rattlesnake and steal its rattler. Then you have to make maracas out of the rattlesnake rattle. Then you put the you just give the maracas to a cockroach. It gets a big old sombrero hat and starts playing mariachi music. Not without a spool. Yeah. Hello there.
That's actually pretty damn fun.
I mean, I can get shrimp fried rice, but it's not actually like you use shrimp. You
Wait,
give.
what?
So you can tame these giant shrimp called mantis shrimp. Then
What?
they in my
Oh my
Minecraft.
god.
So you tame
Oh.
the mantis shrimp. You
Hilarious,
bring them
bro.
onto land near a stove. You give them rice, and then they go and fry the rice and give it to you. You get shrimp fried rice.
Oh wow. Okay, so the shrimp fried the rice.
Oh my god.
It's a
This
stupid
is
pun.
extremely.
This is an actual feature in Minecraft?
No, this is a mod I put. One of the mods I have loaded. I play a mod pack with
That's so
some.
fucking funny, bro.
I have a mod. I play the create above and beyond mod pack for 1.16, and then I have a couple more mods added on that me and my friends wanted. Like we have floppas.
Floppas? Oh, wait, no.
Caracows. They're a big cat that one of my friends really likes. And supposedly we have capybaras. I have yet to locate any capybaras, and I want one.
In the game?
Yeah.
Oh.
Mods can do a ton. I've seen people mod Skyrim, and it's other than like the map, it's totally unrecognizable.
Yeah. People mod Skyrim. They used to mod Skyrim back in the day.
They
The
still
trouble
do.
I have with all of that kind of shit is it always just feels mediocre. Like user-made content is just it's always kind of meh.
Yeah, it is.
It's filled with bugs. The writing is terrible.
Have you
It's not-
played a
it's not
Bethesda
that-
game?
That's user-made. Dude, that's Duke. That's user-made
No, but I mean like user-made
content. If someone can profit off of what they're making, it changes things very like significantly.
Yeah, exactly. Like if it was good enough, they'd be selling it. Like,
Well, no. So part of it is just love for the thing. A lot of those mods, unless they're like a major thing, are
Yeah,
made
it
by
scales well.
one or two people.
Nobody's saying
Yeah,
it doesn't
that's
scale
the
well, but a
problem, is
lot of
that,
it is
like-
still
Yeah, like-
garbage.
the half the time the writing is garbage. They're filled with like every character has so much exposition. And they stand there and like talk about their entire backstory, and like every time
Oh
they
my
talk
God,
to
they give you
someone,
their
they
life
go
story?
over
I mean,
everything.
Okay, that's also just
Hilarious.
Bethesda games in general.
No. Like I'm talking about user-made, like all the user-made content. It reeks of like fan fiction.
You mean like
exactly it
you
is.
mean like the quest
Then let's not
mods? 'cause
talk
the
about
weapon
it.
mods
Let's talk
don't
about
have.
content then.
Yeah,
Let's talk about real content.
real
I mean,
content,
what
not
games are you
just,
guys-
like swapping out the dragons for Thomas the Tank Engine? That's like whatever.
Skyrim?
No,
Yeah.
no. You don't do Thomas. You do Macho Man Randy Savage.
True.
That's the
I
only
mean,
way to
like,
play
no,
Skyrim.
I mean like custom campaigns and shit, like actual DLC, not just like modding out character models.
okay.
Or increasing inventory size. Like,
So from my experience with mods, most of the mods I come across are weapons mods. So and they usually have like each weapon mod has like 40 hours put into that one weapon mod. So they are so much higher quality than anything in the base game. Plus, if you play Fallout 4, the weapons are butt ugly.
Bro, listen. Okay, so, dude, if you're modding weapons and, like, it depends on if the base game is good. Like, if the base game is good, then you can get cool, like, stuff. If the base game is, like, basic, very basic, then you're gonna have to change everything on a fundamental level. You might as well call that a new game, in my opinion. Then you might as well just make a new game, right?
So how does that work? How does that idea work for Minecraft modding? Is Minecraft?
Well,
more
I'm saying that
framework?
certain things have been relevant, but are they still relevant, right? Like, I don't know. In the gaming, obviously they're still relevant in some. Obviously, that's not. I'm not saying that they're entirely irrelevant, but as the most exciting IP moving forward, right? I don't know if that's Minecraft.
Well, the thing with Minecraft that I see compared to games like what people compare Minecraft to often, which is typically Fortnite and Roblox. Is that Roblox and Fortnite are both designed to take your money away from you.
Okay.
The Minecraft.
But you realize that monetization is so that they can, like, they want to just. Well, I think they fall in the sort of the same category as like people that are trying to monetize quickly to kids.
You know, like the thing I like about Minecraft, for that is that at least if you play Java, which is, in my opinion, the superior version, because you only pay for your one account, and then, then everything after that is just you're on a server and you want to support that third-party run server.
Okay.
But you pay once, and then the game is yours, and you can do whatever you want with the game. You want to just play it vanilla? By all means, play it vanilla.
Who even plays Minecraft anymore, you know?
Yeah. I mean, it's the best-selling game of all time.
It is the best-selling game of all time, but that doesn't mean it has, like, forever... It's gonna be the best game forever, you know?
The thing is, it's got infinite, like, returnability, because you're never going to play... Like, you're never...
I'm saying I couldn't categorize that returnability as infinite, because I haven't even returned to it a finite number of times.
Yeah, I mean, I played through it. I beat you beat the Ender Dragon, you beat the Wither, you play around with a couple of mods, and then you're like, well, I don't have infinite creativity, so it's
or time.
Yeah,
you need to be like, there needs to be a balance between like how you're being pushed forward, and that's like actually the most fun games. I don't know why people forgot that. Like everybody had a fucking brain fart.
And there's such a, like, the potions and the enchanting takes so fucking long just to do. It's so stupid. Like, it doesn't respect your time at all.
First of all, potions. I like the potions. So, you want to throw hands about that?
Yeah, but getting a good stack of one, they don't even stack with each other. And getting, like, a good set of potions to go do, like, the Ender Dragon or whatever, it just takes so long. And then the enchantments are 3 times as long as the potion making.
God damn.
Well, enchants are longer because you have to earn the experience for them, and yes,
yeah,
that
but
is.
Even if you set up like a mob grinder and grind mobs, and then go out and yeah, it still takes you forever. It's like multiple days of just farming mobs. Like,
I mean, I can earn 30 experience points with a Enderman farm in about like 10 minutes.
Yeah, but it's efficiency for yourself, right? Like other people, like it's all about like the interplay, I guess. The best mods are the ones where you can share them with other people and you're constructing something good together. But after that, like what's left in the game, right? Like you don't need to. You can conceptually keep jumping that, but arguably speaking, you might as well like join the game of IRL and like do the same thing effectively with like multiple people and stuff.
That's what most people are doing with Minecraft. They're playing the multiplayer. Because you have servers like Hypixel, which are considered mini-game servers. You have townie servers. You have survival servers. You have prison servers.
A lot of those people are kids, though, dude. Some of those people...
Well, okay, townie is not going to be mostly kids because...
I'm saying the main multiplayer servers are going to be mostly kids, bro. Or at least people I would consider kids because they play Minecraft.
I mean, I'm playing Minecraft right now.
Yes, but you can play Minecraft in different ways. Like at least being able to engage with mods is like the first level of being an adult. But then like finishing it off, I would say just playing it once or twice, like a couple of times, with your friends if you want to. Like if it's really a nostalgic game, because it is for a lot of people. They've watched the whole thing develop, and evolve effectively. So if you want to do that, then play a couple of really like heavily modded, nice servers.
I run my own server. I pay $44 a month for a 16 gig server.
Yeah, so exactly. But I'm just saying that like paying $44 every month is like, I don't know if I would, My cousin has one.
I pay for it because I can actually use the server. I theoretically can use the server for anything else, like any other type of dedicated server. But all my friends still play Minecraft. Because it's the only game that we can all consistently play because of computer limitations and stuff.
Okay,
So we play Minecraft because it's a game we all do still enjoy.
Sounds like your friends need to upgrade from that 10-year-old laptop.
Only one of them has a 10-year-old laptop, and she is not happy about having that laptop.
No, console gaming supreme. I'm just kidding. But yeah.
Nah, PC Master Race.
PC is Master Race, but what's it called? I still have an Xbox controller, but I hook it up to my PC actually. So
Yeah, okay.
I'm like the most.
I will agree. I will never play a game like Ace Combat with mouse and keyboard. You're an idiot if you try to do that.
Said, yeah, that's the way of the world. Sorry, my dude, but that's why we made a republic.
I still have consoles. Don't get me wrong. I have 4 consoles in my bedroom right now. I have a GameCube, PS2, PS3, PS4 Pro.
The real Slim Shady, I appreciate you for
and 2 of those consoles are hooked up to a 32-inch CRT television.
Really?
Yeah,
wow.
I'll show you.
That's crazy.
Look at that, boy. He's big.
Appreciate you for stopping by, Slim Shady. Where are you from, by the way? What state are you from? And if you could, please hit that follow. Please hit that follow. But yeah, like I pretty much agree with you though.
Oh, you know, this is ancient. But wait.
Certain systems just play better on a CRT.
Let's see.
Is that even true? Wow.
Yeah, you get.
Yeah, I would say if you have anything older than a PS3, it'll probably look better on a CRT. But
Yeah,
can't
you try to use one of those like upscalers, you end up with a little bit of input lag. Yeah.
So yeah, like have you ever gone back?
Okay.
Not even just input lag, but like one of the things is
that is the main thing, isn't it?
So
what else matters? You don't have higher resolution.
Okay, so you know how when you're choosing your resolution on YouTube, at the end it has P. It has the letter P at the end, 1080p.
Yeah, pixels.
No, so
progressive.
Progressive.
Isn't it
So
scan? What does it
yeah.
stand for?
So
oh my lord.
So CRTs had what was called interlaced 1080. So it would be like 1080i, and the thing is, it would be they would scan every other line, and video game manufacturers, makers and stuff would use that interlaced signal to hide some of the limitations of the consoles and stuff, because they knew that they didn't have to worry about that line. So like Mario on a CRT, the original Mario would look just fine. But if
looking
you
small. Why the fuck are people calling me out these days? Like they should stay in their fucking place. Anyway.
But then on like
not you, but
then on LCD screen, Mario would have a weird proportion because they gave him like extra size so he looked good on the CRT.
Really?
Yeah, that's actually a thing.
I'm sure they had to do all sorts of tricks, dude.
Yeah, they did a lot of tricks that just don't transfer over to that. A lot of those tricks just don't work on.
I'm a physics major, so I kind of understand CRTs on like a molecular level. That's not even a lie. I actually am a physics major.
I believe you. I'm just saying, like the tricks they use to hide, like make the games look nice on CRTs.
Cathode ray tube. That's what CRT is.
Cathode ray tube.
What
made Trinitrons?
It's a modulated electron emitter. It's not the same thing as like. Well, I mean, there's synchrotrons involved for aiming purposes.
Mm-hmm.
Getting it at a higher velocity for higher resolution.
They also had 3
LEDs don't
individual.
function on that principle though. LEDs are effectively like a ton of mini. LEDs are effectively like a ton of mini cathode ray tubes embedded inside your.
Okay.
Because everything.
I could understand how Hassan could probably understand this, but how do you know about this, bro?
I love old technology and video games, and I'm literally always spending when I'm at work, I'm always listening to and watching videos on technology. So
Yeah.
it's one of those things I pick up a general knowledge of it just by my interests.
That just sounds like very like Pacific. Like
Well, so there's an entire community on Reddit called CRT Gaming that
Yeah, it's
will
oh
purchase
wow, okay, so it's a
CRT
pretty popular thing.
they will seek out
It's very
CRTs.
hard. It's hard to deal with. So it's interesting, right? It's like a puzzle in itself.
Yeah, because like you'll have like shit tier CRTs that are like just not even they want, but then you have like Sony Trinitrons, which consumer level, that's probably the best you're gonna get. And then you got the people going and looking for commercial
CRTs these days, though. Like,
I mean,
we should talk about. No. I'm not saying shut the fuck up about CRTs. I'm saying like, how do we evolve it? You know, I don't know. There is. Have you seen the I don't know. I feel like. Have you seen the laser projector? Somebody said that it had a feeling of being like very CRT like. That would be a technology I would be interested in.
I don't think
if I were
there's
you.
really much need to innovate on it because it's only used for older stuff.
Yeah, it is.
Eventually that'll all get phased out, and no one once the new generation is older, no one will care about PS2s.
Yeah,
anymore.
eventually they'll all disappear because just
the computing capacity of even a cell shaded game, right, which is very simply designed and fully like not even that not deeply rendered, it can play on a very, very small screen now. So it's not like CRTs, obviously stopped being magic the second that games came out on Apple, in my opinion.
When LCDs came out, you mean?
No, when like you had a mobile LCD like computer.
Oh no, CRTs disappeared basically as soon as LCD became affordable because let's face it, CRTs are
but for hobbyists, but you understand that LCDs were first pushed not for hobbyists but for they were commercially very heavily orchestrated.
Like all new tech,
the whole thing, not all new tech in the same way. CRT is not the same. That's like the whole point, bro. It wasn't a consolidated push, which allowed for more creativity. Consolidation is the name of the game when it comes to efficiency, but it's the entire opposite of creativity. So, or like, it's not, you can't push two things in the same way. Like, you can't push CRTs the same way you push LCDs.
No.
You have to push them.
That's why I said the new. That's why I said the newest thing I would plug up to it is a PS2 and a GameCube. Because thing is for a GameCube, it really helps playing on a CRT because they did have a digital cable and stuff that you could purchase, but it was very low production, very expensive, and that cable now goes for $300.
Sure, it does because of supply chain.
Yeah, they stopped making it like after 2 years,
dude. That doesn't mean that it can't pop up again.
Well, there's a limited amount. That's the problem.
Of course, yeah, because like nobody wants to make it. And like I said, the stuff that's consolidated, everybody wants to make it. Everyone can sell on it, like LCDs. That stuff has less creativity because when no one wants to make something, it takes creativity to make it.
It's just why I want to really like I've considered trying to get into Nixie tubes and stuff, but they are.
I don't know, bro. It's not exactly a fashionable industry, right?
Oh yeah, I am 100% aware. It's just ever since I saw that watch in Metro, I have wanted one. I have wanted
a Nixie tube watch.
I have wanted a Nixie tube watch since I first played Metro.
Yeah, that's not getting into Nixie tubes. I think the people who are getting into Nixie tubes is like the people who are fucking obsessed with like incandescence, like. But yeah.
So the only time I will say an incandescent is superior to LED is in your car because your housing is not designed for LEDs.
I still don't think it's superior, bro. I think you can still design. You can still design LEDs.
No. I'm saying in terms of upgrading your car. If you drive, for example, I drive a 99 Accord. I have LEDs in there right now, and honestly, I can't see shit.
Okay, it's low power.
No, it's not that the LEDs are low power. It's that they don't. The beam doesn't focus properly.
It's probably like, yeah. Well, that's like
Because
internal.
the housing for the
That's the problem with how they made it, bro. They made it
well,
incorrectly.
LEDs. I think were basically just becoming a thing when they designed that car in the early 90s for the end of the 90s.
I'm
Because
pretty sure you can. Yeah.
every bulb in that car is incandescent. There is not a single LED that I didn't put in there.
Okay.
So like there used to be, it's blown out right now and I haven't fixed it, but there
I'm
was
not
a little orange light that would light up when you engaged the cruise control. In a modern car, it would be an LED. No, it was a very tiny incandescent. So but like on like all your auxiliary stuff that don't require it to be like focused and give you like and this major safety, yeah, put LED in there all you want. It'll probably ease up on other components of your car. But your headlights, either change to a more modern headlight housing, which costs a bit of money to do, or just get the best halogens you can get. Because I do think halogens need to go away for cars, but your older cars, unless companies are willing to design new housings that take advantage of LED technology, then unless that happens, you should just stick with halogen because one, it's just safer.
Yeah.
And also, you're not breaking the fucking law.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, you're breaking DOT laws if you're running LEDs. How? But, yep.
Okay, bro. Anyway, I need to go to another server. See you.
All right, bro.
So we still have Fatty and Goon.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What's going on?
Not much. Just, as I said, playing some Minecraft right now. Hopping around because I don't quite know what to be doing. Ah, hello, Capitan.
What's up, Captain? What's going on, bro?
All hands on deck.
Wait, are we all hands on deck because battle stations, or just you need all hands?
All hands on deck. We setting sail for fail. Let's go.
Sail for fail. Hey, I'm down.
Hilarious.
Man, I'm all piss and vinegar this morning. Let's do it.
What's got you in a tizzy?
I slept for 2 hours.
Makes sense. I got off, I think, at 2 a.m. and slept till 12.
Oh, wow.
I don't know how human beings sleep that long.
It's called the night before I only got 4 hours of sleep.
Yeah,
my daily average is like 4 or 5.
Yeah, no,
that's all the sleep I need. But
4 or 5 in the morning?
No, 4 or 5 hours.
Okay. Well, yeah. Yeah, no, same here, and it like pisses me off sometimes that like I can't stay asleep, you know, because it's like just.
I wake up at 5 in the morning to go to my job, and I very much do not like it because I am more of a night person. I am a night owl. Long-lived sleepless nights. Honestly, I feel like the first company to come up with a product that can actually allow you to need less sleep and not be like very bad for you is going to make billions.
And what company do you think? What?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, whatever company makes a product like that, where you can basically you only need like you can get like the equivalent of 8 hours of sleep somehow in 4 hours or something like that. Some product, if that ever can even be a thing, they will make billions.
Hilarious.
Well, think about it. You spend a quarter of your life asleep.
Only if you're sleeping
normal.
for a full 8 hours.
Yeah, I think on average now most people spend like if you're basically a citizen of the internet, which sounds cringy to say, but if you live on the internet, if you live on the internet, you probably spend only like 1/8 of your life
What's up,
asleep.
Lady Gisley?
What's up, man? Glizzy.
Oh, Glizzy. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, never mind.
I'll be right back.
It's a real mature name.
What's up, bro? What's going on?
I'm just saying what everyone's up to in like the different the debate chats.
I gotcha. Okay.
There's like a really big argument or debate in the first one, and I hopped off that one because I couldn't really say anything.
You're talking about what, dealing with the whole Roe v. Wade situation, I'm guessing?
No, I don't even know what they're debating about right now. Like, I hopped in and they were talking about like gender norms. I was like, okay.
Oh wow, hilarious.
And like I think Too Complicated was talking about, or Coasty was talking about, like how weakening the gender norms can allow more, more archetypes for men. Something like that. And I don't know, I wasn't following it very much. I just left. And I've been just bouncing around from debate to debate one.
That's cool.
What y'all up to in here?
Dude, pretty much the same thing, just up here just chopping it up. Not really talking about anything too specific, I guess.
I don't feel that. That's cool. I'm kind of just chilling right now, yeah, too.
Bro, this game is funny. This game just like generated my face. And it's like a samurai game, so like it's even funnier because my face is on the samurai.
Bro, wait, do you get to create your own character or is it random?
Nah, you get to completely customize your character in this game. It's a new game. It's called Nakura Blade Point. Naraka.
Okay.
Nakura Blade Point, yeah.
I make myself look ugly. Let's get like hideous. Okay. I always look hideous whenever I make my own character. It's always funny. Like my nose will be ginormous. Oh yeah, I think I've seen the trailer for this.
And it's pretty badass.
For real?
Pretty cool game.
It looks like. Let's see. It's a third person. Looks like melee combat. Is it co-op? It looks like it's co-op.
I don't know if it's co-op. It's just like PUBG. You know, it's like a battle royale type game, but like with.
Oh, it's a battle royale.
Okay, yeah, but like with ninjas.
Dope. My PlayStation Plus is out, so I can't play online.
You said what?
It's unfortunate. My PlayStation Plus, I ran out. Okay. I need to buy another one, so I can't play online.
Which one do you have?
Which games I have?
Nah, like what system do you have?
PS4.
Oh, okay. It might work for the PS4, but well, like a lot of people, like at least on the Xbox, like they'll make you stream it, you know, because they got like the cloud gaming, so like you're not able to download it because it's not compatible with the, you know, like with the older system.
Oh, yeah, gotcha.
I'm not sure why, to be honest. Like the graphics are okay, they're not like, I don't know, I don't fucking know. But like, people said it's because of Unreal Engine 5 or some shit like that.
Oh yeah, like the things they're using. Yeah, I get that. And I think for like Fortnite, for example, I think when they put it in like PS4 and shit, like it downgrades, like the graphics get like a little worse. But so maybe they haven't made like a version that's able to be downgraded onto other platforms.
Yeah.
Kind of sucks, but you know.
Yeah,
it's
I'm
cool.
sure they will. I'm sure they'll be able to. Bro, okay, this is fucked up. First off, they don't have a black hairstyle, and then the hairstyles that are available. Oh my god, bro!
They all suck.
Like, so can I get this one or do I have to buy this one? Okay, that looks like somewhat of a black hairstyle.
It's better than Elden Ring.
Nah, seriously. I'm gonna take what I can get. Shit, take what I can get, man.
I think there's I thought I saw a new game coming out that had black hairstyles, but fuck, I forgot what it was. I don't keep up with gaming too much.
There's this parody video. Y'all, I'm not sure if y'all know those guys that be making like the Popeyes versus
Epic
Chick-fil-A. Yeah. So anyway, those guys they made a video recently talking about that, like you know, made like a parody video about like the about like how to customize a black person in a game. You know, because they don't have like a big selection at all. You know.
Yeah.
That was a funny part about it.
Okay, bro. The epic rap battles are usually funny. I like some of their stuff.
Okay. Yes. Hell yeah.
I need to go look at what they've made recently though.
Yeah.
Epic rap battles. Is it on their main channel? Oh, they only have playlists now because they stopped making them. Oh. That's sad. That's a bit sad.
Rogue, the fuck you doing?
What's up, Pandis?
Hades.
Hades
nuts.
Ah. Okay. Hilarious.
I am. Indeed, I am.
We're a comedian over here.
Drugs.
Yeah, women whores. Oh, nothing really that cool.
Why can't I change the color of my stash?
I need to see this character, by the way.
Hell yeah, because, you know, I'm getting that Super Saiyan God here. You already know.
I gotta let
them know. I gotta let them know. Wait a minute, let me stream it.
Oh yeah.
There it is. Oh, yeah. I just need to do my stash, bro.
Yeah, let's see if they can change colors. Well, your character's tough. Character's tough, bro. Hey, at least they even allow black people, because some games just don't even have names. Bro, some games you be fighting for your life just to get a darker skin tone.
Sometimes you need to unlock the harder difficulty, you know?
Bro, South Park, bro, that was my favorite game, actually. And that's so funny how they made choosing a black person. What's the difficulty level? I thought that was funny, bro.
That was hilarious.
What's up?
Rob,
Who just joined?
for debates? Is that what's happening here?
There was just people here.
No, he wants to debate. I can feel it. Look at him.
Debate, bro.
Yeah, he's a debate, bro. Rogue shadow.
All right, so here's the debate. Should the capybara be allowed to bring back their natural habitat by removal of humans?
The answer is no. Sorry.
I got that.
You have committed crimes against the capybara empire. You shall face punishment.
I mean, my axis of belief is that removal of any living humans other than me is always good.
Okay. That's a base one. For me, I just don't want children like around. We need to get rid of them. All children. All children must get rid of. Okay.
So the human race should die out.
Correct.
Cool.
Get rid of the human race.
Based.
I'm just saying, you can't be racist if there's no other humans there. Think about it.
I mean, fair.
I'm reasonably sure that a lack of others of a kind would actually produce racism.
Exactly. See, I'm just so smart. God, someone get me the Nobel Prize.
Is it?
It is. It's the smartest thing you can possibly do.
Well, you figure the roots of racism, like the real anthropological roots of racism, stems from fear due to the lack of, not inclusivism, but the raw geographical segregation between ethnicities for thousands of years.
Nah, man.
I think people can hate each other even if they're right next to each other.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's the exclusive, but I would say it is a primary.
You want to know something funny?
Oh yeah, big others, pretty much. Yeah, that's kind of how that happens.
Something I find kind of funny is the people, like, the racists that are like, want to keep the bloodline pure and all this other shit, and they don't realize that in probably a couple, thousand, not say 1,000, a couple, like, let's say a couple hundred years, most of the world is going to probably have a pretty similar skin makeup. Oh
my god.
Huh?
The entire world will be light skin.
No, it'd be closer. I think the best plausible, like, what people will look like in a couple hundred years is most people will have a skin color closer to Latino people.
Maybe, I don't know.
Kind of like a mix between, like, you'll still have obviously like the insanely pale and the insanely dark, but most people will fall into that kind of middle area because
genetic variation over time.
Wait, you're saying like the grading scale of what we would refer to as mixed race will become, for lack of a better term, the dominant genetic print?
Yeah, probably. That's what the trend seems to be.
Remember, there's, like, over the next, as long as we survive the next couple hundred years as a species, the more that, like, the more people mix, the more you're not going to be one.
I guess, yeah. You'll see a lot more brown people. That's true.
Heck yeah.
I don't know.
Do you think it would be?
I'm dating a brown person.
Do you think it'd be limited by region in terms of the effect, or?
There would definitely be some limit via region. Like, if you go, like mostly just like if you go into deep into like Africa. I don't like how it sounds, but there's not a lot of white people there.
Well, South Africa, I believe the majority ethnicity is white.
I said deep Africa, like we're talking like central area.
Central, probably near
so like central and northern boundaries.
Yeah, you're going to have more people that are still going to be like our modern definition of black, Arab, and all that. But majority in places where like it's acceptable to be someone else. So like I don't see Japan really having that kind of change because they're highly xenophobic.
They're eventually going to have to allow integration. We see this with like every first world. Most first world countries. Like, they can't alienate themselves forever. They're gonna, and like they're even accepting immigration right now.
Well,
there's no way.
I'm not saying that they don't accept. I'm just saying like you don't see if you look at like actual video, like just like statistics of makeups of couples and stuff in Japan, almost no there's very few mixed race.
Yeah, like 99% of I think Japan is homogeneous, which means like the same race or whatever. But I mean, like we see this like I think trend with probably.
Yeah, I would say I would say a safe bet would be in 1,000 years. The general, other than like in just extremely isolated communities that some were still able to stay closed off, most people are going to be what we consider today as mixed race.
Yeah, because as the general become more integrated with everyone around the world, travel becomes more and more more and more normal. People can become more economically get more economic power. They're probably going to travel more. They're going to move to different countries. Countries are going to need more labor from different places, and immigration will be a great way to get new labor. So you'll always have new integrations of genetic material into the population.
That's the thing. It's that in 1,000 years, other than very extreme circumstance, everyone will be like that.
Or if white supremacists.
I don't know if everyone. There's a strong force at work which is called tribalism.
That's why I said in 1,000 years.
That's why I said unless
I would question whether it's a strong force. It's just it's only the pervading force, really, because it is ingrained. But I don't think it's strong. For the same reason, a weed doesn't grow back because it's strong. It just has so deep roots, it's hard to get out.
Okay, so given the choice between dating an Indian and dating a Polish person, given the exact same personality, I would probably go for the Polish person. But it just so happens that the Indian person has just the right personality, and I can't find a Polish person like that.
The thing is, my personal belief, which I think is like slowly becoming the dominant belief among people, is that it doesn't matter, really. It's coming around to people being like, I really don't care if what you look like. I like you for you.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, that's an outward, like that's kind of an externality, but I think there's something to be said internally about. So let's say you have two people. We'll talk about the Polish and the Indian. All right. So let's take those. Ideally, when someone is choosing, it's less about the beauty. I mean, beauty plays a component, obviously.
One of the biggest.
If you think about the difference between culture in Poland versus culture in India, and who they raise, like that's something in terms of marriage and in terms of family raising is going to be a component, and that used to be how it was done.
Kind of.
Personally, I prefer European women to American women because European culturally are raised differently. Their value sets are different. Their participation in the family is different.
What do you mean by that? I want you to know, like, I want to know kind of what's the big difference between like a European and American if you're dating one.
So, in the simplified form, it's about a more open acceptance of gender roles. Like I don't entirely know what it is, but European women tend to be more willing or more desiring to stay at home and raise children, for example, to keep the house in order while the male goes out and earns the money to keep the house running.
Go into the jungle.
Dude, I don't know what to tell you, but like this more sounds like you don't like liberal women. Like this like conservative because there are plenty like of
I'm married
conservative
to a liberal
women.
woman. She happens to have a lot of the same family values that I do, but she's a liberal woman.
Okay, yeah, but a very common thing for most conservative women is they want to stay home and like raise kids. And more like the more left you go with more like women. Generally speaking, I'm sure there might be exceptions. Maybe your wife.
Well, so I think it's less being like just conservative versus liberal. I think that's more of just like what your thought is on how families are supposed to operate, because it's not just a liberal versus conservative.
Well, it is conservative and liberal, but we're not talking about ideological liberal or ideological conservative necessarily.
Yeah, what I'm saying is like they have in Europe, they might, because they're European
I mean,
and how
since I'm a European, literally living in Europe right now, and literally Polish.
Oh
Literally.
Yeah.
Literally.
No,
Literally.
I'm shit you not. So, yeah,
Wait,
majority
you
of
don't have to say
women,
that to
and
me, you know
I've
who
been
I
on
am,
a
right?
dating pool. I've been in the cesspool that is the dating pool of over 25. For the past few years, and yes, women majority. It's actually weird the amount of times that women bring up the fact that they can cook, and they love to cook on a first date. Like it's gonna be like, oh, thank God, I was looking for somebody who can cook for me because clearly I'm a man-child who doesn't know what to do in the kitchen. It was actually a little bit sus, because I personally would. I'm okay with just like splitting the load of like 50-50, right?
Yeah.
But majority of the women, the way that it goes in Poland is, again, this is majority, and I live in a big city, so regions may vary. Is all women, because the education is free, try at the very least to go for a degree. And when in college or on their first job, they usually find a man. Again, my selection bias aside, this is what I've seen time and time and again at my job.
It's probably true. So just
yeah, they find somebody either at college or at work. If they're a late bloomer, quote unquote. Then they settle down, they have their kids, and then they have a binary choice of, okay, do I stay, become a stay-at-home mom, or do we sort of split the load? Depending on their economical situation, the woman will probably stay behind and try to do like a small business on a side kind of thing, something that doesn't require too much of their attention, because they will drop their kids off at daycare, go to an 8-hour work shift that isn't gonna be too much, come back, and then jointly take care of the kid with the husband. But generally, on a weekends, it's going to be like a 50-50% effort. Now, there are, of course, women that just decide to stay at home and be stay-at-home moms while the man takes care of it. Again, it depends mostly on economical situation, because they will do the violence and say, okay, can we afford this shit of like just one of us working? If so, then you have that option. If not, then well, fuck, you can't really. Right.
Have you like asked them why? For example, you mentioned how they make a point of saying they like to cook and how they do things. Have you asked them why they feel that those are prominent things to give out in terms of information?
See, me getting a first date to begin with is pretty rare, so I didn't feel like challenging them on that. Getting like in their face with the whole like.
So why do you think cooking is what I'm looking for?
I
don't mean asking like that. I don't mean asking like that.
Yeah,
I mean,
no.
Like, as a simple inquiry, like that's interesting. Is it about cooking? What is it about cooking that you like? Is it just something that you like to do, or do you feel it's important? Type thing.
Based
Not like
on,
saying why do you?
I didn't
think
ask them
want it?
directly. I didn't ask them directly. I could, I suppose, if
Okay.
I ever get. Jesus, I need to be more optimistic. When I get another first date.
I like it. I like it.
From what I've seen, it's usually like an unconscious thing. They don't even know that they've been quote unquote conditioned to that, right? Because the generation before me absolutely fucking will say is like, yeah, men who want a woman that can cook, that does X, Y, Z,
Yeah,
they'll know this. It is the default
to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, maybe Europe is more.
I would also say
socially
another.
conservative
You want to know what it's like in Canada with
What?
women? The default assumption is they can't cook.
He's right. no, he's same American.
If they can cook, that's a bonus. That's like, oh my god, you can cook? What the fuck?
Well, I mean, you're comparing North America to Eastern Europe. We have a lot, but I feel like we have a bigger food culture in Eastern Europe.
This is why my dad keeps saying you need to like date women who aren't like native to North America because they can't do anything.
Well, except hold on. Southern women can cook.
Oh, I'm gonna drop like
if
it's
you want-
not a nuclear take, but you're gonna get your fucking eyebrows singed a little bit. I generally think that the women in Eastern Europe are a little bit more free. Abortion rights aside, okay. I'm just saying in general. Whereas women in like North America, they just care about like symbols of freedom. It's like, I dyed my fucking hair blue. It's like, okay, cool. It's like,
All right.
Like,
So
nobody's stopping women
wait.
in Eastern Europe to like pursuing careers and shit. Right?
Wait.
not it doesn't
I
do
kind
that.
of want to push that a little bit.
I want you. Oh, I would like to hear an actual explanation for, like, other than the abortion rights, because that's
Maybe
kind
it's
of
healthcare.
like that would be everyone though. That's not just women.
Yeah, but I mean, then yeah, people in Eastern Europe may be a little more free because of being able to pursue healthcare through college and stuff like that. So yeah, maybe that's true. Is that the reason why?
I was gonna say I think the biggest difference between someone who grew up in Europe and America is safety nets. There are no safety nets at all in America. So you can't. Yeah, I'm talking specifically the United States. There's no safety nets. I mean, the United States is one of 8 countries in the world that does not have maternity leave, mandated. Most places that if they offer maternity leave, which they don't even have to, it's like you get a month, if that. Meanwhile, the average around the world is if you average all the countries' maternity leaves together, it's 24 weeks. So you get
Okay, looking at Poland, Urlop Macierzyński, how much for 2022? How long do we have? Only for give me a moment. I need to 20 weeks.
Yeah.
For the first child.
Just the first?
Well,
I think
fair in America. Wait, in America, I think it goes by different states. Under my state, at least, your employer at least has to give you 6 weeks of unpaid paternal leave during your pregnancy.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. There's a table. Okay, so for the first child, you have 52 weeks total. So 20 of them is the maternal leave, and 32 is general parental leave. This is how many kids are born. Okay, so if you get twins, you get 65 weeks, 31 weeks of maternal leave, and 34 just parental leave.
How many do you get if you have quintuplets?
Quintuplets. That's 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 70. That's literally where it goes out. 2, 5 or more kids, it's 71 weeks. 37 weeks of maternal leave, and 34. Okay, so it's always 34 weeks for the parental leave, on top of everything. So technically, if I had a kid that was born, obviously I'm not gonna give birth. I'm a cis male. I would still get the 34 weeks, but my wife or hooker that I'll get pregnant, whatever, would get the 30, anywhere between 20 and 37 weeks, depending on if it's 1 child or 5 or more.
Yeah, so in America...
Hold up. I just looked it up. There is a federal employee paid leave act. For the minimum requirement for maternal leave, I think is 12 weeks in the US. And it is a federal policy. Sorry.
Now, is that for just full-time, or is that everyone?
I'd have to look into the... Okay.
Because the thing is, Europe has... A lot of European countries have it for everyone. I know a lot of those leave things are for full-time employees only in America. Where you have to be a full-time employee to take advantage of that.
Well, that goes for, in America, benefits I think are only given to full-time employees anyway. Part-time jobs don't get as many or nearly as many benefits as a full-time
They
job.
either get very few or none.
Oh yeah, because if you look at healthcare and stuff, you only get those if you're working more than 40 hours, I think, a week.
Yeah, which here's the thing. That's another thing that just makes America just that much harder to live in. You're tied to your job if you have a medical condition.
That is true.
And the thing is, I cannot fathom that we cannot. The idea that there's not enough money to do universal healthcare. It's like there is. Do you see how much we spend on our military and everything else? You literally the
Hold
cost.
up, man. I agree with
Your
you that
healthcare
we
could be
should
cheaper.
have-
Oh yeah, no, I was about to
agree with
say.
you. Wait.
Well, let me say,
But-
the projected costs for 10 years of universal healthcare in America is less than the 2008 bailouts that the government gave for the
Wait, dude, I agree with you. But
recession.
don't try not to bring up military spending because I don't really know why people do this, but it's a whole different. The federal budget is split up between two different. What is it called? Two different spending budgets, and it's federal or it's discretionary and mandatory. And our discretionary spending would have military stuff.
No,
I think mandatory would be something different. So like, I don't know why you bring up military.
No, I'm just saying. What I'm saying is, the amount we spend on our military, we don't have in hand. So I don't see what something that would cost less than a fraction of what we spend on the military would be a problem.
It wouldn't be in the same budget. It would be a law. It'd be in the discretionary or mandatory.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying is the country that can spend that much money that we don't have on our military and still be like, yeah, we cannot afford to do universal healthcare or anything. It's like, it's kind of a slap in the face. It's like,
look, I understand what you're saying, right? That we should be able to pay for health. Wouldn't be that big of a deal in my personal opinion, because we already have things like Medicaid. It wouldn't be that hard to expand the parameters of like a federal to have a federal healthcare, or at least a minimum requirement for each state. So I agree with you there. It's just when people bring up like the military spending, it's a different budget. If you wouldn't take the money out of the discretionary spending.
I'm aware. I'm not saying that's not what I was just making the comparison that we spend X amount of money. So why do you say we cannot afford this amount this year when next year that's how much the military budget increases?
I get what you're saying.
I'm just using it as an example of like the hypocrisy that we can't afford it, but you just increased the military budget this right after you said that the exact same amount we said it would cost.
Mm-hmm. No, I understand you. Like expanding Medicaid and some child care acts wouldn't actually be that hard. I think for the federal government to do.
Here, like the thing is, honestly, universal healthcare would be cheaper. Because here's the thing, if the government's just like goes to all the companies that do prescription stuff, and it's just like, because the thing is,
are you going to talk about bargaining?
Yeah, the bargaining power. If they're bargaining with the power of let's say, I think it's 330 million people, those are some big muscles to be flexing.
For unions? Wait.
No, for
it's basically it'd be representative bargaining.
Yeah, basically if what I'm saying is, if we got universal health care and the government acted like how had to go through the same process as insurance companies do right now, they've got 330 million people that are in their program. No matter what, they're in it. So basically think about that. You could basically ask any cost, and because there's that many people, you can't say no. And there's
I guess yeah. So like what, having a giant union for I'm still confused.
Okay, so you have, let me put it
so when you're you want me
let me give it a shot. So so you have a company, all right? You provide this product, all right? Then you have two more companies that say, I represent 100 people. I would like to buy this product. And then you have another company that represents 1,000 people. Now, would you give them both the same price, or would you give the 1,000 person with 1,000 people a lower price because you know in the long run you're going to make more?
Oh no, I understand.
Well, they
what
can
you're saying.
ask for a lower price because
They
there's
have
going
more.
to be more revenue out
Yeah,
of that
there's going to be.
transaction.
It's basically like there's more flow.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I'm just was like wondering if this was like what you're trying to like.
Yeah.
What it would like? Is this like a big union or just the company's own bargaining power?
This would be the company would be the company would just be the United States representing the constituents as an insurance company.
Okay, all right, I get what you're saying.
So basically, your insurance company, the bigger the insurance company you're part of, usually the lower the prices for things. At least that's how it's supposed to be. Does it work like that always? Probably not. I don't have my own insurance yet.
Okay, yeah, I concur.
Yeah, it's really kind of one of those things. It's just like we are the richest country on earth, but we can't afford things that poor countries
Like
in
Canada.
Africa. Can't. I would just say if there are countries in Africa that have universal health care, and they're magnitudes poorer than America, and it's just like, so you're saying that we, the richest country in the world, cannot afford healthcare, but Zimbabwe can on a national level?
Yeah, I agree. I concur.
Yeah, it's just
problem is you want to maintain that, plus having all the guns, having the biggest military, having XYZ, right? Which was
we can afford it.
Do you think the
What?
current pressures that face Zimbabwe are the same with like the United States of America?
Oh no, I was just using it as an example of like.
Or do you think that like the subsidized healthcare within Zimbabwe is at any standard that could be equated to what the United States can provide?
I'm just saying that what I'm saying is less that it will be equal is that they can afford a country that you would think we wouldn't be able to afford that can afford things that even
Right, but
do
if I
that.
if I gave you 3 chicken sandwiches for life, but the bread was made out of poop, doesn't mean they're good chicken sandwiches or is even of any worth. So even
Well,
though I
right
give you
now,
free
US is giving
healthcare-
no sandwiches out, and you're gonna starve to death.
Oh, for
Yeah,
sure.
so that's the thing. Here's the
you
thing
can
too.
pick off the tomatoes and lettuce that's on it and not starve to death.
And people, the thing is,
Sandwich analogy
like too
aside, I
many
was
people
trying to-
just are like, it would
What I was
drive up.
saying
It
is
would
this-
drive up costs or drive down quality. No, it wouldn't, because most likely the way the U.S. government would handle doing universal healthcare is they operate as basically just the largest insurance company in the world.
Well, yeah, while I agree with you 100% tenfold, what I'm saying is when you use like comparisons
Yeah,
to other
Zimbabwe.
countries.
Yeah,
I
I
understand.
Simple
It was-
argument. If Canada can do it, why can't America?
Yeah. If Canada can do it, why
That's
can't
about,
we?
yeah, I just don't know why you'll bring me to Zimbabwe.
Do you want me to explain why?
Because people like to
And-
use extreme examples to make
People
points.
don't like to hear the explanation of why one works and the other doesn't.
Royal, I want to hear this. Royal, I want to hear it. Go.
Royal.
Tell
Because
us
if
why
you-
Canada can do it, but America can't.
Sure. So if you were to have Americans work under the Canadian system with their present expectations, the Canadian system would bankrupt the country. The reason is what we expect in the American system is untenable in almost any other, or I think actually every other country on the planet, because what we expect to be done is literally prohibited in any system where you have universal health care.
What do you
Could you
mean?
explain a
What do we
So-
expect?
Sorry.
So one of the things that you can't do in universal healthcare is have a test run that a doctor doesn't think is necessary. That sounds trivial, but in the American system, we are known for having way more tests run for basic things.
You mean like experimental drugs?
Nope, not experimental drugs.
That's why you
If
end
you
up
go
with
into a
ailments.
specialist
Oh,
and you say, I have a headache, right? Under most systems, they'll say, then fucking take a Tylenol. Why are you coming here? But in the American system, they're going to send you to go do blood work. They're going to send you to do all these other tests. And then when they
Because they
all
want
come
your
back
money.
negative, they say, just fucking take a Tylenol.
And
Now
a lot of
that
places
is
they
not
end up with a public-private split. Like there's a free public option you can get, or you can pay a private person to do whatever you want.
In Poland, you can get. I don't know about more advanced tests than a blood test because I didn't do that. But if I wanted to do a blood test that every single one of my physicians says, no, you don't need it, I can literally go to my equivalent of Quest Diagnostics and just say, hey, I would like to have this and this tested. And they'll say, sure. They'll take a blood vial and they'll take it. Now, more advanced tests than that, I'm not sure, but you absolutely can. It just that it will be paid out of my pocket as opposed to funded by the public.
And I'm gonna ask, how much does it cost out of pocket?
Honestly, less than $50. Well,
Yeah,
I mean, it is
in
a blood
America,
test.
out of pocket, those like 2 blood tests would cost almost 300.
Oh yeah, I know. That's why I
the
moved
thing.
the fuck
It's
out
like
of US.
there's
Wait,
two.
Royal, I wanna know more about what Royal was talking about. Sorry.
I also have a question, Royal. After you get done. But...
All
'Cause I
right,
don't
so
think
we also have end-of-life care that is explicitly prohibited under most systems, and that is where a huge chunk of our expenses come from, because we are willing
Helios
to
is
spend an
definitely more of the
almost
political
unlimited
analyst
amount
than
of
I am.
money when it comes to end-of-life care, whereas most
what
other
I am
countries, and I would argue this is a
is
positive, say
essentially
no.
a showman.
You're not going
I'm
to
a
spend
talk
$1
show
million
host.
to live
I
for
am
another 6 months.
moderately
I can actually
informed
personally
like,
attest to
the
this.
rest
My
of the
grandmother,
people.
who is 84 years old, already had to have a bypass surgery a month and a half ago, and she was already in intensive care and somehow caught COVID, and they still gave her the treatment. In other countries, it's likely she wouldn't have gotten both
That's largely because
at her age.
So,
and the explicit reason for this is
waiting for Lady
it's
Justice
too much
to have
money.
photoshops of
It's
Lady
just not
Justice.
worth preserving the human life at this
I am
point.
curious
We will
if
not
there
do
are
it. Even if
actually
it
any
saves
photos out there
one
of Lady
life,
G, if this
we won't do
elusive
it
Lady
because
G
the cost
exists.
is way too much money.
Because
in the
I don't
American
even want to
system, you
shame
don't have
Lindsey
that.
Graham. I just want to know if Lindsey.
Or
was
so are
spitting
those the two
drag.
big reasons why we don't have universal healthcare?
I mean, but I
I'm
still don't
curious.
understand why this is like a false dichotomy. You're creating a false dichotomy
Because I think, right,
nobody says like, oh,
once the
let's
cat's
just
out
have
of the
one or
bag,
the other.
they're
In
either
Poland,
going to
again,
go
I
more
can
homophobic,
Wasn't
have
the question
the public
why the-
option
or they're
why
not
it
or
gonna have
works
any
the
in
in
private
Washington,
option.
DC.
Wasn't the question
Canada has a
to
private
me-
option also.
And that leaves a
The question
golden
to me was, why
opportunity,
wouldn't we be able to mirror
for
the
rhetoric.
Canadian option? And my answer is
never
because
been
of
one,
personal expectations right now. Now, could we get people to adjust their expectations? Yeah. Would it be better? I
to
think so.
oust.
But that's
the
why
optics
it
of the
can't work
public?
right
Yeah,
now.
okay, never
But
mind.
yeah,
No,
you're
not just
talking-
the
healthcare
optics. The
system.
I do,
public would
however,
rage against the idea of being
fully
limited
support
when
the
they're
idea
not
of
You're
limited
talking
right
about
now.
having
Because of the
big
optics, yes.
generations of thinking.
Because I think that
Yeah,
kind of hypocrisy.
you need
Yeah, okay.
to get
When I say
people to
optics,
adjust their
I know it
expectations.
sounds like
I
a
think would be
small,
really funny
innocuous word, but it's
is if
not.
we had like
All right,
It's
so-
not. It's literally the
burger,
mindset
if
that
that
the
makes sense.
entire given society has. It's not just optics as in, oh, this tweet looks bad. It's
A better
optics
word
in the
might be
sense
mind
of
share.
people have been conditioned. Not just, they think that. They've been conditioned. As in, like, they believe that's all a fucking mentality
Yeah.
that can exist in some cases.
A better
Hey,
term
Royal.
might
Like,
be
they
mind
believe
share
that's
as
all
opposed to
fucking mental.
optics.
Well, wait,
Yeah,
Royal.
if it's a better word, then sure.
Royal,
Wait,
if we
I had a question first, lady. If you don't mind.
for me, shoot, what? Say your
No,
question.
no. For Royal, I wanted to ask Royal a question after he was done with explaining
Okay.
it more.
Sure.
Well,
are you-
I was gonna ask. Oh wait. Do you want to say a question to me or to Royal?
No, to Royal.
Can I say my question first? I really
Yeah,
got
go
that.
ahead. Go ahead. I got nexties though.
Okay. So Royal, I'm a little confused. Like, if we had a public and private option, couldn't the end of term care be put in a private option for families that I guess could afford it instead?
It could, but the problem is most everywhere else that has universal health care, they prohibit certain things from being allowed. So they're worried about like having a two-tiered system. Now, I would argue we already have that, so what's the big deal? But that would be the counter against it is no, you can't have rich people going and doing their own medical things.
To me, I think the basics of medical care should be provided, but like anything, like it's a safety net. It's to help the most
What do
vulnerable.
we
And then,
count
like,
as the
everything outside
basics?
that.
Yeah, what
that's
you
the
define as
question.
basics is going to be the
Okay.
issue, because
Wait.
what we used to consider basic living conditions no longer are today. Like, it used to not require you having a refrigerator and a microwave, but now we would all agree, what the fuck are you talking about? You need a fucking refrigerator. The
An
same
like,
thing's
for
gonna happen
an air
with medical.
conditioner in a house.
My
Well,
my
like,
question is, why do
hospice
people
care,
care
I
about
guess.
two-tiered systems?
Hold on,
As
hold
long
on. I
as
called Nexies.
Yeah, he did.
Nexies.
Wait, he
Okay,
did. He
go
did.
ahead.
Roy, are you familiar with the problem of, like, oh, I don't know if this is a problem, I just heard this, of the you can only have 2 of the 3, you know what I mean?
Yeah, this is Ben
Accessibility,
Shapiro's
affordability.
argument.
Oh no, that means it's a bad argument.
No,
that
it's
doesn't.
actually
No, it doesn't.
it's actually one of his better arguments. Yeah, when you have universal healthcare, you have to limit costs, which inevitably means you're going to limit options and, in the extreme, quality. It's just a necessity. Like, you can't have everybody run every test that they want because you have to keep the cost low. But
I think
if you
that's
do
fine,
that,
yeah.
you're going to limit the quality. Now, if you want quality and universality, you're going to bankrupt your country.
I can
Yeah, and
I
to
can
be
attest to
clear,
one thing
this
that's
isn't-
happening
He has
in
a
a
point.
country that's in a free healthcare system. In Poland, every single fucking time, basically every person over the age of fucking 50, especially women. Especially a woman. This may be just a toxic masculinity of, I'm not going to the doctors.
It's
what
not.
if they find
It's just
something bullshit?
statistics. It's just
Whatever it is. I don't know. I would see, and everybody would see, just elderly women at the doctor's office all the fucking time, because they would go there for every single little, I moved my joint and I heard a little pip in that, I better go see a doctor. They constantly go there. We have a very active geriatric population that always goes to see the fucking doctors, and they just
Okay, well,
waste fucking time.
there's two sides to that
visits.
story. There's two sides to that story. There's the, I felt some pain, I'll go get it checked out. And on the other side, there's the men who like, well, I'm in chronic, constant pain, but I can't tell anybody about it.
Yep.
Wait, also, you do realize that, like,
No,
as
that's
people
literally
get
what
old.
I
Wait,
said. Like,
wait.
oh, what if they find something? Like, that's
Wait,
literally
as
the
people
one
get
thing
old, like, as old people get older, though, their risk of like most illnesses does go up, and like they will, like, for example, their joints moving will cause chronic pain.
I mean,
Even like small
that
stuff.
and
this
women
is
are
actually
statistically more likely to
this is
have
actually something I was
osteoporosis.
this is actually something I was discussing with one of my friends, is that like the symptom, like if you just go through the list of symptoms of Alzheimer's and stuff, literally most people have a few of them, like forgetfulness and stuff.
I mean, they could just have ADHD.
This is for every. Wait, this goes for like a ton.
A lot
other
of things.
stuff, though.
Yeah.
Technically, like but you're like, if you like, that's why like MMD kind of sucks, because like technically
it's
everyone
a
fits a bunch of.
hypochondriac's heaven.
Yeah, that's why everyone kind of fits a bunch of different like descriptions for different things. Why you need a medical professional to kind of like this.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like,
and even doctors fuck up. So yeah.
like, so here's the thing. Like, my usual thing is like, if I'm just feeling sick one day, I'm not immediately gonna go to the doctor. I'm gonna just call out from work and be like, I am not feeling good. I don't think it's safe for me to come in, and I'll take the day. Now, if I feel bad a couple more days in the same way, yeah, then I might go to the doctor. The only time I'm really gonna go to the doctor or hospital like immediately, at least right now, is like if I'm in a car accident, or just some major accident, or like it is sudden onset chronic type deal. Like it is like I'm actually like tearing at my head because of how bad this headache is.
So
It
let's
can be
test
both
that
sudden
framework.
onset and chronic.
Yeah, but well, no, I'm just saying like, sorry, but
Roy,
like
you gonna say something?
you know what I
Yeah.
mean. Like it's just
So let's test the framework. The reason why you're not going in for small things, presumably, is not because it can't technically help a little bit, right? There's a reason why you're not going in, and it's not because there's zero benefit.
You're doing
So-
cost-benefit analysis.
Right, or the abstraction at the very least. So what
Well,
what is
that and you're
preventing you from
determining
going
if
in?
it's regular headache.
what's
you don't
preventing
really need
me
to
from
see a
going
doctor.
in.
Yeah, because arguably there is a chance that it's not insignificant, and even if it were insignificant, the doctor would likely give you some sort of suggestion on what to do that would make it better.
So,
So,
all right,
so why aren't you? What's incentivizing you not to go in?
my incentive for not going in is one. Usually, if you're not like, most things, if you're not like basically paralyzed that day, it's not going to kill you that day. So it's one of those things like I'm going to see how my condition changes because one, I don't get sick very often.
Sure, but that's not what I'm asking. You're not going in because you think it's not going to kill you today, because conceivably not going in could make it worse. But that's not my question. My question is, even if you knew that it was small and minor, but you didn't know everything that a doctor knows, you might still get advice that would make it slightly better than just getting over it, which is still just as likely.
Is that an
Why
assumption?
wouldn't you go just in case?
Case that we should.
Okay, my reason for not going
Oh,
just in case
okay.
is one, the time it takes to do it.
Bingo. Now that's exactly what I was expecting you to say. Your time is a cost to you. It's not money necessarily, but it is something that is of value to you that you would rather not trade for the benefit of the doctor. That's a cost-benefit analysis. Now, you value your time. It's more meaningful to you than going into a doctor for something as trivial as a headache. But what if somebody were older and they had a bunch of free time, and even though it was trivial, they didn't see it as something that was too costly to sacrifice? They might just go in.
Then
So
do
the
it
problem
how
is-
literally. So here's the thing: the insurance that my mom gets through this from the state literally has an answer for this problem. You only get like one appointment a month that is downgraded to $25. After that, you're paying the full price of each doctor's visit.
Yep, because they're trying
Wait,
to
what
make
if you're
sure that
getting
you're
referred to a
paying.
specialist? You go to your GP.
No,
and then
okay.
they
If
refer
you're referred, okay, that's different. If you go in and they refer you to a specialist, then that's
covered.
That's a different matter. What this is just going, like you can't.
Checkups, general
Yeah,
checkups.
basically, this is saying, yeah, you can't go to the doctor once a week without actually a good reason. You can't
I would
go.
support that. That's way
That-
too
that-
frequent.
that's
once a
literally
week.
I would
what-
absolutely support that.
That's what most.
Yeah,
private
100%. What?
That's what most private insurances in America has. Now the thing is, these old women and men that are always in there, the thing, they might actually have a legitimate reason for going in. We don't know their story.
Well, there could be a there could be a workaround for that. Like the doctor could like write special permission that this person needs to be checked up multiple times a month.
Well, it's a little. It's
Well,
probably
it may
gonna be
also.
different. Oh, sorry,
It may
it's
also
probably
be
gonna be.
related. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, okay. I'll just say mine. It's probably gonna be different if you're like more prone to disease or more prone to injury. Like if you actually have a like medical condition, your insurance by the state might be a little different. So like someone with like term 2 cancer can probably go more than one time a month.
Well, yeah, that's being treated. What the
It's
system
an
that
active treatment. That's not
yeah, that's an
checking, hey, how
active
is it going?
treatment. This is what the way my mom's insurance does it is like each person on the policy can go once a month for $25 if they require a follow-up for whatever reason. So for example, like I had a pretty major ear infection. Now the ear infections can clear up in a couple weeks, so they were like, all right, come back in 2 weeks. That's compensated because
But you realize
I was
they're using the market to curtail overusage, right?
yeah, and I don't see why a national system couldn't do the exact same thing where it's like, okay, you get once a month that's fully compensated and stuff, but after that you either have to pay more of it.
So the
Like-
reason why, generally speaking, we don't like to do socialized things is because it breaks some of the feedback signals. So price is one of the signals that you can use to figure out if something's being over or under consumed. And it also incentivizes agents to not overconsume without being able to afford it. All you've called is that you've said that your socialized system is really a free market system, but with more strict controls to try to adjust one area that you think the market needs to adjust more in. But
Well, okay,
that's not a socialized system
remember-
because people are still bearing the cost for using it, because they would say, well, look, I went to the doctor more than I normally would have, but I needed it.
Okay, now here's the thing. In America, part of the biggest issue is just how expensive everything is because of lobbying and the fact that hospitals don't have to disclose their books or anything.
Chart masters.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, that like the solution to American healthcare is not just socialize it. It is like it would be like probably at least 5 big bills that have to go through to actually do it.
Give me the reason as to why cost is going up for the things that you said. Give me like the causal link.
So, cost is going up, one, because hospitals don't have to disclose anything really. They don't have to you are not able to go to a hospital and ask to see their master charge list of like how much they pay for your Advil. So like
let's stick with that example.
So for example, like I've been to the hospital before and been given Advil because they were worried I had a concussion. But it turns out I didn't, and just had a very, very, very bad headache after knocking my head around. And they gave me Advil. Those 2 Advil, each little Advil cost, if I remember, like $7.
What the fuck?
A pill.
Oh, I got a bigger horror story for you if you want.
Wait, no. We just
here's the thing.
Cost $7. What else did you have to pay for? Because I'm presuming you probably had like a visiting fee and all of this, right?
Yeah, most of it was covered by the almost all of it was covered by the insurance, because going to make sure you don't have a concussion is kind of important because it affects your ability to work. But what the point is that there is no control on how much these hospitals can charge.
Well, there is, right? So here's the problem. If you go to a grocery store and you want to buy a can of beans, why is it that the grocery store puts the price right next to the beans?
So I know how much I'm paying?
Exactly. Because you want to know. You wouldn't go to a store if you couldn't see the prices, right? So then the question is, why are the hospitals not doing this?
Dude, you know what's fucked?
Gas
stations don't do this.
I can posit an answer for that.
It's because they don't want you.
Because they understand that people will choose cost at the cost of health. Now,
maybe.
Now people can.
But who's preventing them from putting the prices down?
No, they just don't want to, and I think it's also like agreements with insurance companies. If I'm trying to remember, I watched a video on this, so I'm not a like total expert, but like a big thing is that like out of network and in network stuff, the insurance companies basically there are some times where paying with your insurance is more expensive than just paying out of pocket, or in some cases.
Absolutely.
Where it's because the insurance company basically negotiated them to be sold the pill for higher, so they can make it seem like that you're getting a deal. That's one of the things. It's just so.
I guess he's saying transparency.
There's no transparency in it.
There is no transparency.
There's no.
The question is, why isn't there?
That seems transphobic to me.
No, but
it's also anti-parity, right?
I wouldn't even say it's anti-privacy.
No. So it's transparency. Why is it that they aren't like compelled to do it, right? Because the grocery store, there's no law that says you have to have a price, at least not that I'm aware of, and yet they have it. So why is it that we expect it from the grocery store and not from hospitals?
Oh, is it because there's an alternative with beans? Like you want the competition kind of thing, right?
Okay.
Like
that's partly the answer, yeah.
No,
because you can only go to a hospital that's in network, and you can only go to a provider that's in network.
Well, you can go out of network, but here's the thing: you can be taken out of network by, like, you can go to an in-network hospital, but be served by an out-of-network doctor.
Mm-hmm.
And be charged the full amount because no, fuck you.
Oh yeah, insurance it sucks sometimes.
Yeah.
this is the problem: is we've literally regulated the system to break the fundamental benefits of a free market system. We've literally created a system that isn't free market, nor is it socialized.
Yeah.
We've just taken all the bad pieces and put it into one. And the reason why is because of people's expectations. Nobody is fighting for transparency. Well, at least largely they weren't. Recently, Trump actually dealt with this. He passed something that requires hospitals to start having some transparency, which is crazy. But
I
we
think
get
is
it.
one. Okay. Well, that's one of the things that I think Trump did good is that because that is like the first step to fixing many issues. Another thing is just the fact that the price gouging for life-saving things is insane. Like insulin.
Yeah, it's like 4 times more than just
Okay,
across
if you're
the
gonna
border.
talk about that, Rogue, literally, I'm a fucking type 1 diabetic that used to live in the United States for 11 years, and I left fucking United States to move back to Poland so I can get a better fucking healthcare for treatment for my type 1 diabetes, and I can actually give you the prices of what I used to pay for fucking insulin of
Oh
different
yeah,
kinds.
it used
because
to
I
be
was switching.
dirt cheap. But let go with that example. Why is it that it was able to happen? Because in a free market system, we have other people that have insulin and that can make insulin. So why is it that people weren't able to get their insulin as cheap as they were before? What happened?
Because one guy bought all of it, all the patents
Right
for
now,
the
it's
modern.
all owned by Novo Nordisk.
Yeah.
One
Well,
company.
hold on.
One company bought.
What's owned by them? Did they own the patent to insulin?
No, you can't own the patent to insulin because you make insulin in your body. No, they own the patent to all the modern ways to deliver insulin because yeah, you can go to Walmart and get the cheap insulin, but that's a different type of insulin and it can actually be dangerous to use that method because if you don't do it just right, like I think you can go into like a shock or something.
There's different kinds of insulin.
There's the kind that most people need. This one company owns it all, and they jacked the price 2,000% from in 1 year. And then they basically told everyone that complained, like, get fucked.
So why? So we have other methods that you could use to get the insulin into your body. Because that's where the
Okay, no, your
that's
choices
the point.
between your choices between the modern safe version that has been has been jacked up, or the version that we consider only should be used for animals now, that is still cheap because it's really not safe for sale to humans because of the amount of precision you need to have for it.
So what system is preventing competitors from being able to provide what they already have to the market?
Free market.
No, it's not the free market. It's regulation.
No, it's not, because if regulation was working properly, they wouldn't own all the patents.
There are companies that can make insulin, and they can give you the method for applying that insulin to a person, but they're prohibited from doing it.
Oh, is it because of wait, would they have to own the patent? Is it because one company owns the patent then?
Well, they own patents not for insulin. They own patents for the production.
No. They own the production patent and they own so okay. So I think
mechanism.
There is a difference. So the insulin that they make is different from just straight insulin. They basically the insulin you get in a modern like tube is modified to basically be I think it's like slow release or something, where it actually like you don't need to like measure out exact amounts. You just take the shot that you at the milligram.
Those are usually paired with short-acting insulin. Okay, I have one of those. So this is usually what you would take at night. You'd still have to take a short-acting insulin paired with that.
Yeah.
Oh,
For the sake of the smooth-brained people in the chat here, could you explain how regulation is stopping other companies from producing insulin, or systems by which to get insulin into people?
I'm guessing it's
so there's two, right? One, literally, there are patents that are probably too broad and prevent other competitors from making things that are different but too close. The second one is how the insurance companies decide to engage with the companies that actually make it. So you might have different alternatives, but because the insurance companies have signed a contract with them, you can't get it covered by insurance. So you can get it, but you'd have to pay whatever the other company wants you to pay to be able to get it, which is almost always
here's my
too
question.
expensive.
Here's where the free market fails.
Well,
Why
no, a
should my
patent is a government thing.
why should my ability to even live be determined because some guy wants a profit?
Wait, no,
Well,
a
but
patent
that's
is
not
a
the limiting
government
factor.
thing.
No,
Right.
patents are basically so the government can protect what you
Yeah.
made, and it's supposed the way they originally worked when they first introduced is that you would get the patent, and your patent would be valid for only a certain amount of
5
time.
years. It's
And you
5
couldn't
years, I think.
you couldn't renew it, but now you can just continuously renew patents.
So
Wait,
is that the
can you?
market or government?
Yeah,
It's the government. The patents are.
it's
It's like
both.
copyright. It's
Okay,
basically
so
copyright.
it's both. It's both because copyright can expire entirely eventually.
In 50 years, but yeah, like, I think it's 150.
That's way too long.
No, it's way too long.
Well, okay,
Holy
so
shit.
that's for
But-
different things,
But
right?
no, we're not discussing whether it. What I'm saying is one of the big problems is that a single company can basically just sit on the patents for life-saving stuff and tell people who need it to go fuck themselves because they can't afford the $2,000 you want for it.
So we've been administering insulin for well over 20 years now, right?
Yes.
And medical patents only last for 20 years, right?
Yeah, but they extend them ad
You
infinitum.
can extend them.
If
As
you
long as they
have,
change something in the formulation to whatever percentage out.
But
from
then
the
there would be
original.
wait.
You
There,
guys
then
watch
then there
way
would be a
too much
generic on the wait. Then there would be a generic on the market that would for
bingo.
the old version. So like,
Yep.
Yeah,
So
so that
why
wouldn't
is
work.
it that we don't have the generic versions that we had before?
Oh, they patented in
Okay.
production. They patented in production, right?
Yeah, they
They're the
patent
only one who can
production, they
produce. They're
patent
the only one who
the
can
formula,
produce
they
it, right?
patent. They basically patent the entire line so that you cannot. If you actually were like, I can make this. No, you can't because you have to. The way
That's
you
not how
have to.
that works. So they could use the old method for production.
It's no,
The
they
new-
can't. The new
Yeah.
method.
Hold up, let
you
him
have-
explain. Let him explain. He
Yeah,
was in the
you
middle of
can.
something.
So if you have an old way of producing it, and then there's a new novel way of producing it, just because you get a new patent on the new novel way doesn't mean that the old novel way was like prohibited. That's not how
No,
patent law works.
no,
It would
no.
literally be.
Is
that
We
would
still
literally be the
produce-
nowhere
generic.
near as effective.
You still
as
produce
the new
it the
stuff.
old
You
way.
can
It's
use it, but it fucks with your control, and it's just not as good.
all right. Okay.
Wait,
Let me.
There would be. That's a generic.
His
Is literally just
argument-
the older method. That's
No,
literally what a
yeah.
generic
The problem is the older method is a lot less safe.
It was
That's the
safe
thing.
enough.
It
to
was.
keep
We were
people
using it back
alive.
then. Why would it be less safe?
Okay, you're in 1950. A Cadillac Eldorado was safe enough. Is it safe by today's standards? No.
This is the problem with socialized medicine.
Dude, I'm so proud of
Everybody
my
moves
car.
the
It
bar.
crunched for me. It saved my life.
Yeah,
Right?
like
Every
here's-
single time there's a new tweak, nobody wants to say, well, now we have a new generic or we have the new version and we'll give the generic one out cheaper. No, because everybody says, well, that's super unsafe and you can't give it. Insulin used to be given out much cheaper, and we can still give it out at that cheaper price, but it's not as effective as the new transportation methods, and it's not as cost effective as the new production methods, and so it just disappears. Why?
No, you missed the point. This company bought the patents. It was cheap for this.
Patent only lasts
this-
for 20 years.
Yes, dude.
Nobody's
It's been
producing the
developed.
generic one.
It's been developed in the past 20 years. The problem is this company bought the patents from the company that developed it and was selling it for cheap, and then jacked the price 2,000%.
Wait,
That
I don't think that's how that works at all.
No,
It's
you can
not.
buy patents.
Have you not heard about
Wait,
this?
wait, no,
You
no,
can
no,
buy
wait, no,
patents,
no,
that's
no.
not the issue.
The patent is for the formula, correct? Even if you buy it from another company, it doesn't extend the longevity of that
Yeah,
patent.
it's been
the
developed
formula
with.
is only 20 years. Once that
Yeah.
formula is over, there's a new one. You can make a new one, even if you tweak it.
What the thing I'm trying to say is that there's no way to, because this is insulin. This is something that a large chunk of people need to just live day to day.
Okay,
And
is there wait, I have a question. Is there anything unsafe about the one that they were using 20 years ago?
So
Okay, hold on. Okay, let me.
I want to know.
So the insulin has progressed now. 20 years ago, I believe that was still back in the days when insulin was basically harvested. What's called the bovine insulin. So currently, for context, currently the way insulin is produced, that there's mRNA or some DNA modified bacteria that secrete insulin, which is as pure of an insulin as you can pretty much get. Whereas before, the way insulin was harvested was from actual cattle animals, where you would, in essence, I'm simplifying here a little bit, you would just shred the pancreas of a bull or a cow and then extract it from there. The problem with that method was, and why it was less safe, is that if you had a bovine protein allergy of any sort, you would not be able to take that insulin, and you had limited, if any, options. So right
Okay.
now it is cheaper to manufacture because, well, how many cows can you fit in one room versus how much bacteria you can? One. Two, you don't have to account for any additional protein allergies, or not as many at least, with bacteria, because again, they're literally just like microscopic machines that
Yeah,
secrete
there's
insulin
less
as opposed to.
post-processing of the substance.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
get that. But that's not really
That's
what I
one of
asked.
the
I
reasons.
asked like, is it unsafe?
How is it
Like,
different
it's
20 years ago? Well, that
no,
the
no, no.
bovine
I asked
insulin
if it
was
was
20 years
unsafe.
ago.
No, I didn't. I said if it's unsafe. I
No,
didn't say if it was
it's
different.
less
I said if
safe.
it's unsafe.
It's okay. It is
Well, it
safe.
seems well
but it's a
from what he
lot
said.
less safe.
From what he said, it seems that it's unsafe for people who have a bovine allergy. But it seems that there's a general. Wait, let me just finish one second. Right. It seems that there's a general lack of insulin, even if you don't have a bovine allergy, you still don't seem to be able to get it. So why isn't that one being produced?
Okay, so
Another thing about it is that when you take insulin, you have to account for. Excuse me, fucking Shadow! For fuck's sake, you're talking about my fucking disease.
Wait,
That
nobody
little.
said
How
anything.
do you
I heard
talk?
that shit. Okay.
I didn't say anything. What
He
the
didn't say
hell?
Okay.
Well, okay. Another problem with insulin is that you have to be very fucking careful with the dosages. So let me give you an example of how type 1, again, I'm talking only type 1, I don't know about type 2 diabetics, don't ask me about that.
Okay.
Type 1 diabetic takes his insulin. So I would have to, let's say we're going to a McDonald's, right? I'm about to eat a meal and I see, okay, my sugar's in the norm and I'm about to eat a Big Mac. So when do I take my insulin? Okay, I'm gonna take it 15 minutes before I eat because, well, I haven't been moving. My metabolism is such and such, right? And it's not an exact science, sadly, but I will hopefully have that shit figured out. So if I take my insulin and I nail the shit right, the insulin will kick in and lower my blood sugar at the same time as my body is processing, digesting, and absorbing it into the bloodstream. However, if I have retard insulin, what I'll call it, is it will go, sometimes I'll walk in 5 minutes, sometimes I'll walk in 50. If it's delayed, then okay, what will happen is my blood sugar will rise and then drop, which is not good, but the effects of that will be felt in 30 years when my foot falls off, or when I have like a kidney problem. Now, the opposite is even worse. If it acts too quick, the insulin will kick in and drop my blood sugar drastically before the sugar from the Big Mac will enter my bloodstream. Why is this dangerous? Because let's say I'm driving us back from the fucking McDonald's. What will happen is my blood sugar will drop rapidly, and which will cause me to, at best, be a little woozy, and at worst, pass the fuck out and maybe even slip into a diabetic coma.
What is
That's
it,
the
like a
danger behind it.
25% reduction in sugar causes you to be intoxicated?
So that. Well, hold on a second. Yeah, I will actually get told that like they can smell alcohol coming from my breath, and there have been cases of people being pulled over that have been hypoglycemic, and the cop legitimately thought, oh, okay, I smell alcohol on you, because when you have blood sugar problems, you will basically the person's breath will smell of alcohol. So they've got pulled over. The cop was sure, 100% fucking sure that the person was over the fucking limit. Now, of course, they wouldn't do a breathalyzer test, just like a sobriety test, but piece of shit cops, whatever. The point being is that why am I talking about the effectiveness of insulin or how fast it acts? Because that is the danger of the insulin. It's not necessarily just a bovine allergy, but also how consistent the insulin is with its effect time.
Cool. They made
That is
something
also
better.
part of it.
There's
So
no
a
point
way
in
to put it
making
is
it the
you
old
can
shitty
get
way.
away with using it, but your life expectancy is going to be much less. Like in the
Well, I don't know about that because Canada still offers it.
Bovine
Yeah,
insulin?
but no one wants
Yep.
to use it because it's garbage.
No, that's not true. They do, for the explicit reason that they wanted an alternative and they feel like it's actually cheaper, which actually isn't true because the newer
Which
methods
one
are
are you
actually
referring to?
cheaper.
Because
I
I'm
mean, this
also in
insulin is
Canada.
better than no
Bovine
insulin,
one.
so it's still good.
So,
yeah.
so the bovine one is actually more expensive to produce, and the reason why we know this is when they came out with the new method, and he's right, it was using a sort of a virus. When we had that new way of making it, literally the entire industry switched over to it because it was actually cheaper and easier to make. So the prices actually went down initially, but they started to go up. And the production expenses have not really gone up. Obviously, there's going to be some inflationary pressures or whatever. But the issue is not the cost of manufacturing it. The vast majority of the cost of insulin has nothing to do with manufacturing the actual insulin. It has everything to do with the transportation. Now, Hadiz,
People literally
you
have
said
been doing it in their basements, just to be clear.
Sure. Yeah, exactly. Now, why, like, I'm sure you've taken a few different, like, types of insulin from different manufacturers, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many of those have the same method for getting the insulin into your body?
All of them. So
It's
with
the
a type 1
exact
diabetic, you
same.
have to make subcutaneous injections, which is basically you inject it into the fat. So all of them.
Sorry,
First
let
I
me
started
be
with
more
syringes,
clear.
then I started with pens. Sorry,
So let
what?
me be more clear. Is every pen the exact same, or are there little differences in each one?
I mean, one is green, one is blue, but honestly, they're the same design. They're basically the same design. You
They're
have a
basically the
vial that
same
has been
design.
built into, yeah.
Yep, and then there's
There's
going to be a needle
you
that
could
you're going to
actually get
use to
away
get it
with them
in.
being exactly built the same way.
You
There's
could,
no
but
reason
there's
why
a
they're
reason why
different.
it doesn't in the US, and that's
Oh, because
because
of
regulation. Well, there's patents and there's regulation. So the insurance companies, because they're worried about having a method that is unsafe, only approves certain manufacturers' designs because they're worried about getting sued. So if there was some other design and there was some random problem with it, they're worried that they would be sued for having approved a design that could cause problems. So they limit the supply in the market. And Rogue was saying, well, it's the market that's causing this. Well, no, there are companies that have alternatives, but they can't get approval for it because you don't buy it directly from the manufacturer, nor does your hospital buy it directly from the manufacturer. There's
They go
multiple
through it, yeah.
agencies and different people that all have to give different regulation approvals. They all have to, like, this whole supply chain is really, really complex. And that's due to regulation. That's not due to market forces. And this is what I said earlier. We have a system where they took all the bad parts of the market and all of the bad parts from regulation and combined it together and broke all of the good parts from each one.
Okay.
So like insulin might cost, I think it's somewhere between like $8 to $15 to produce the actual insulin in the vial, but it's sold at something like $300 to $1,200 a vial.
I can double verify that. Now I had Blue Cross
That
Blue
price
Shield,
sounds
and
vile
even
to
with the
me.
insurance, it would cost me about. It would cost me. Hold on, let me look at my actual fucking vial. So this is about 500 milliliters. Okay, yeah, that's about how much I had. So 500 milliliters. A box would be about 3 of those. In the state of New Jersey. Again, just giving the specifics in case it's different in other regions. For a box of 3 insulin pens for 500 milliliters each. It was about somewhere between $160 and $200. Now this
Jeez.
lasts me about 3 pens. I mean, Jesus, that's like a month, maybe a little less.
I've had to buy vials over the counter in Canada before because I didn't have my insurance covered, and it was like $40 out of pocket. Like just walking up and saying, "Give me a vial of insulin," and walking out.
Well, to be fair, for a lot of drugs, like my sister works in pharmacy, so she sometimes tells me that, like, between the manufacturing, it's usually super cheap for a lot of drugs. There are some that, like, you do need, like, insurance to even, like, get because they actually are expensive to produce. But for the majority of drugs, like, they're really cheap to actually make, but the insurance is usually where that you see the price hike up.
So I want to quickly bring up, it's not just the insulin prices that are also fucked. I mean, yeah, this is the sexy part of the the disease because like it's literally the drug that you use to combat. But what you also need to do is you have to frequently test before you take every single injection, and even on average you have to at the very base minimal time test your blood sugar before and after each injection. So 2 tests per meal 4 meals a day, so 8 times. Plus, you know, if you're feeling woozy or if you're doing exercise, you also want to check, make sure that it doesn't get too high, too low. So plus however many times. So minimum of 8 times a day. You have to do that by pricking your finger with a little lancet. You have to replace a needle for that. That's one thing to replace. Then use a test strip. Another thing
You
that's
don't
replaceable.
replace your Lancet. I haven't done. I replace my Lancet
Sometimes
when
I
I replace my
do. Sometimes
meter.
I do.
Please. You don't. You
Well,
replace
you're
your Lancet
supposed to.
once in
You're
less a
supposed to.
year. I guarantee it.
No,
Once a
excuse
year?
me.
What?
Once. No, for reference, he knows. He knows what I'm talking about. He. This is a G. He knows. But for reference, it's a little thing that basically pricks your fucking finger with a needle. It just stabs you like, you know, so you can have like a little droplet of blood. It's measured so it's like as painless as possible usually. But here's the thing. You're supposed to replace that shit after every single test because the needle gets dull. 2, you can actually get a blood infection if you're not fucking careful with that shit because again, it's going into your fucking vein for a split second. And the meme is that we never fucking replace our lancets because, well, shit, unless like it's literally like trying to stab you and stuff in a pencil after like 3 months of it getting dull. The point being is you have to replace the lancets, you have to replace the little strips that are disposable. You can't reuse them, unlike lancets, because it's literally a little piece of plastic paper, whatever you want to fucking call it, that is attached to. You basically shove that little piece of paper into the glucometer, the machine that measures the blood sugar, and the little piece of paper sticks out, and you're supposed to put a little blood on it. It's almost like a pregnancy test, right? But you use blood instead of urine, right? And you attach it to a machine.
Yeah.
This shit is replaceable, and you have to buy it. You can't reuse it. It's physically impossible to reuse it, right? So you have to replace the lancets. You have to replace those fucking strips, which you can't save up on. You can't use them multiple times like lead lancets. Then you have to replace the needles on the fucking insulin. Now again, the lancets and the needles you can reuse, but again, they get dull. They go into your skin. It's a little bit painful if you use the same one for more than a fucking month. That's also where we as in diabetics, but also I guess Americans get shafted with the fucking cost because I'm paying $50 fucking bucks for little pieces of fucking plastic that probably take cents to manufacture, and I have to use at least 10 of them a day.
And even here, the strips out of pocket, you end up paying about $1 a strip.
$5
It's
a
the same with. It's like it's kind of similar with if you wear glasses too. Almost
yeah.
basically
Fucking
every
expensive.
there's
reuse
basically
glasses.
only but
No, but the initial cost.
it's
is
one
usually
company that
expensive.
owns like a majority of all the glasses manufacturing, and they crank the prices up.
Yeah, but he lives in a country where there's universal health care. Why is he being shafted with costs?
Wait, I'm not.
No,
This is
he's
back
talking about
to the
America.
US.
Okay.
You know, I lived in New Jersey for 11 years, then I moved to Poland, and here I don't have to pay for. Okay, I do have to pay for lancets and insulin, but just to compare, I would have to look at my receipt. For insulin, I would pay for 3 vials. I would used to pay between $160 to $200, like it depends, because like otherwise I'll not buy needles with that. In Poland, it costs me about 120 zloty for a box of 5.
Zloty? Is that how
Zloty,
what's called?
but divided by 4. That's a Polish currency.
Wait,
Divided by
wait.
4.
That's
divided
how
by
they
4.
say it in English? Damn.
No, that's how you say it in English. It's
Say it again?
złote in Polish.
With the Z?
Zloty.
Okay.
Wait, that's base.
So okay, I don't know how to
It means gold coins,
anglicize.
by the way, guys. It means gold
Yeah.
coins.
Okay.
Zlate, złote, because again, it's pronounced złote, but we use a special character with an L with a slash with it that basically acts as a W, right? So it's pronounced in Polish złote, but you guys see an L, so everybody keeps saying zlate. So I'll just say fuck it, it's zlate in English.
That's
whatever.
because here in the U.S. we don't take L's.
True. True.
Anyway,
Vietnam.
quick question. I have a quick question.
Eesh.
Why, like, to me, why are patents in like medical like stuff like that? Don't really make sense. to me.
Supposedly to recuperate the cost of R&D.
But like,
Well,
doesn't that just
sort
make
of.
a monopoly for a couple years, like at least 5
Yes.
years?
Yes, it does for
Yeah.
that specific thing. Because the idea is, look, if you're going to spend in the pharmaceutical industry, they'll spend billions of dollars researching something, right? And very often those things don't pan out. But if they do, you don't want somebody else then immediately copying your formula and then making all the
Yeah,
money off
reverse
of it.
engineering it.
Right. So you need to have an incentive to be able to recoup that cost.
I just want to say it costs about $1 billion to bring a drug to market.
Okay,
Also,
here's
look on
here's
Amazon
what,
Futurology to look
okay.
at every single fucking drug that supposedly cures cancer. How many failed fucking projects there are out there? Go ahead.
Yeah,
Rob.
yeah. You also
So
have to account
what
for
I
the
was
cost
gonna
of
say
failure.
is that I'm not against there being like short-term patents to recuperate some cost. What I do have a problem with is that these companies can like buy out a patent and jack the price up to an insane amount, and they don't have to give a reason why. Like
Well,
this is
I think what it.
this is
I think what
life-saving.
they're. What?
This is life-saving medicine that people need to survive. So I think there should be a way that these companies just have to prove that, hey, this is our legitimate reason why we need to increase the cost.
Oh, 100%. What companies will
Because
typically do is they'll modify the patent of everything but the active ingredient just enough so they can extend the patent. So,
Yeah, I think the extensions of patents are shit.
Wait,
The extensions to patents are shit.
No, I don't know necessarily about insulin. The thing is, it's biological in nature. Like just changing one amino acid makes its own unique thing. That's the thing.
Okay, yeah,
No, it's about the other things that are packaged with it.
Are you
Okay.
are you sure about that? I know insulin
Okay,
is
hold
the
on. That's
amino
why I said
acid base.
active ingredient. So that's why I said active
Yes.
ingredient. So there are, for example, let's take like a pill, like a capsule pill, right? So what you would have is the
Tylenol.
Tylenol or whatever, right? Literally what I have done in my pharmacy is I would ask for like an allergy medication, like Claritin or whatever, right? I would just recognize it by brand name. So I'll ask, do you have any Claritin here, right? And I'll ask about the costs, right? And they would go, oh, it's like 40 zloty. It's like, again, it's like $10, but again, I'm trying to be on a budget, so I just go. The pharmacist kind of sees me sucking my teeth in, and she just goes, "Well, you could also try the blah blah blah." I forgot the name, right? And I would ask, "Oh, is that good?" And she says, "Well, it's basically the same active ingredient. It's like 10 zloty, which is
Oh, so is that just a generic product for it? I guess.
yeah,
Is that
it's
what-
the same active
It's a
ingredient. So
generic,
the only
okay.
thing that's different, yeah, again, the pharmacist is like able to tell like what is the active ingredient on a label. Non-active ingredients are methods of delivery, right? So the drug may act a little bit faster,
What are you
or
doing?
make it a little bit easier to
Move
digest.
back!
Right? The actual.
He's playing a game. Just ignore him.
Right. So try to think of it this way. So if we're talking insulin, right? You can have insulin tablets for type 2 diabetics. Now, again, I don't take those shit, so I might be a little bit off with my facts here. Correct me if I'm wrong. But generally, you will still have the same kind of insulin across like all manufacturers. The only difference is how it's bound to, to dissolve in your stomach.
That's
how it's done stuff. So the delivery system may be
I
a little
don't
bit
think-
better,
wait,
or
that's
maybe additional ingredients to make it like more tolerable.
You're
But
talking
generally,
about chemical drugs versus biological drugs. That's the thing, is that insulin is a biological drug, right? Insulin's a protein, it's string up amino acids,
What's
and the
up?
reason
What's up?
how
What's
they change
up? Who's that?
insulin is by
Libtard?
changing the
What's
amino
going on,
acid sequence,
Libtard?
and they repatent that. Because one
What's
change
going
in the
on,
amino
El
acid
Jefe? Appreciate
sequence
y'all for
makes
stopping
it
by.
its own
How's
unique
y'all's
thing.
day going? And what
And that's what
state
they
are
do.
y'all from?
Now you're right with the delivery of chemical drugs.
What state you from, Libtard?
Although I do not know
And where do you lean politically?
I don't even think they even produce insulin that's biologically equivalent to what we produce anymore. I don't even think that exists anymore.
Okay,
Or at least no
another
company's
quick-
making it. And the thing is,
But
you're
to
also
be
forgetting
clear-
is like the price of these things. You ever wonder why there's no generic like medicines out there? Like Mark Cuban's starting it. It's like the
What's up? What's up? Hey, yeah.
You're muted, by the way.
Oh fuck, my fault. So you were saying that the events thing.
Yeah,
is in,
where's that in? What text chat? Is it in a text channel or what?
No, it's at the top. It should be at the top of the thing. You know how it says like welcome,
Yeah, I see welcome. I see
And-
welcome and rules.
and then like on top of welcome.
No, I don't see anything above welcome. Here, check this out. I'll do my screen.
Okay.
Are you talking like the top of the text channel of welcome?
Wow, what the hell?
Yeah, see. This isn't like a natural feature, is it?
Oh fuck, I don't fucking know.
Yeah, see what I mean? Is there any way you could drag that channel to below welcome or something like that, or whatever? If it's a text channel or something like that.
Nah, it's not. I wanna know what the fuck this is. That's weird. Why would they have it on here if nobody can fucking see it?
Am I the only one that's had this problem, or as far as you know, or?
Yeah, yeah. You're definitely one of the first ones.
And then
that have this.
I see this here. When I click this link just to find the channel, it doesn't. It says it's unavailable. Are you still on Twitch or no?
Yeah. Hell yeah, I'm streaming right now. I'm
Under
literally streaming right now.
under your name, right? Is
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Let me just look you up real quick. I see you. Okay. Well, I'll follow you on Twitch, and then that way I'll always know when you're streaming.
Appreciate that follow, booty sweat.
That was fast too. I should change my name to my Twitch name, to be honest, but okay.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna have to look into that though. I appreciate you for bringing that up. I wonder if it's due to like your permissions and all that shit. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to look into this shit. God damn it, it's always something.
Yeah, I exactly. What is it? Let's see. You said it's what? It's a
Yeah, no, it's called an event.
yeah. Do you how early does it let you know about an event?
Let me do this real quick.
Okay.
Let me switch you to a mod.
Okay.
And then let me see if you can see it.
Let me know when it happens, cause
Oh damn it. Okay. I just made your mod.
okay.
Alright.
See here, personalize your server remarks. Got it.
So do you see it now?
Hold on. It's giving me a whole bunch of notifications now. Got it. The only thing I see now is a moderators and admin text channel. There's no still not there.
So
No,
like
I'm a
so like you just see the mod only.
yeah, like the moderators channel was not there before.
Yeah.
But that's the only thing that's new. I'm gonna leave the channel and rejoin maybe and
Alright. That's so weird.
no,
Yeah.
it's still not there. That's weird.
That's extremely weird.
Wonder if this has to be a browser thing instead of a. You don't use Discord in browser, right? You use it in
I got the app.
Right, exactly same.
Wait, so you were using a browser?
No, I'm not. That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, no, like I use the app on the computer and then I use the app on the phone.
Yeah, I'm gonna open it up on my phone right now. See if it's any different. Oh, look at this. I see it now. I see it's on my phone. That's so weird.
Oh
I wonder
my
if my
god,
Discord
why
needs
is
to be
that
updated.
happening? Right? Like,
I
why
bet
is that happening?
Is there a way to see in settings if
Because
it's
I think this is a new update. To be completely honest with you.
Yeah.
So, hey, because you just joined today, right?
this server? Yeah.
Okay, so like whenever you joined, did it like bring up the rules and all that for you?
Yeah, I did that. I had to accept all that. I see it literally right here on my phone. I
Okay.
see it on my phone.
Cause see,
I
look,
see
bro.
heated discussion viewers choice on July 1st and July 2nd.
Yeah.
But my browser extension or the one on here just needs to update. I guarantee it. I bet next time I log into Discord, it'll automatically update and it'll pop up next time. I don't see a settings in the settings though, where you can like force it to update, which kind of sucks. But we're good. I got it.
All right, for sure.
This is kind of cool. And then what?
And but yeah, like as far as the whole welcome thing and all that, like I guess that was a new update also. So like I had did all that stuff today. And
yeah, like I just click interested in those in those two events.
Because like you've been how many Discords are you in?
I'm in a lot, but nothing like this.
Yeah, and I've never seen anybody use the events or even use the whole welcome thing. So that's why I was kind of.
This is cool though. I don't think it would make much sense for me to have it on anything but my phone, anyways, because, how's it gonna send me a notification on my browser? Maybe that's why it's not popping up, but it pops up on my phone. I don't know. But cool, man. Well, shit, this is nice. The memes are already hilarious.
Yeah, no, it's I mean, to be honest, I'm fairly new to Discord, and this is my first server. Like, I made this probably like a month and a half ago, around there. So, like,
Well, man, you put together a nice server for just starting.
yeah, no, like I've definitely been getting like advice from people and whatnot,
Yeah, you got a lot of people in here already too.
Just trying to get more, so like when I do start having those sessions or whatnot, I'll be able to get like differences of opinions or whatnot.
Right.
But let me go hop back up in the other Discord that I was in real quick because I'm still trying to bring
No
more
worries.
people.
I gotta take off anyways. So.
All right, bro.
All
Well,
right,
yeah.
I'll see you around.
All right, bro. And you definitely enjoy the rest of your day. All right, bro.
Thanks a lot. You too. Peace.
All right, bro. Thank you.
processed liver and might be turned into fat at the liver site directly.
Also,
Okay,
lactose and galactose take like longer to break down, doesn't it?
Correct.
I've
Yeah.
discovered I'm slightly lactose intolerant.
Yeah, you can't. Some people can't even digest lactose. It's the bacteria.
I'm actually a majority of humans can't.
Yeah, the majority can. That's why
Dude,
you
I'm
fart so
just
much.
superior.
Yeah, no,
they're
we're
young
actually talking
bacteria
about
that are
this
the
the other
only
night.
mammals that
You
are
know what's
allowed-
not? You know what's not
I'm
talked
just
about
superior.
either. You know what's not talked about either is that some of the stuff that's digested by bacteria in your body, you absorb their whatever they excrete too. I think like some of the what is it, B12? What's the one everyone's deficient in?
Vitamin B12.
Yeah. Some of
Yeah.
you actually get some B12 from bacteria in your gut. A very
Well,
small
yeah,
amount.
that's why. Well, like you actually get that from eating meat products. Also.
Yeah, but even then the meat even the cows they don't make it themselves. The bacteria in their gut make it, and a little bit happens here. But most of the bacteria is so far in the digestive tract that you can't even absorb. You can't even absorb it. They're so far down.
But yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
another
you can get
car!
it from like yogurt, you know, and like different things like that, you know, that have like probiotics and all that stuff. I think.
To be fair, whenever you're talking about sugar, I do feel that like as long as you're like I don't know, kind of not measuring out, but like you have some understanding of like when you're. I think people eat when they're not even hungry.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely, that's me right there.
Because like I was thinking, like I've like started dieting a little bit, and like
Based.
I've decided like to start controlling. So like one of the things I do is like even like I found out when I'm bored, I tend to eat stuff, and I'm like,
Yes.
wow,
Oh, yeah.
I'm not even hungry. Like someone would be like, you want to go to McDonald's? I'm like, I'm not hungry. Like I'll just go, yeah, sure, and I'll eat a Big Mac or something, and I don't need to. And all that extra calorie, especially if I'm not like burning it off like immediately, is
Yeah.
gonna like get stored into like, you know.
I just want to hate on women for a second. They also say they're not hungry, but then they steal all your fucking fries.
They steal all your fucking fries. True.
Well, yeah, like that right there. That right
That's
there.
funny.
Like
Their
I
fries
found,
It's like, ooh, potatoes.
wait. I think this is a psychological effect, and not actually like a hunger thing. Like I think when people see other people eating, they also want to like be in that like kind of
like kind of like socialize with it.
Like so sometimes like I see my friend eating, I'm like, dang, now I kind of want like the fries because like I'm not hungry, but like I
Yeah,
just
you
kind
don't
of
do
want
it because you're hungry. You just want to taste it.
Next
But
time
Yeah,
I
yeah,
see
yeah.
someone's
Spit it out after, are
fries,
you?
I just say, "What? I'm just trying to fit in."
Yeah, you do
Yeah, I
that
think
also.
it's just part of like herd mentality of just everyone else is eating, I should probably be eating as well.
Yeah, or at least
At a
like,
certain-
makes
or
you
at
feel
least
like
like
fucking
nibbling on something.
like an orphan at the table. Like, oh my
Yeah.
god.
Mhm.
And
So, like-
everybody feels guilty around you too. It's like, dude, you good? You want some of this? You know? Like,
Yeah.
Oh, go on.
I'm pretty sure it just has to do with old aspects of the human monkey brain of being like everyone
the
else
monkey
is
that
eating.
wouldn't eat. Yeah.
No, it's like everyone else is
fairness-
eating. Everyone
fairness
else is
circuit.
eating. Well, it's
Don't be
probably
the odd
something
one
very
out.
it's something probably very subconscious where it's just like everyone else is eating. There's probably a reason why I should be eating right now. I should eat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because it's like because if you think about like when we really haven't changed much in a long time. So like when we first probably developed that like subconscious thing, it was probably right that even if you're not hungry, if everyone else is eating, you probably should eat because you might not get to eat again soon.
Ooh,
You're
ooh, a good
referring to
point
herd
this.
mentality.
A good
overall,
point to
for
this
the
is
same reason why
actually-
when one elk lifts up their ears, all the other ones raise their ears and they all run away with the same urgency. Yeah.
Yeah, well, another thing is also probably back then, whenever you find food, you don't find food often back probably in the wild. This is just a theory; it's not true. I don't even know if it's true, right? But like, you probably don't find food often in the wild. So when you find food, you're gonna eat that food regardless. It's kind of like I don't know if your moms have done this when they go, like, eat all your food, don't waste any, right? Because like,
think of the starving children in Africa,
yeah,
and
I
they'll
think of
eat
the-
it, so
yeah.
they'll get none.
In that sense, it's like we don't get food often, so you have to eat what you get when you get it. So like if you're not eating a lot, like you don't have a lot of food, it's fine. But when you increase the amount of food that's available to you, you're gonna try not to waste any of it. So you're gonna eat all of it, kind of thing. That is
It's
my
not even that
theory.
like you can't afford food. You just don't want to waste the food you have.
Yeah.
And it's especially a problem in America because just portion sizes are so god awful huge.
Yeah. The calorie density of food is crazy here.
Like I've seen people
Every time I
talk.
went out to eat with my dad, I would just like feel like I'm about to fucking explode after like a
Like,
normal breakfast.
Yeah, I was about to say I've seen many stories of people coming from like Europe and stuff. They for the first time they order a large meal and it's like double the size of what they can get in Europe because a large over there is a medium here.
Yeah, I guess that is crazy. I never really thought about that. Like, I guess like in America.
I've seen size comparison videos, and straight up, like even at fast food places, they give you different amounts of fries in different countries and different size drinks. And some
Yeah,
of
it's
them,
honestly
like, a
kinda
medium
like-
in America is bigger than a large in other countries for the drinks.
Like I'm trying really hard to cut down on like what I eat. Just eating in general. I just like yesterday I was talking with Goon. Yesterday I ate very light yesterday. I had a breakfast sandwich, a protein bar, and a McDonald's burger. And that was
Nice.
it.
Wait,
That
what
was
type of burger?
it.
What type of burger?
It was a quarter pounder.
Veggie burger.
Quarter pounder, my man.
Dude.
That's
like that's probably
the
like
thing.
600 to 700 calories. The breakfast meal you probably had was like 400. Yeah, you ate around. You ate around.
Protein bar is like 200. But you know what? This goes back to the thing where people are saying like sugar makes you fat. Although it's really just like it really is an excess of calories. Although there's some nuances to that as well. At which your storage of them and your storage of other macronutrients does change. Like you can build muscle. You can you can build up your glycogen that's needed.
But
So
the
it's
very
like
basic level.
yeah, very
I like to
basic
look at
level.
it as
But
like a pyramid.
fries are almost as bad. If you get a double cheeseburger from McDonald's and you get a medium-sized fries, I think it's roughly about the same calories. Like fried
that
food.
wouldn't surprise me.
And what's the worst part about fried foods is we use our foods that we fry are so high in omega-6. Omega-6 actually causes inflammation. So inflammatory markers absolutely do spike up, and they do have a cellular effect. Like one of the biggest people of like the tests of whether omega-6 is like good for you is what is it, Israel? Is Jerusalem? I'm sorry, I'm so bad with geography. Which one's? I don't know which one's the city.
Jerusalem is in Israel.
Israel, yeah, Israel is like the highest proponent of like omega-6 fatty acids in their diet, and they have paid tremendously for it with cardiovascular disease. Like, there's so much nuance that goes into this, but fats will absolutely make you fat. I just wanted to add that.
Oh, so real quick, Tartar, I really like your profile picture.
I know you're the reason why I joined this fucking VC because I saw a capybara.
Hilarious.
My friends have just taken to any meme that has a capybara. They ask why I did that.
I literally made a channel in my friend's tech server dedicated to capybaras. It got deleted, but I really liked
As it
them.
should. Fuck the capybara.
Yeah.
It should.
Fuck the capybara.
Oh
Wow.
my god.
That's rude.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're
Guess this guy doesn't
overgrown
pull up or
groundhogs.
hop out at the after party. SMH
They're over.
in my head.
Okay, they're overgrown groundhogs.
Oh, that's not even a groundhog. They're a rodent.
Oh, and now y'all are side by side. Oh my god.
Have you guys ever had capybara? It's delicious.
Is it?
I hate you.
Wait.
On my bucket list is to meet one. Wait, why did I just talk like Yoda? My bucket
You can
list.
meet one.
I want to meet one.
Don't
No,
they have
I don't
those
wanna
at
eat one.
zoos? Don't they have those at like zoos? They have like
Not all of them because they.
Why you want to meet it like a celebrity?
Because they.
I want to meet one.
literally don't
Like it's gonna
understand.
greet you. That shit's gonna attack your ass.
No, dude, they're so
Capybaras are some of the
fucking
most
nice.
chill
They
animals
are
ever.
nice.
Yeah, I just relate to them.
They're actually insanely nice for where they like with aren't they with like jaguars and
You know,
caimans?
they hang out with
Actually-
jaguars. They hang out. They
Yeah.
hang out with just the most apex predators, and you're just like,
acting like
and
the
they're just
A-
still,
A-tier
yeah.
Pretty
celeb.
much the only thing in South America that doesn't try to kill you.
Yeah, you know what's
And I'm
what
including
I like?
the Brazilians.
How do you feel
I
about
wanna
how do you
go to
feel about
Arizona, man.
chinchillas?
Oh, I could go to California or Fresno. Yeah.
I wonder.
Tongs,
I'm looking at
California.
this server actually wants to start his own capybara farm in Norway. Or St. Cameron.
I want to go to Europe, man.
I wanna
with
I
the
wanna
states
start-
going downhill. I gotta visit.
I'm good.
I
I'm
want
still,
to, dude. I want to start.
as long as they
taco
don't
shop
take
in
away
Norway.
the Civil Rights Act, I'm staying here.
Civil rights.
Yeah.
I can't. Oh, but I
Fair
can't.
enough.
I can't meet them. Oh.
Yes, you can meet them. I believe
No.
you can do it.
No,
Just
my
take out a loan and
my
then
local zoo
go to
has
South America and then go
my
to
local
the-
zoo has capybaras, but it's at the big zoo, so you can't actually go and like pet one.
Can you just ask
I
them?
wanna
I mean,
go
like
to a
you can
petting
just
zoo.
say, "Hey, I have this much money.
I
like,
want to
can
go to
meet
a petting zoo.
capybara with a
I want
trainer?"
to meet a capybara.
I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
since I stay in Texas, I can probably own a capybara.
I
Because
think
we
you
can
can.
have all
Oh,
type
yeah.
of exotic animals.
I
down
watched
here.
this guy on
pretty
Oh
sure
yeah,
I
and
could
he
get
has
Texas
one.
has those laws. Yeah.
Pretty sure
I
could
forgot
get
his
one. I'm
name.
gonna look into that.
Something like barnyard, backyard. I forgot his name. But he has 2 capybaras. They're called Gort and Quandale Dingle. And, the Urban Rescue Ranch.
Yeah, Quandale. That guy's a
Quandale
comedian.
Dingle.
Yeah,
That guy
wait,
is
wait.
an icon.
Why
He has
can't you email the? Oh, sorry. Go on.
He has a fucking kangaroo named DaBaby. I've been watching his videos like crazy.
What the fuck?
Why
I
can't
don't
you
know.
email
I
the
watched
zoo?
videos on
No, I
email
can't-
which zoo?
Like any zoo, and just that has a capybara, and be like, "Hey, can I pay for an exclusive meetup?"
Because they're
No, okay.
Okay, you act like they
Wait.
don't want money. They
Hold
they,
up.
they absolutely like they're
That's
there are
always
places
something
they will
else is
absolutely.
going on.
How much money do you think I have?
I don't know.
Yeah,
How much do you
more.
want to
Okay,
see
how
them? How
much
much
does
do you
this
want to
dream
see
mean
them?
to you?
Rogue,
Hold
why
up.
do you think this is like a VIP pass to meet like fucking Guns N' Roses for like $10,000? Just like
Well, they're acting like they're celebrities.
They're acting
Wait,
like
why do you
this
guys
exactly. They
why
want to
do
meet
you guys
them so bad. It's
wait,
like
why do you guys
how
want to
bad?
meet these like
I got
these
bills
rodents?
to
I need to
pay.
know.
These
Wait,
rodents.
why do you guys want to meet these rodents? I want to know.
They're awesome.
I don't know how to
What do you
explain
mean
it.
they're
Just
awesome?
like everything they stand for and the fact that they get along with everyone. That's what I aspire to be.
Okay.
What do they
They're
stand
animals. They
for?
don't
They
give a
can't
fuck.
even stand.
They take poops outside. Okay, they don't stand
you
for
sound
anything.
like a
We
Hassan
shit.
simp.
Some people shit on the floor. What's wrong with that?
Do you want to be like those people?
Some people
No,
shit on
I didn't.
beds.
I'm not
Exactly.
saying
Exactly.
Amber Turd.
Well, I mean,
Amber turd, true.
I do believe
No,
that
just because
capybara.
I like aspire to be like them doesn't mean I aspire to be every aspect of who they are.
Okay, what
Okay.
aspect do you want to be?
I already
for-
said
capybara?
like how they get along with everybody. They're easygoing. They're calm. They're so friendly, and they make
There
little
are s-
noises.
There
They
are
like the
so many
water.
animals. There are so many animals that do the exact same thing. I want to
Oh
know
my
why
God.
a
Yeah.
capybara.
How many
I just,
animals do you
like-
see just chilling with alligators?
No,
They're
she's
very
right.
There are
exotic.
so many
Very
types of
exotic.
birds that do the exact same thing. That they'll literally like help
You
alligators.
want
so
to be
they
like
can
an
poop.
alligator?
No, I'm
I want to
saying
be like a capybara.
okay,
She's
but
right.
there
They
are
are
birds.
very friendly. They're like the easiest animal to hunt in the world.
All right, gentlemen, check the debate to chat. Check the debate to chat. Oh
Sure.
wait, it's loading.
You haven't posted anything, man.
It's loading. Give me a
Oh,
minute.
okay.
I thought you were seriously being like, I want to be like an alligator.
Oh, there it is.
Oh.
Oh, you have to view the original.
Like, look at
See?
that.
Look at him. He's just
Maybe
chilling
I'm like
with
all
everybody.
those other animals because I'm attracted to them.
Okay.
No, that's not
This
what I
is
meant.
no.
Sister in Christ.
No.
folks.
You take it the way you
Capybaras
want,
cannot
man.
consent.
Take it the way you
I don't know how
perceive
you're
it.
gonna take
My sister
anything
in
from
Christ.
from an animal. Okay.
Fucking ruined
I just
the
want to
love of
pet him.
animals. I hate
Okay.
wanna
Hey,
it
we're
scratch
gonna
his back.
we're gonna
Like,
hey listen.
you
We're gonna keep
cannot
you
be
far
passionate
away
about
from
animals anymore
capybaras.
without somebody calling
Oh
you.
my
No.
god.
It's disgusting.
I think you
No,
guys
no, no,
are
no,
weird
no.
being wishful
No, she
thinkers.
said-
You're probably into that.
Well, no, wait.
accusing
What
me
did
of
you?
that
You
shit.
said something. You said something. What did she say?
You said you're attracted
Yeah, you
specifically.
said
No,
you're
I
attracted
said
to
they
them.
attract me.
No,
said
no,
you
you
were
did
attracted
not.
to
You're attracted.
No,
You
you
said
did
you were
not. I
attracted
clipped
to
that.
them. Come
I
Oh
on.
clipped
my
that.
god. I swear to
Damn.
God.
Tater pal. Okay.
I clipped it.
Great.
You're
Negative for
harassing
you.
animals. Okay.
This is slander.
It's not slander if you said it.
I
Consensual
stand for
capybara.
capybara sexual
I love goats. Goats are cool
harassment.
too. I lived next to a guy
Well,
that did goat yoga.
I hate goats. What do you guys?
Go
what's
yoga
wrong?
is the most
You're picking the
overrated
worst
shit
animals.
ever, dude.
I've
Literally,
never
goat
done
yoga
it,
is
but
so
the
dumb.
concept seems
Done it
cool.
in
It's
fucking
so
hard.
dumb. It's so dumb.
If any of you guys want to
Goat
pet a capybara, I have a
yoga.
capybara rug. It's really soft.
Dude, goat yoga was literally
That's
invented
not
to milk
funny.
money out of white
That's
women, dude.
fucked
That's
up.
literally
Oh,
what it.
I saw that picture. I've seen all these pictures basically.
You probably have a full album. Oh
If
my
you
god,
s-
the baby
shut the
capybaras,
fuck
they
up.
look so
Shut
fucking
the
Spank
fuck up.
bank. It's in the spank bank.
Anyway,
I'm gonna stop bullying you about capybaras.
up.
Well, they're called capybaras.
Oh, look at my
Capybaras.
banner, guys. Look at my banner.
Are they classed as
Yeah,
rodents?
yeah, I saw that shit. I was like,
They really are.
that's so
They really are
funny.
rodents.
Are they,
That's so
they're
fucking
rodents. Kill them.
They're an infestation.
They're basically giant guinea pigs.
Who the fuck just
etymologically.
called them an infestation?
I did. It was me.
Screw you, lady glizzy. You probably don't even give out glizzies.
I'm actually a
I
hot
don't know,
dog
that
seller.
wasn't
Thank
really
you very
an
much.
insult.
All right.
I'm
For
not-
I sell hot dogs in DC. You're wrong. Okay. I sell lots of glizzies. All right, rodent attract. What is
You know,
that?
I'm gonna start collecting people who like capybaras.
Yes.
Because like at this
Make a
point, it's
Cappy-
Tonks,
Make a Cappy
Rogue.
guild.
Put them in a farm.
No cap.
Okay,
What?
on my server, our mascot animal is the capybara and the floppa.
Oh, the flop is pretty
Okay,
cute
Floppas,
too.
every fucking video I've seen of them, they just like hiss. They're super aggressive.
Okay, so they're not aggressive. It's they can't purr like normal cats.
So they're hissing
They're-
instead of going meow,
Yeah, they
The
they're
fact that you had to replicate
baring
it.
their teeth. Shut the fuck up.
And you called me a furry, guys. You just heard this kid that just
Well,
meowed.
I didn't. I didn't.
Okay. Well, he's not attracted to them, so it's fine.
Shut the fuck up.
I mean, I'm not attracted to them, but those anime girls with cat ears, you know, they kind of do it for me.
All right, man. Now you're pushing the line, bro. You're pushing.
Oh no, he's already at the line. That's
Listen,
basically
the
a
only thing I'm
furry.
pushing is your
a-
mom's backside.
That's a furry, dude.
Why did you just
On-
gag after you said that?
Just what you did.
Yeah, you
was
wanted to do
meant-
that.
Why did you not gag last night?
What?
Oh,
That sounds
that
like
just
a
means your
you
dick is
better.
small. Wait, that
You
just means
better.
your dick is small.
This is
Okay, fair
my,
enough.
anyway, this is my profile picture on Twitter.
Oh,
Hang on, it's loading. Why is it
no.
so slow?
We're gonna see more capybara pics. We
Shut
have
the
it.
fuck up!
We
How'd
have
you
an
know?
infestation in chat. It's not that hard to figure out.
Hey, Joseph.
another capybara.
No, they're
Dappy-
spreading.
That's so. I love that. Dappy
They're
bar, like Dapper
freaking-
Cappy.
Yeah,
Dude,
It's
that's
just a
the name
big
of-
hamster.
dude, bro, they're spreading.
That's what I am. I am a
Oh my
capybara.
god, bro. Oh,
That
They're
is
no.
spreading.
so
It's just a
No.
dumb big hamster.
Shut up.
I get Destiny personally to ban you, bro. Like I want
Try
him
as
to
you
be the
might.
one to
He
strike
Personally
ban hammer
ban
on
you.
you. Yeah.
Hit him with a-
I got connections in this server. I know the twinks.
Okay. Okay.
You literally only have one friend in common with me, and I've been here 7
Shut the
fucking years.
fuck up.
Damn,
Hey,
call
Actually, I have
out.
two. I have
Personally,
two.
I wouldn't go like that.
I wouldn't take that
No,
disrespect.
three.
I wouldn't take that disrespect personally.
No, I'm not
That's
saying she
crazy.
doesn't have friends in general. I'm just saying
Personally, I
on
wouldn't
Discord.
like that.
Bro, just send your friend list. I would never allow that. That's crazy.
I personally wouldn't stand for that.
You're gonna go like that? He just dissed capybaras. You can't let that
Okay,
happen.
I was spacing out. Sorry.
I was spacing.
That wasn't even funny.
Good
Oh,
comeback.
touching grass, Joseph.
Yeah.
What is the goggles? I can't.
You know what's
Shoot,
funny?
okay,
These
was
these
raining.
capybaras probably touch more grass than both of you.
So if you guys want, I'm gonna post my capybara gumbo recipe. It is really, really good.
Oh, dude, bad. Thanks, bro.
That's not funny. You guys are pushing the
Oh.
line. You're pushing me over the fucking line.
Are you
I
guys
would eat-
talking about eating capybara?
Yeah,
Oh,
we are.
that would-
They're so good.
They're fucking delicious. They're almost as good as guinea pig.
Thank
Nice.
you.
Have you guys had guinea
understand.
pig?
No.
Dude,
Never tried.
Yeah,
We're all
they eat it
vegans in here.
Peru a lot. It's
We're all
delicious.
vegans in here. No, we don't cause
I'm not
animal
vegan, bro.
suffering.
What? Imagine I'm not vegan.
We do not cause animal cruelty over here. Okay.
we do
This
not
is
stand for
Not
animal
cruel if-
cruelty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do.
It's not
Not
cool. It's
all-
not cruel if they're delicious, but you know.
What?
Based. That's a based. That's based.
It's
Sorry,
okay.
man.
It's okay if they're not dogs.
It's okay.
What's wrong with eating dogs?
Yeah, I would eat the dog too. Not
I
my
wouldn't.
dog.
Are you-
How did the
Not
Chinese
my
person?
dog.
Joseph,
Oh
I'm
no!
going to a
Wait,
different
we're not
channel.
starting. We're not starting a vegan debate. That's
Is
the
it
one thing we're
ethical
not
to eat
doing.
dogs?
Is it ethical
Oh
to
my
eat dogs?
god!
Game room. No, I don't
If
want
you-
to game room,
Look,
actually.
if you eat
Nah, no,
meat, there's
seriously, here's the bigger question: what's more ethical, eating a dog or eating a capybara?
The latter.
Eating
the
a
latter.
capybara is
it
more
is
ethical.
more. It is more ethical to eat a capybara
Yeah, I
think they're-
say
because
that.
they are
That's-
rodents, infestations. They should be eaten.
They're
Okay,
pretty-
rodents
but
aren't
like, okay.
infestations.
No,
Just
think
because they're a
about it.
rodent.
In like, on average, do you think that capybaras like murder more animals or dogs?
It doesn't matter.
Probably
doesn't
the
matter.
dogs,
I
100%.
think it
What do you
depends
mean
on
it
the
doesn't
bounty.
matter?
Look, they
Dogs have more
dogs
value.
murder.
Dogs are more useful.
Wait. Dogs murder the right things.
Yeah,
Okay,
dogs,
here's a
dogs
question:
have
Is
value.
it
Dogs do things.
pigs are
properly.
scientifically smarter than dogs? Is it
Yeah.
ethical to eat them?
Yes.
Delicious.
Bacon
Why?
is tasty. Because bacon is tasty.
Yeah.
Wait, if we're actually gonna do an actual debate on this, there's no way you can defend eating pigs and then not eating dogs.
What about a disabled child?
What?
Yes.
No, this is the problem.
I love vegetables.
Where did that come
That
from?
is going far in the right field.
No, this is how every vegan debate goes. This is literally. Alright,
No,
so you think it's okay to eat
usually
pigs?
goes along the lines,
Was
I
anyone
once
here
debated a
yesterday?
vegan and they asked about eat an aborted fetus, and I was like, not
Okay, this
anymore.
is too much. Let me
anymore.
talk
Yeah,
about,
what if they had a
let me
aborted
put you in this
fetus suit?
scenario.
You
You guys
know?
are in
Let
my
her talk,
mind
let her
right
talk,
now.
let her
We're
talk.
going to a scenario of you
An
getting
abort-
trapped on a deserted island, and
Desert?
there's a man,
Do I gotta
and
suck
he
his
has
dick?
like a shit ton of food that
Do I have to
he's
suck his dick?
yeah.
I'm sucking that
That's
dick.
fine,
I'm
I'll do
sucking
it.
that dick, dude.
I'll do it for
I'm
free.
sucking it down.
Who
I
wouldn't
will-
do
I
it?
will-
Who wouldn't
Who
do it? I feel
wouldn't?
like
Exactly.
Joseph.
doing
No,
it. I'd do
Joseph
it for
wouldn't
I'd
for
give him the
sure.
best orgasm of his life.
Joseph would not suck that man's dick for a coconut because he would not be pure in the eyes of God.
You do know that
Probably.
coconuts
Okay.
are laxatives, right?
Mhm.
You would actually lose water eating them.
Okay.
Well,
But you get all
We'll
that
keep that
water
in
back
mind.
from the jizz that you swallow. What are you
I
talking
think-
about? What do you mean, dude? You're fine.
Joseph
It's
is
less a
down.
laxative and more diuretic.
Valid.
What?
Valid.
This guy has a big brain.
Big brain.
Big
You see,
Wayne.
you see what he's sapping all the energy from the fat man to steal
Okay,
his
so how
food
many
later
how
on.
many carbohydrates are there in an average ejaculation? There.
I don't know, like 4 grams.
What?
I don't want to Google that. Someone else
It's like-
did.
it's
it.
like-
No,
it's like a
seriously.
couple
That's
of
not
grams.
big on my
insulin
search
I have to
history.
take before him.
That's not coming on
Okay,
my
let's
search history.
see.
Fuck that.
That's not-
11 grams of carbs.
11 grams is a lot. That's a decent amount.
Hey, yo, I might need to start putting some protein.
That's
like,
40.
my
That's
protein
yeah,
shake, bro.
yeah,
I might need to
yeah.
ask a homie.
I
The
got you, bro.
cum shot on
That's-
I got you, bro.
nutritionrank.com.
You
That's
got me,
40.
thanks, bro.
You
My
said
protein
I
shake
come
is about to go
shot.
crazy.
What if you're just shooting like big strings though, like massive?
Wait, no, it's
loads?
not. No, it has total. Oh yeah, total carbs. Yeah.
Like,
Okay.
what if
there's
you're
all
just
this
shooting
free
fucking
protein and
massive
you're just
loads?
wasting it.
Wait,
All
hold
right.
on. Doesn't it depend on what you eat? Because like if it changes your flavor, it probably
It's
changes
the average.
Okay.
Low carb, low fat, low protein content.
I'll eat a lot of pineapples, so it's okay.
It's low fat.
Yeah. I got that.
Yeah.
That's funny. That's funny.
You
What
know
is
the
the
shit
cherry
dissolves your mouth,
bomb?
right?
Huh?
Oh,
Say
the
again.
pineapples have enough like acidity to like partially.
No, they have an enzyme. The bromulin. It's called
Enzyme,
bromulin.
my bad.
Yeah, it's called
Well,
bromulin.
if it makes,
Bromelain,
if it makes
bromelain.
like a if it makes a blowjob worth it, it makes a blowjob worth it.
Yeah.
Fair.
If you can change the taste,
Yeah,
then I
it
think you should.
washes out the taste of it.
Well, there we go then. Then it's okay.
Pineapple flavored cum, yes.
There's no cholesterol in the shot.
Fuck, of course there shouldn't be.
I think every vegan should just live on cum from now on.
Yeah.
No, because cum.
No, that comes from a that comes
Still
from
come from a human.
Yeah,
Well,
but
no. Well, no.
like,
Well, no.
it's
Well,
not.
no. Well, no.
But if it's ethically
Because I
sourced, though.
always say that,
What if
like, you
you-
know, that like I am vegan, but like I still technically.
Dude, this is so basic.
meat?
Next time I'm dating
Yeah.
like on a date with a
When
vegan
I
chick
do-
and she says like I'm
yeah.
vegan, I'm gonna ask, oh, so you don't swallow?
No, she could still swallow.
Wait,
she's
no.
vegan. I researched that once.
She might
Would
actually
that
say
be
no.
vegan
It's an
though?
animal,
That's a
Wait,
good
no,
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 it's
question.
she
not
might actually
vegan,
say no,
but
right?
it is vegan. It
Would
is
that
a
be
meat
vegan if
eater.
you
Ethically sourced without.
if you eat
I
pussy?
I don't know.
Is
Unless you
that
rape them.
vegan?
Unless you rape them, surely it's ethical.
Wait, can it be
No.
cruelty free if I ask her to
That was funny.
sprinkle
I never
sauce in the
thought
middle
of
of
that.
it?
No, that adds the cruelty. It wouldn't be cruelty free. You're
I mean,
abusing them
would it be
before you're
considered
eating them.
cruelty not to?
Maybe that ass
Give 'em a little
isn't
shake.
vegan. Maybe the pussy is vegan.
What if
Right,
she
yeah.
edges me
Pussy.
for like 2 hours? Is that cruelty free? I feel like that's cruelty. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
I don't even know what we're talking about anymore. I'm gonna say some really.
Okay, just
awesome-
don't.
you need
don't.
That's not even in the
Don't get it,
top
you don't
10
get it.
worst things I've heard in this server, so like that's fine.
I heard something about
Wait,
rights
what
in the
is?
server
What
that
is?
they
Hold on,
just
I want
took
to
down.
hear your top 10.
No,
I
we're
wanna
not
hear
going
your
back
top
on
10.
that.
Yes, we are.
Let's get
What
the
is the
server.
top? I want to hear the top 3. I want to hear the top 3, just for brevity's sake.
Oh damn. Okay.
Top 3 worst shit, worst things. Now, obviously, don't say fucking slurs, or just
Oh,
call
I
us
can't
names
say
or
that.
whatever.
Yeah, I
Danwood
can't
would
say
be,
anything.
Wait, I can go. I think the top thing I heard, at least I've only come here in the first like 3 days, so that's not funny. That's not funny. Stop laughing, okay?
No, I was laughing at something else.
I thought you laughing at that I said come, okay?
No.
No, there was one guy I was arguing with, and he was like, "Yo," he was arguing for like the white dominancy of race or something, that we need a dominant culture. And he
my
was like, "I
God.
was like, is there any biological differences between like a white and a black person?" And he would not answer. So that was probably the worst take.
I mean, skin tone is one.
Melanin, yeah.
Jeez, that was a difficult one for him. Damn.
No, but he was. It
I've
was
heard a lot of
interesting.
people talk about the morally neutral question.
What's the morally neutral
what?
question?
Is incest morally neutral?
Yes.
No.
I don't know any justification, like, or like, what is it? Any way to say it's not like morally neutral.
The only argument I can think of, just against it, is just genetic, really.
But like, we don't. But then, like, you'd be pro eugenics in some case.
Yes,
No,
in that case, I'll happily be pro eugenics.
Fuck yeah.
Okay.
Fuck
Well,
yeah, I'll
the-
take it,
All right.
You got
and then-
I low-key think
some
that
people, some people say like the people who are for abortion believe in eugenics.
I don't think so. They do not.
That's always been a
pro-choice,
conspiracy.
There's
That's
a
always been a
difference between-
conspiracy.
There's
the
a
only
difference.
eugenics I support is the
To
incest
take
thing.
down the black man.
There's
Oh
a
wait,
difference
I think I know what you're
between,
talking about.
there's a difference
I know
between.
what you're talking about.
Yeah.
I would say
Next,
there's
number
a
5.
major difference between eugenics and abortions, because
Yeah, one's a lot more funny.
Well, like eugenics
Yeah,
usually.
killing the
I mean,
disabled
eugenics
slaves.
usually would involve abortions, but it would be like a lot of times forced abortions, forced sterilization.
Well, yeah,
'cause you
abortion is a tool, but like, do you guys know that one conspiracy where it's like the reason why, like at least from Black conservatives, like why?
Yeah, the reason Planned Parenthood is
abortion-
in every corner is because it was started by a white supremacist.
Yeah, to get rid of black babies.
I mean, that is true, but like, I don't think that's the reason it is still a thing.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
I argued against
yeah,
someone
yeah.
one time on that. It was a fun argument.
It just got.
I think that most people would probably support like some form of eugenics. Like if somebody was like, "Hey, we have like a genetic tool to like modify so all like diseases born through genetics can be fixed right away." I think most people. Would
Okay,
probably say,
that's
okay.
Yeah,
that's where it starts.
That's all right. Yeah, that's where exactly. That's literally
That's where it starts.
that's literally where it starts. You know, it really does.
But
Here's
the
thing,
problem,
you also have to remember.
Slippery slope argument.
Wait, no, it's just because it's
You have to
arbitrary.
remember that
It's
Margaret
arbitrary.
Sanger
reference to the
believed
law.
in eugenics or euthanasia.
Yeah.
She was the founder of Planned Parenthood.
That's cool.
Some positive
Margaret
contributions.
Sanger was a racist.
Abortion's great.
Okay, George Washington founded America, and he was a racist.
Yeah,
Racist.
Technically, everybody was racist. Back then.
Racist.
Yeah, I mean,
Everybody a little bit
you
racist.
go. I would bet
What's
if you
up,
went and
what's
talked to
up?
like
Appreciate
an
that follow,
abolitionist of
Ziggy
the day
Warren.
when they were
Hop up in
for-
the chat. Let me know where you
they
from,
would
bro.
you would be like,
Appreciate
holy
you for
crap, this
stopping
guy
by,
is
man.
still just genuinely racist.
Probably, but like, still, I don't. I have no business in caring about.
Kinda. Abolitionists are interesting because
Hero, I'm gonna go throw a grenade in the room. I'm pretty sure if you ask Jesus, you know, what is a woman?
Here's another grenade. Jesus isn't real.
Oh, no, okay, we have
mean,
proof he existed,
yeah,
but
he
the thing
existed.
is,
Do we though?
Historical.
yes, we have historical record of him existing. The thing that, so you can't say he didn't exist, but you could, you can,
Oh no,
you can
Joseph
say.
Deffen. They're talking about religion.
A dude.
Wait, he
named
does
Jesus.
exist. He's on my toast right now.
Wait, no. The historical figure Jesus probably maybe
Jesus
existed.
of
Okay.
Nazareth.
Yeah,
I
Jesus
doubt it.
maybe existed, but like the myth around him.
Okay, no,
probably
yeah, the
didn't
myth.
exist. Yeah.
So the myth around, that's the thing I was about to say, is that Jesus, we have records from the Romans that yes, a man named Jesus existed around the time, and he traveled around the
Yeah,
areas he
but
did.
Jesus was a really common name.
You
It
said
just meant
that you from
Joshua.
Russia?
Like if we're going on the
Oh,
mythos
okay.
argument,
That's
then
cool,
you
bro.
can
That's
make the
cool.
argument that Joseph Smith really was a
Jesus
prophet.
Christ.
I definitely appreciate you for stopping by, bro.
Josh, wait, isn't this the?
How's your day been
Jesus
going? And how would you say that you lean politically? Do you lean more left or do you lean more right?
I don't know if it was as common. Like,
But no, as I said, there's records that he existed. The thing that I think the general historical consensus is yes, he existed, but we cannot verify if he actually did any of what's in the Bible.
It's the historical census to like also like how 9 out of 10 dentists.
And if you could, Ziggy, please join the Discord if you like to have conversations like this.
Also say crest.
You know, because I'm always looking for people with differences of opinions, and you know, from all sides of the world. So if you want to, please join the Discord, bro. We would love to have you there.
Historians don't make their money off like, wait, I think I'm.
An incel trying to sound like a ball
They
cell.
do. No, yeah, I'm a ball cell. The thing
How
is,
do historians
you
make their money?
you can't make a concept. Somebody that
Historians
benefits from breaking it.
usually, most historians also are teachers or professors, so they'll usually they usually actually do like a teaching job, and then other times of the year they'll be doing like, if they're not teaching, they'll be doing research projects or excavations and going to sites.
Nerds.
Wait,
Here's a legitimate question I wanted to ask. So, how do you get your PhD in history? Like, do you uncover like new history, or just write?
The way you get your
on a historical event.
you start out with like a generalized history and stuff, and then after that you focus in on certain time periods, eras, and stuff. So
it
like
could be something as simple as proving a correlation that like how X event caused Y, you know.
Okay. If you guys know World War II stuff, I am in a minority camp that the most important battle in the Pacific theater of World War II was not Midway, it was Guadalcanal.
Okay,
And-
okay, I get it now. It's just always I was just always wondering like how there's a correlation. Okay, for sure, and all that stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
Because like science is so straightforward. Like, hey, you fucking add this thing, you can do this project, and then boom, you got it.
I'm writing a dissertation in the next couple of months for university about Edward Snowden.
Nice.
Hey.
I always think about getting my PhD. It just seems like
Edward
it's
Snowden
so much,
is a
so
patriot.
so much work. It's like that's
Okay,
so long.
Yes, he is.
It's 5 years. As bullshit, people say it's like 4 years, bro. Like STEM fucking PhDs are 5 years, like on average.
Yep.
What?
Shit.
It's brutal.
I thought about going for architecture, but holy fuck, that's always like a giant hurdle.
Yeah.
My degree's in poli-sci, and I've never hated my life more.
Well, I feel like
really
that's a very
true.
good
That's
viewpoint.
true. Yeah.
The takes that I hear on a daily basis genuinely make me convinced that perhaps
think of
nuclear
Vosh?
genocide was. Oh, don't start me. Fucking
Wait,
degenerate.
hang on. Are you guys talking about the Vosh thing? The Vosh like armed trans people get your guns and shit?
No.
We just mentioned him.
No, it was a general question. Since he
Okay.
actually has done more than 5 minutes of fucking research into politics, I was just wondering how. I just wanted to hear him turn into Vosh, but I respect his willingness to retain his mental sanity and not get into it.
You want to know what? I'll be the advocate. I'll be the advocate for
No,
like.
please don't.
I think
Please
Vosh's
don't.
I think Vosh's observations are right. I think like you can't deny that the GOP is like definitely trying to alienate, scapegoat, and disenfranchise trans and other LGBT people with their groomer discourse. But I don't agree that like a genocide is currently like in the process. That's where I disagree.
Okay, well, yeah, I think everybody
I
agrees
mean,
on
yeah,
that.
it is the it is
Vosh
the
is trying to play
proclivity of
into
religious
Most of the
practice
issues
to
people
demonize
have with
gays,
Vosh
so
are
that's
not
not a
with his
surprise. We've
descriptive
always known
statements.
this.
It's more with the prescriptive statements that he
Yeah.
makes.
It's well known that religious Christians in political positions are always going to use their dumb fuck religion to scapegoat gay and trans people. I mean, they've been doing it for hundreds of years. They're going to keep doing it.
They're doing it with abortion. The only there's only 2 times in the Bible where it's mentioned, and it's basically if you inadvertently caused a miscarriage, you have to pay a fine that is decided by the husband, and instructions on how to force a miscarriage.
Oh yeah.
What the
Wait,
fuck?
if you-
Hell no, that's fucking crazy.
How funny would it be with now that Roe v. Wade has fucking happened, that people would start to turn into Bible to know how to perform abortions?
Ah!
I mean,
Have you all,
I just think it'll be alright.
Have you guys seen the white liberals calling Clarence Thomas the M word on Twitter?
Yes, bro, and that's the thing, bro. But
I
see,
unironically
look,
stand by those queens. Clarence
and this
Thomas's
is-
name is so fucking fitting. He's such a piece of shit.
Okay, wait. hold
Whoa,
up.
whoa,
People with 2
whoa.
first names.
Well, bro, and this is the thing, bro. This is exactly why, like, I am
Malcolm X
conservative.
was right.
Because, like, I was always wary of, like, those liberal white folks
Hold
that,
up, who
like, will
said-
try to come to your face and, like, will try to, like, agree and, like, basically, like, try to agree with everything that you say, you know, because they just assume of what you think, you know? And, like, it's like, and it's like they,
Wait.
Wait, no, wait. And it's like they want, you know, they'll assume, you know, black people to think a certain way. And it's like if you step out of line or like in like any other direction, it's like, you know,
They're
that's when like
immediately racist.
yeah, and that's when they show their true colors.
Well, hang on.
It's like, damn, bro.
What do you say?
Well, hang on.
But I mean, like, black people do it to other black people too, you know.
Would you see that
So it's just like,
on a monolith?
I think it's not like racism. I think it's more so that like you're fucking someone over and they're like really pissed. Like if I go down,
bro?
I go down to like, the black community and I scream about how like, oh, we need to like bring back segregation. I'm gonna get like called a lot of crazy ass shit, and then I don't get to turn around and say, oh my god, they're just assuming that like I'm gonna vote with them because I'm part Japanese.
But no,
like, oh my
the
God,
certain
they're
shit
like,
that you say is like actually what you're thinking. Because if you respond in a certain way, bro.
Shit, you're gonna get your ass whooped.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna get my ass kicked. I'm getting my ass kicked. I'm gonna get called a fucking goof.
Harold,
Harold, bro.
Right. Listen,
Bad take.
you can't. All right. These white liberals that go on Twitter and like, and they call this person like the N-word, right? That's not. You can't have the position that racism is bad. We shouldn't do it. And then suddenly you're like, all right, once someone is bad enough, I'm going to be racist towards them. Like,
I literally saw
Wait, that wasn't his point. That wasn't his point.
I literally saw
Yeah.
business model, and I want to know who will be able to follow it. So what I do is I would go around fucking Tumblr and Twitter, and what I would do is, you know how like Belle Delphine sold bathwater? What I'm gonna do is like I'm gonna cut grass in front of my fucking house. And I'm gonna offer to sell them fucking packs so they can like on stream fucking touch grass and tell them there, checkmate fucking conservatives.
I saw a headline from the Atlantic that said it's not racist to call him the M word, and I was like, what the fuck?
My general point is that like my general point is that like people are like really fucking angry at like Clarence, like and they're like
That
absolutely.
doesn't justify it.
You don't get.
You can be mad all you want. You can be mad all you want.
Like saying a slur by itself makes you racist. Not really. I don't.
When you grew up in this, when like you grow up in this society and know all of the repercussions and all of the impact that word has done, like it's not like you're like a kid and just oblivious to it. Like you grew up in this world, and like you actually know what the fuck that shit means. You know?
Okay, when I say the M word, that's literally what they're saying.
Hang on, you know that movie Do the Right Thing with like Spike Lee in it and that shit? Like the Italian dude in that movie?
I haven't watched it.
Like okay, so basically like this Italian dude gets in like a really bad argument with like a black guy because like the black guy is like basically like being an asshole in his restaurant and shit. And he gets like so angry that he drops the N-bomb on him. But like well, yeah, basically. But like the thing is that the guy really wasn't that racist. Like he was just absolutely fucking angry. They were cursing at each other, and then it like came out. I'd consider someone like Lauren Southern, like pre-redemption arc, whatever you want to call it, way more racist than like that guy. Because this guy, he's like trying to be like nice, and then it just kind of like slipped out.
No, and that's what's dangerous. That's what's dangerous about these people trying to smile in your face. It's about these people trying to smile in your face, and that's what's way more dangerous, bro. I think that like a person like him is way more dangerous than a person in the KKK, because a person like that would try to smile in your face all fucking day, but like the true colors, they'll be on like some.
I'll 100% agree with you on that, dude.
No,
I'll
you,
agree
they
that, like,
aren't.
that,
What are
like,
you talking about? These people
Wait,
are
what's up?
too afraid of speaking their own minds. They don't do shit. People that actually do shit to harm
That's
you
not
on
even
your
the
day to day.
problem.
No,
Well, I mean, like, I
You
was
guys are
just
acting
trying to
like
agree with,
these
like,
people who like are too afraid to like actually show who they are or like actually going to do anything. These people are going to call you a word, and that's like the most courage they got. These people in the KKK will literally go up to your house and fucking lynch your ass. Like, I don't know, like, these people are very different.
Nah, bro. Those people who smile in your face are those same judges, you know, that are making decisions. You know, same people that are in you know, positions of power that are actually, you know,
hold up,
doing shit like
can I push
that,
back?
so they can move in
Wait, wait, wait,
society, you know, and so they don't look like an outright racist or whatever, you know.
Bro. So can the racists. Did you see Trump's rally?
But I'm saying that those people are more dangerous, though.
Hold up.
Those people in KK are more dangerous, bro. I don't know if you. I don't know if you saw.
Okay, wait.
rally,
Hold up. Okay, because like people like there's two conversations that we're kind of having, right? The problem with saying the N-word, right, like to a black person after they say something you disagree with, is because the only way to use the N-word is to insult someone for their blackness. It's not insulting someone for being stupid. It's not insulting someone for being like for fat or anything. It's insulting them because of their blackness. Why would you use it as an insult if you disagree with someone's opinion or you think they're a bad person?
I agree.
The only reason you use an insult is to insult their blackness.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying they're not
it's
racist.
okay when I say it.
They're not as much of a threat.
Wait, what if you're quoting a book?
I'll have you
literally
know,
hearing
I'll
it's
have
okay
you
when
know,
my side says it.
Yeah, that's a good point. What
I'll
about
have you
reading
know-
from
I'll have you know
like
that
a
if-
book
that if,
or
like-
something that has it in it? Or
I mean, yeah. I mean, they did that in school. They did that in my school.
No,
I mean, yeah. I don't have no.
He literally added
I don't have a
context
problem
to what he
with
was
it.
saying to where that wasn't the case. Like, what do you?
What
about this?
I'm
Dude, he
reading
literally
it from a
said
book.
distinction.
You're using it as an insult towards another black
Yeah.
person. The only way you can
That's
do
just
that,
blatant
the only way for
disrespect.
an insult to make sense is
Great.
if you're
That's
insulting their
racism, though,
blackness.
like-
You
Great,
don't call
great,
someone
great.
the N-word
So
because they're being
remember the
stupid.
fuck
That
up, you
is
dumb
blatant
cunt. I swear to
disrespect.
fucking God, okay? So the reason exactly, dude,
Nah,
exactly.
don't call him the N-word,
No,
though.
the reason I disagree is that I think Clarence's race is wholly incidental. I think like if Clarence was like white, like people would totally be calling him like the C word, or if he was Latin, they'd be calling him like the S word. Like the insult is incidental to race. The race is not informing the anger.
If it's
right?
incidental,
Okay,
it's still
Like,
fucking
so just hold on, just because you hate.
Hold on, guys. Will I get banned if I put? Will I get banned if I put screenshots of them of the tweets in?
No,
I
no,
wouldn't.
no.
I wouldn't.
Yes.
I don't think
People
so.
saying no doesn't know shit about this fucking server. If you put screenshots of people saying the N-word in it,
Harold, that
if you
doesn't
put
make
the
any
screenshots of
come on.
people saying the N-word,
Harold, that doesn't make sense.
I don't think.
Come
I don't think that would be a problem. I don't know.
Wait, Harold.
You literally look at the rules of the server, bro.
Do not post it.
Yeah, I
Not
wouldn't
post
do
it,
it
you're gonna get
unless
banned.
you want to
I'm
take
not.
that.
I was checking before I posted it.
Okay, Harold,
You
listen,
check
right?
the rules. It's definitely bannable.
Would this make sense? Would it make
Feels
sense?
like-
Okay, wait,
I'm
Harold.
just
what
letting
do you
them
think-
know, man. I'm not the one that enforces the rules. I'm just letting them know.
Hang on, let the guy talk.
Okay, Harold, all right. I'm against using the N-word as an insult, okay? Because you don't, like, for example, calling someone the T-word for a trans person, right? It wouldn't make sense to call a random person the T-word,
Yeah.
right?
What is the T word?
Tranny.
Oh, got it.
Oh, you can't do
Okay.
it, bro. You
Nah.
got it.
You wouldn't call
Come
someone.
on.
You wouldn't call
Got
a
him.
random-
Just call the mods.
You wouldn't call a random person the T-word or a
Hell,
random
believe it.
person. Like you wouldn't call a white dude the N-word. Wouldn't make any sense, correct?
But I
They
mean,
do.
but
Well, you
I
put
mean,
white in front of it.
People do though. Absolutely.
I've
people
seen
do.
Yeah.
As an
Yeah,
insult.
bro, and that's the thing, and
What do you-
bro,
Wait,
bro,
hold up.
bro,
What do you
look.
think the N-word means is an insult? What do you guys think the N-word means is an
No.
insult?
All right,
Well, hang on.
all right.
I
What do
also
you think the
All right,
N-word
see,
means is
look.
an insult?
Wait, you can
Lady
you can
Glizzy.
absolutely use
Lady
I
Glizzy.
don't really care what it's like. I don't. It
We were
doesn't matter what it means. You were asking if people use it that way, and the answer is yeah, they do. Just put white in front of it.
I mean, like,
We were talking
okay.
about this like a couple days ago, though. Like,
I could apply the
okay.
same argument.
like,
Let's use the definition thing. What do you guys think the N-word means as an insult?
well, yeah, like exactly like what you were saying earlier. But like,
No, what do you think it means? Like,
also-
what do they think it means? I want to know. When someone
like,
calls you the N-word-
well, like as far as like towards like your
I
blackness
call
or whatever,
like,
like
that's
referring
the
towards your
argument.
blackness. But
less
like,
than human.
Do you think it's a general insult that just means stupid? Like, what do you think the N-word, like, what do you think it means?
Well, I mean, do you think? Hang on.
Lesser than human,
Oh
right?
my god.
To some extent, it means sellable.
But see, look, bro.
I'm getting a headache. I'm gonna head out.
Okay. So like the point I'm gonna make here is that I can make targeted insults. Like if some guy from like down south is being a fucking dipshit on like the road or some shit, and I call him a dumbass fucking hick piece of shit that needs to get the fuck off the road. Like I wouldn't consider that's like the same thing as like race. I don't think that's like the same thing as like being like outwardly like I hate like Hicks or Southern people or like rural Americans, and I think like they need to like fucking
Yeah, you
watch
do.
it.
You didn't just make that. You just
Hitting
make
on
that
him.
comparison.
I'm
Hold
I'm not like. What's up?
Dog, listen, right? You wouldn't. All right, say there's a city affluent person, like a person in the city, and he's being a douche to you. You wouldn't call that person a dumb hick, would you?
Oh, I'm a city slicker. You call him a city slicker.
You call him a city slicker, right? Correct.
Lady Glizzy.
Middle class.
You would call him a city slicker,
Or I'd
right?
call him a fucking
Oh, it'd be high class.
A college boy. Like, hey, college boy.
Bro, if you call somebody middle class, how's that?
Lady Glizzy though. Let me
Middle class. I'm calling a dumbass fucking.
What? Yeah, whatever.
As a nice 1K.
Someone say something to me.
Yeah. No, like earlier, like I was trying to say though, like like whenever you were saying that, like, why would somebody call like a white person the N-word or whatever? But like, there's been videos that I've seen like plenty of times, like whether if it's like a white person getting mad at another white person, or like even if they don't even get mad at somebody, like sometimes they'll just like drop something,
Literally
or
Kyle
like,
Rittenhouse
or
should
like
be in-
wait, and then or like they'll just get like mad, by like something that happened, like maybe they like dropped something that like had fucked up something, and then they'll yell out the N-word, so just like and like I was like and like I was talking about this with somebody like a couple days ago. I was like, where does that shit come from? Like where they just like blurt out the N-word out of nowhere. Like that shit is just fucking
It's
funny
a
to
no
me.
word. It's like
It does roll off the tongue quite nice though.
I will answer this, right? Okay.
It does.
The question was towards me. I'll answer.
All you fucking regulars.
Hang on, this is among non-white people. Thank you very much.
Just like
I'm not
the
white.
no, like the X slur, like that rolls off the tongue real nice too.
Okay, guys, I'll answer this, right? The question was towards me, so I'll answer it, okay?
No, fucking was. He was
You literally said Lady Glizzy.
fucking got an egotistical white boy here, sucking up all the air, thinks the world revolves around him. Oh boy.
First off, I'm black. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Whoa,
Second,
you know what?
yeah,
It's all just racist.
Racist.
Everyone in this call is fucking racist, dude. I swear. He's like, bro, you're wrong.
Right, if it's racist to say you sound black, then it's racist to say he sounds white. Like,
true.
He said I'm a white boy. I'm not a white boy.
Racism is good for you,
Like,
But now, Lady Glizzy, what were you saying, bro?
you were more mad by the fact he called you white than like actually insulted you.
Okay. Because the insult was wrong. It wouldn't work. Okay, that's the whole point I'm making. Okay, wait, hold up. Okay, Goon. All right.
Yeah.
So when people are saying like referring to when two white people are referring to the N-word, they're referring to the character of like what that means. It's a negative connotation of black people. Okay. Either they're calling the white person saying you're acting like the N-word, or you are that, right? You are that negative connotation, that negative stereotype of black people.
Yeah.
Okay. The only like even if you call your friend like the T word, like let's say for trans people, right? If you call your friend that, you're saying you're acting like the opposite gender, or acting like that, or like that stereotype, or like what that stereotype is for it, right? There's no way to invoke an insult that is a targeted insult towards a particular stereotype of a group without making like that not racist. Just it wouldn't make sense unless you're just not using the same word with the same definition.
Would you say him calling you white boy would be racist?
If a redneck
was
drops
that racist right there?
If a redneck drops a hard R in the forest, did he do a racism?
I said insult. I said in like.
Did
he do a racism?
My question didn't answer. My question didn't answer. Hold on. When he called you white boy, was that racist?
Of course, it's racist.
What do you mean? No, he didn't know.
Lady.
Wait.
You can't be racist against white people. What
it was a descriptive term, white boy. Unless he's like It's a descriptive term.
Yeah, but why does it feel? Yeah, but why does it feel? But
why does it feel like he was trying to insult you with that? Why did it feel like he was trying to insult you with that?
He is
No,
trying
he's
to
just
insult him with
wrong.
that.
Like,
No,
what?
but he was trying to insult you.
He
With
was
that.
trying to insult you, bro.
So it's like in the
well,
culture. In the
perfect,
culture we live
perfect.
right now,
He's calling me the character of a white boy, like the
Yes.
like the character.
Oh,
okay?
So would you say that is racist?
At some degree, yeah, but it's not like as bad.
Why?
Bro, I'm not saying I'm not saying it's as bad. I'm just asking you if it's.
Well, he said.
You can't
Did
say
he? Or did he not?
He said yes.
If
He said yes.
If a black guy, if a black guy,
he said it was. He said it was kind of racist. I'm confused.
Yeah.
It's either racist or
No,
kind of offended. Like, I'm kind of confused.
Just a little bit.
Okay.
But there's context to this, right? If a black guy goes up to a white guy and says, "Hey, white boy, like move the out the way," right?
That's still racist, bro.
Yeah, it's
You're
still
just
racist.
okay
You're
with
correct.
it.
You're
You're just
correct.
okay
No, I was gonna
with
say it's
it.
wrong. I was gonna say it's wrong. You're wrong.
No, I'll allow it.
No, I said it's racist. What are you talking about?
Order in the court. Come on, guys.
I don't think you know
You guys
what's
aren't even
crazy?
arguing against me.
I feel like
Glizzy, I'm gonna give you the pass. You can say the C word, okay?
Whoa.
Hey, you know what?
Who gave you
Dude,
that
I'm gonna be
authority?
perfectly honest, okay?
I'm giving him the
words about fucking Brett Kavanaugh. I gotta get out.
Nah.
You know what? I'll allow it.
He
He can say
It's
it.
crossed the line.
Yeah, he can
It's
say it.
crossed the line.
Look, I'm not saying the N-word should be banned.
Oh,
All
come
right, like,
on.
before anyone thinks that, I'm not saying the N-word should be banned. Okay, I just don't think it should be used as an insult, like
I think
towards
You
like.
just think it's racist, like everyone else. Like, chill. It's fine.
It's fine if you
Not
think
racist,
some
it's
insults
just
are bad.
stupid.
If you just think some insults are like off the table. Some people don't like the term motherfucker. They find it offensive because they actually are. Some
Really?
people think that. Some people think that certain terms like uneducated or like rural or like that. Like it's fine, dude. It's fine.
No, I don't think you should insult people based on like their race. I don't know.
Okay,
I
that's
think
fine.
that's a little bit off the
I'm
table.
not disagreeing with
Maybe
you on
I'm
that.
crazy.
That's
Maybe
fine.
I'm crazy, but I don't think that's okay.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
but what if like your race is really just better?
Let me ask you guys this one I have a legitimate question here, okay?
Yeah.
When is racism okay?
It's never okay. It's not okay.
Okay, can I give you a hypothetical when it is okay?
When I'm really
I'm
pissed
liking
off,
where this is going. Go ahead.
Okay, World War II. Pacific Theater.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
We are fighting an enemy. If we are fighting an enemy,
No, because especially in America, we got such a multicultural race already.
No. If
I think
you
I
are
heard
in
this
a
argument
life or death
before.
situation, legitimately, and the best way to defeat your enemy is to demonize them so that it gives your troops a better advantage to fight, that's okay.
No, it's not.
No, but
okay.
in America, there's multiculturals. It's just not just.
Yo, racism is
How
when
that
you
work?
don't have a good reason.
Austin, your mic sucks. Austin, your mic sucks ass.
Racism is when your mic sucks.
Should I just shut
the
up?
most harmful action.
Yes,
having a bad mic is okay
Super
if you're
size
racist.
that. Thank you.
No, but like, in all seriousness though, like, nah, that's not okay.
He's on that white boy.
All right,
That white boy mic.
We can get behind some racist jokes, though, right? Come on.
Yeah,
Come
I
on.
don't like that one.
Like, when
Like, come on, that's gotta be-
like, you got to do total war. Like, me in prison, like, probably what, like, 50,000 people, 100,000 people, whatever.
No, I'm not talking about imprisonment. I am talking about just
Like you were,
straight
like
up
that's the result. That's the
in
result, bro.
combat.
That's the result. That's the
No,
result.
the result was us being
internment camps was the result of what happened.
internment camps are for pussies. Going to war is for real chads.
What?
Yeah, so like, it's just not effective for the war. You're just like,
Oh, you're right.
wrong.
That's not effective. Doing that to the enemy though is effective.
So people,
Oh,
when you demonize, those people,
Wait.
I don't. People aren't intelligent enough to just say, you know what, they're in a different country.
You're right. People are
They
naturally
aren't the
stupid.
same.
I completely agree with that.
Okay, what if you're?
So,
What if
so
you're
then it's not effective
Right,
as
so
a wartime
you shouldn't fucking
propaganda.
demonize
No,
people based
it's
on their race.
effective against the actual enemy on the ground. That is what
Most
I'm
of
saying.
the time, most of the time when that happens,
the enemy on
you're
the ground.
going to lose.
Hey, hey, look, okay.
And yet we won them. World War II and one.
No, like
hang on,
every
just
side
hang
was
on.
racist in World War II. It
Hang
doesn't
on,
count,
so-
bro.
But hang on, bro.
What are you talking
Some of the guys in my country, they're the same race as the boys on the ground.
Yeah,
So, some of them are the same race. They might be working together. Oh fuck! I gotta build concentrate. I gotta like keep them out of like my internal affairs.
Keep them out of crucial areas, bro. Crucial areas.
Yeah, keep them out of crucial areas. Exactly. A fucking turnip market in San Francisco isn't an essential area.
It is. It is. It was to America.
Okay, yeah.
Turnip
that's
market
true.
in San Francisco?
Okay,
Yes, because it was near. Because hold on, because you don't understand. It was near a port to where Japanese people could have tried to come in and invade America.
Racism was
you can't be within a certain distance.
This is what I mean when I say you can be racist without saying a slur. This is exactly what I mean.
Look, racism is only okay.
I mean, you're right.
That's why Sudak saw it as crucial.
But saying a slur doesn't automatically make you racist. I think we can all agree on that.
What's up?
Yeah, no, it just makes you fucking base. It makes you racist for like 5 seconds, and then
I was actually
then
about
we decide
to
later.
take a little break right
It only
now.
makes like a stat debuff. What the fuck?
I'll be back.
Oh,
I always appreciate you.
Yeah, it's you get the stat, and then like eventually over time, if you get the stat enough, you just like get the stat permanently.
If we made stat sheets for every race, you think you could pick out which is which?
9 out of 10 times. No, depends on where they're
If
from.
the backstory includes does not have a good relationship with a father, I feel like I can exclude some races.
Yeah, automatically.
I feel like
automatic, just fucking white woman, 100%.
Hey guys, my
I
wife's
don't
making
know.
spaghetti.
I feel like there are some stats to where like it's gonna be hard.
Also,
to
a debuff
switch,
against
you know?
police. Yeah. Also.
Unless you get like every single
plus
stat.
12 intellect versus -2. I don't know what that could be.
Hold on. Do you guys think
Like,
it's okay, like if somebody uses a slur at you, to use a slur at them?
No, I just call them fucking retarded.
Eye for an eye is not a good policy.
Isn't that a
Well,
slur?
no, I mean like it's like
racial
you know
slur.
you can
If
be
these racial slur at me, I'm gonna laugh at their face.
yeah.
Yo,
like if somebody uses a race, like hold on, like
if you
okay, it depends on the location.
Like if you are racist towards me, I won. Like you were taking the L there. Like you can't say anything else to me to like do anything, and you're just racist now. Like that's an L.
well, you're not
like,
even being racist. You're just like wielding racism.
Like they're mad.
Like
they're mad. So they're like, what can I do to get this other person mad? Let me just be racist. At that point,
no, like
they
if
won.
I just wield the racism sword, it doesn't make me racist.
I don't know why everyone else doesn't like agree with this. Like they lost.
Like I am not racist, but I could pick up the racist sword and use it. You know.
Yeah, but when you pick up the sword, at that point you're using it as a crutch. You're not actually swinging it at me. You're just trying to keep.
Well, no,
yourself up,
they got a sword too. I want a sword if they got a sword.
If someone thinks you're inferior to race,
go tip the tat. Tip the tat.
Do you think that you should then be like, no, your race is inferior? I guess
No. If you spawn with a +3 to algebra but a -2 to lactose tolerance, what race are you?
Asian. Asian or Indian?
Well, like, let's say it's better not to. Let's say it's just. No, let's just say it's better not to do it. But like, are you just are you morally in the okay? Like, are you morally okay for using racism to fight racism?
If you have
Excuse me, are you criticizing my knowledge of other cultures? Really?
Well, no, I'm not saying 2 wrongs don't equal a right, but like you are fighting racism with racism, defending non-racism while using the means of racism.
Racism to combat racism.
This is just you just said racism a lot of times.
It's just more.
Lord of the Rings.
Wait, so are you saying you have to be racist to use slurs? You can't just use slurs because they could be effective to use?
As insults, it's a little weird.
Yeah.
If you're gonna be like,
well, like if they're starting with it, like you just have to meet them to their level, you know?
Nah,
Gray,
have you
Gray, now you're just ignoring the current cultural zeitgeist, right? You're just completely ignoring anything people actually talk about.
Okay, anytime somebody uses the word zeitgeist, I just think they're a pretentious asshole.
Like when they insult you for being racist, they lost. Like you took the W.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, no, like
the second you stoop down to their level, you lose that W.
Is it stooping down or is it more just meeting? You know,
it's stooping down because they aren't gonna like just walk up to you and be racist, right? Because nobody like I'm gonna be like 90% of people aren't like that. You know, they don't walk up to people and just be racist. You know, even racists.
My mother does that all the time.
Yeah, so like, but you live in a different country.
Usually, my wife's
how the U.S.
No, you're just now being like an example of what they're doing. So now, if they're offended, you could be like, "Hey, this is what you did to me." You know?
Nah, like one of the things
like I said, that you could stop racism by using racism.
No, you stop racism by not getting offended, and then them getting mad that you're not offended.
No, you have to show them
even more mad. And
no, you show them the error of their ways.
They go down a path of anger towards you specifically because you keep not reacting. It's like in WWE when like they punch you in the face and there's no change. They just don't react.
Like I think it's good to fight fire with
like the
fire.
Undertaker, you know, if you don't react,
you have to meet them. You have to meet them with equal force.
That mentality, but man,
he had the undefeated record for a reason, you know.
I mean, might as well just go nuclear first then too, right? Like you go super racist.
Listen,
right?
I completely see where you're coming from. I really do follow your footpath of logic. Here's the issue though: if someone uses a racist slur at me, a white dude, immediately I'm gonna laugh in their fucking face.
I know, but like, wouldn't it be cool? No, wouldn't it be cool to call them? No, wouldn't it be cool like for that one moment you have like the okay to be racist? You know,
I have the N-word passive off from 2Mad, so I'm gonna keep that in
no,
my back pocket for a bad day.
no, but not only do you have the okay, but now you're actually defending non-racism.
Okay, Grape, let's be dead honest with you. If I, a white guy, call someone the N-word out of revenge or spite, I look like a fucking idiot. So all I'm gonna do is laugh in their stupid face, because that's funnier as fuck to me.
Okay,
well,
wait,
like,
wait,
what
wait,
if you
wait.
win the what if you win the fight? You won't look stupid then.
I have.
Well, if I beat somebody's ass and I call them a racist slur, I'm gonna look like a racist.
Well, no, he called you a racial slur first, so you could wind it back on the tape and be like, he said it. He said it first.
Okay, great. Okay, let's set up a whole event here. Okay, let's set up a scenario. Right, I'm a white guy. There's a black person. I'm at my usual
I feel
bar.
like this
I'm
has
having a
already
fun
happened.
time. I'm drinking. I'm having a cigar. You know, the whole 9
Okay,
yards. Out
okay.
of nowhere, someone comes in. They call me the C word, and I just laugh in their face, and I continue smoking my cigar and having my drink. How does that look to them? How does an outsider look at that situation?
You look weak. You're not defending.
No, it's not that you look weak. It's just like, no, what it is
Oh,
like
someone's
this
racist.
area is
Dumbass.
this area is pretty racist. Somebody should stand up for him.
You know what's gonna happen? They're gonna be like, "Wow, this guy's really trying to get under Sprinkles' skin. What a fucking baby. Let's go on with our day."
Or they're gonna look at you and be like, "That's why white birth rate's declining."
No, they're gonna be like, yeah, no, they're gonna look at you.
Okay.
No, they're gonna look at you and be like, yeah, C-slur. Look at that C-slur over there.
I'm gonna be
no
so
one
honest.
does that. No one just like, yeah, let's
Like
get the
maybe
white guy.
mentally, yeah, no, like mentally maybe.
Who put the Boondocks reference in chat?
Okay, now I
That's
gotta.
literally what he was saying is like, dude, if I get called this, like, I'm just gonna say, wait, I'm white.
Yo, bro,
I'm gonna
let's all be perfectly honest. Lauren totally fucking flicks her bean to fucking like blacked.com. She totally does. I don't.
Listen, I can guarantee you that is absolutely the truth, but I cannot confirm it.
I mean, you don't have to fucking confirm it. Fucking
How
look
can you
at
guarantee something?
Wasn't
but
it?
not confirm it?
I'm gonna help y'all
Was
out.
it Ben Shapiro? Was it Ben Shapiro or somebody?
It's like
who
I
had,
can guarantee
hold
you
on,
that.
hold on.
I'm sorry, go for it. My bad.
So somebody, I forgot who it was, that was like a very anti-trans person that like when
Oh,
they were
Nick
showing
Fuentes.
their
Oh, it was Alex Jones. Alex Jones got
I
caught.
thought it was Nick
Nick
Fuentes.
Fuentes.
Nick Fuentes like the
Literally
transgender
was
boy.
watching tranny porn.
Everybody likes
Yeah.
Oh Jesus Christ! I can't.
Hey,
I
yo,
mean,
God.
He's a
Hades,
homie,
you're
Yeah,
you're
that
sweating
guy.
it out.
fuck.
Oh, my cat
I'm
came
gonna
in here,
solve.
guys.
No, it's literally the title of the video.
I'm gonna solve our racism problems. I'm going to mint 100 fresh in-word pass NFTs, and it's going to fix everything.
No, make an N-word pass coin. That's what you have to do. Make
Well,
it
they're not
like
fungible, so like you know you got it actually.
Yeah.
And as
So
soon as
fun
you
chance
get
for
it up,
someone-
So
you
what
gotta
happens
send it
was
back.
America
I
used to
haven't
trade
registered my
actual
social
N-words
security number.
as currency. Now it's just a word. Progress.
And all the money goes to the NAACP.
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Yeah,
oh, that's a
exactly.
great idea. Oh, the George Floyd Foundation or whatever it was called.
The Floyd coin.
Yeah, GeorgeFloyd.com.
Oh, that's fucking terrible. That's terrible. I'll buy 3 of them.
Bro, that honestly, the people who donate to that shit are like, they just deserve their money gone.
Okay,
Like, I
guys,
don't
we
know what
got
the
some
fuck is
yeah,
going on. If you donate to GeorgeFloyd.com, bro, what are
So
you
there
doing?
was a Minnesota state senator or like a congressperson from Minnesota, and they held a candlelight vigil for George Floyd on like Zoom. And what happened was a bunch of raiders came in and just started raiding that shit, and I was in there, and I yelled out loud, "Press Alt F4, and you could take the control of the room" to her, and so she did it, and she shut down the computer.
Oh my god.
Wait, hang on. Who was this lady?
It was some like state representative in Minnesota.
Oh,
You're an actual terrorist.
Yeah, what the fuck? Like, that's fucked up, man.
Don't listen to my don't listen to any idiot on the internet. Goddamn.
I mean, where are we now?
Are you lying? Like, I don't really give two shits if you're lying or telling the
Wait,
truth.
wait.
Like,
Okay, I'm gonna listen to your advice and not listen to your advice.
Exactly. Don't listen to an idiot on the internet. Dead honest.
Yeah, exactly.
dude.
Dead on.
Listen.
Hang
Let me
on,
be honest
wait,
with you.
but
Dead honest with everybody in here.
4chan told me the Democrats are run by like evil demon like demigods that want to like eat babies.
Yeah,
and shit.
4chan also told you how to make fucking what was it? Sulfuric acid gas in your by breathing into
forgot
a
about
fucking bucket.
But here's my
Yeah.
biggest thing that I think a lot of people on the internet need to like really get in their mindset, or at least like even a fucking normie should. In all honesty, anybody who like adds someone on the internet as a friend or even attempts to create a friendship on the internet, at least with me, is the dumbest fucking thing possible. Because friendship on the internet means nothing to me. None of you people are my friends.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like,
I'm
dude,
pretty sure
I
I'm
know
one
what it looks
person.
like.
I met up with
I
Bongers,
don't know what
Tonks,
any of you
Potato
guys look
Girl,
like.
and Gore,
Okay,
and
I
it was
can't
pretty
tell
chill.
what
None
race
of
you
them
are, and
killed
I
me.
can't tell how good you look in thigh highs. Okay, that's like a big turnoff for me. We can't be friends.
100%.
And honest with you, internet
Yeah, I'm not
friendship
really
to me,
sure,
unless
like, what you
are
mean by
actively
that,
hanging
man.
out with them, are kind of just stupid.
Wait, so
I
like,
mean, yeah,
if you go hang out in real life with somebody, that's like okay?
That's an
Or
actual.
no?
That's an actual friendship. Unlike playing PUBG together. Yeah, I would argue that.
There's only two
Wait,
reasons to meet up with
so like,
anybody in DBG
they got
here. It's either
me
you
the
genuinely want to be
dubs
friends with them,
on
or you want to
PUBG.
punch them in
Like,
their
how am I
fucking
not
throat.
going to be friends with them?
I'm sorry,
They got me
Octavian.
the
Can you
dubs.
go again? Someone made a really good joke. I'm not gonna lie. Go for it.
Yep.
No, but they got me the dubs in PUBG. Like,
If they
how
got
am
you
I
a
not gonna
dubs
be
in
friends with them?
PUBG, that's a less of a friendship than going to a bar and having
I
a
don't
feud.
know.
Like,
I feel like once you get about 10 chicken dinners, like we're besties now.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by that.
Bro,
Like,
I just don't value
dude,
internet
that's
friendship.
just
Maybe
your
I'm an
gamer
asshole.
daddy, okay?
bro,
He's
dude, you're so like
dirty ass
unique
to the
and like
fucking kid.
interesting for that take, dude.
Thank you. I do my best.
Yeah.
There's a
So what I'm
financial
hearing is,
requirement for me.
how much is your self security worth? It's like, okay, we have like 5 chicken tenders, and everyone said like some shit from PUBG.
Shit, I haven't had a 10D in a while. I'm not gonna lie.
You have to PayPal me $100.
You know what?
for
That is the one
friendship.
thing I miss when I moved to fucking Europe. It's the fucking Tyson's chicken tenders, not the fucking nuggets. The tenders.
The tendies.
Wait. You don't have
Tendies.
Tyson tenders in Europe, really?
We have some shitty off-brand stuff. It's not the same.
Tyson be putting the good hormones in there.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's because we're America. You know, that's how we do.
I don't know,
Well, it's
dude.
also
Fucking
false
fish
meat.
sticks hit different sometimes. I'm a fish stick boy.
I do
like
like
fish
fish
sticks?
sticks. Fish sticks are
Yeah, I
good.
love fish sticks.
What are
dude.
you, a gay
Fish
fish?
sticks.
Got
Fish
'em.
sticks
Huh?
with some tater tots, bro. Oh.
I love sticks that smell like fish. I think it's great. I love it. It's
I've been
great.
showing my wife South Park recently. She's
Oh,
fucking in
fucking
love with
gay
that show
fish,
now.
gay
I'm loving it.
Hang on, what season
it's
did you
kinda
start?
stuck now?
I started on the TSA episode, and she damn near pissed herself.
Nice.
I mean, I don't know. I like South Park. I think it's like
You're a
funny,
big
but I
boy.
don't laugh at all when I watch it. It's just
Does
like
anybody have any good episodes they want to make her watch?
The fucking Game of Thrones episode is
TMI.
pretty
But
funny, like,
to be
police
fair,
station.
she's gonna make fun of you during that episode.
The TMI one? Okay, I'm writing this down actually. TMI, Game of Thrones, anything else?
What was that other episode? Fuck, I can't remember. I think it's the one where Kenny's girlfriend is like the fucking slut or some shit.
Macho Man.
Every team on Friday.
The purity ring. The purity ring.
Oh, the one with the Jonas Brothers? Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, that one.
Oh no, the one where Butters becomes a pimp. That's a
Yeah,
good
I already
one.
showed her that.
That's a
She
great one.
laughed really hard during the sex scenes.
Just motherfuckers selling kisses.
Bitch, you can start making some real motherfucking money.
Oh yeah, the Butters pimp one. Yeah.
Dude, Butters, I unironically put myself out if Butters was my pimp. Like, fucking dude, respects
You know what? I would be an actual friend of Butters online.
Did you do Chin Pokemon?
Oh, I need to do Chin Pokemon in the World of Warcraft one. Yeah. Thank you.
Wait, what's the one where they bought like ninja tools?
Oh yeah, let's go
Oh,
Ninja Power
yeah,
or something like that.
the Ninja Power one.
Oh wait, hang on. Has she seen Black Dynamite?
Oh, Scissor Me Xerxes. That's a
She
must.
won't do Black Dynamite. I tried.
Wait, why not? Black Dynamite's a great show.
She hates black people. I'm kidding.
No,
I'm kidding.
go to the Cartman made that kid eat his parents. That's a good.
Oh, the Scott Tenorman
No,
must
no, no!
die.
Don't make her watch that.
Yeah, no, that's
No,
a good one.
that's something you get like someone to watch like a while after like they're already into it. Because if they're not invested in Cartman or any of that shit, they're just gonna say like, "What the fuck is this?"
That's
weird
like
ass
trying
shit?
to
How do you
insert
do
the
the
butt plug
Crack
backwards.
Baby Basketball Association?
Yeah,
that's
it's
a good one.
like starting someone off in anime with fucking like Evangelion. Like, why the fuck would you do that shit? That shit is so fucking like weird to anyone that's like.
I'm also not a filthy weeaboo.
That's just not weird. That's like awesome.
Dude, are you fucking kidding me? They fucking sexualize the shit out of like 15-year-old girls. The fucking main
Yeah, 'cause
characters.
that's fucking
white
gay.
bitch.
That's why it's so funny.
Mm.
Also,
No,
if
it's
anybody
okay,
wants to
she's
have
a
like actual
9,000-year-old
political debate,
dragon.
I'll shut the fuck up. But until then, I'm gonna keep talking about stupid shit on the internet.
Yeah, boys, remember to vote. Got to make sure the Dems win the fucking midterms as much as
All
they
right,
can.
all right, then, let's talk about politics. Let's talk about how stupid Europeans are.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
On a scale of
It's not
one to
that
how
they're
stupid
stupid.
the average European.
power. Oh, by the way, coal is
No,
basic.
it's not that they're stupid. It's that like they're like
just
they
smell
always fuck
bad.
they just fuck shit up all the time, and then they get all upset and go, "Daddy America, fix this."
Basically summarizes the fucking Middle East. Like, oh, we're just gonna fucking make Israel. We're not gonna like fucking do anything and just leave that shit to fester for like a few years. Oops, America got a terrorism. Oh, those damn Americans. Like, fucking suck, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, I blame 9/11 on the goddamn Europeans. It wasn't fucking Israel. It wasn't fucking CIA. It was the goddamn Europeans for making Israel.
Glow in the dark CIA agents, yeah.
Well, that's a new one, yeah.
I'm fucking blaming Europeans. Europeans are the ones that did it. Fucking made Israel and then fucking like didn't actually like sort out the Middle Eastern shit when they left.
No, Europeans caused the war in Ukraine. That's like obvious.
You know who else caused the war in
yeah, that's
Ukraine? Those smelly glow-in-the-dark CIA agents.
Dude, I fucking hate the glowing meme. Like, it's so fucking just cringe to me that like people unironically use that shit as fucking code word. It's like you're just signaling that you're a fucking like crazy schizo dumbass at that point. Like, what the
I
fuck?
feel bad for Terry Davis. In all honesty, I really feel bad for the guy.
Yeah, he probably could have like he needed like some help and some shit. But
to be
like,
fair, he
whole
was
point of,
onto
like-
something.
No, he wasn't. Shut the fuck up.
No,
I
no, I
mean,
mean,
talking about what
actually,
is
his operating system, you cunt. Like, he was actually
okay, my
onto
bad.
something on that. I love taking the piss out of Terry A. Davis, but like at the same time, his gift as a programmer was actually on point. Like, he was onto something.
Have you guys seen the
McAfee,
new
or what's his
locale of the
face?
month,
Dave
Cyrax?
McAfee into shit?
No, I have not.
You guys haven't heard of Cyrax yet? The new locale of the month?
No, I've only been paying attention to Ethan Ralph.
Bro,
Oh, yeah, the
wait.
locale. Yeah, that guy.
Oh my god, do you guys hear that fucking like Medicare is still alive? Bro, it's a miracle Medicare hasn't been like fucking like memed to death by now. The guy's like an absolute fucking
He's
joke.
actually dying though.
Yeah, he's legitimately dying.
He's been dying for fucking 5 years. Bullshit. My fucking grandpa.
No, he actually
only
got
2 years.
diagnosed. He got diagnosed with stage 3 cancer like 2 years ago.
Nah, I don't fucking believe that shit. I don't believe it. I don't
Not
believe
until
that.
not until I can see his dead corpse.
Fake news. Fake
Yeah, not
news.
until I see his fucking face reveal on his deathbed. Then I'll fucking know. Okay, yeah, okay, maybe he did have cancer, but until then,
fair enough.
motherfucker's
No,
faking that.
You want to do a fucking coffin
It's a troll.
unboxing? You want to see that?
See now you know that's a little
fucking,
funny now.
someone
'Cause-
already like doxed fucking Medicare, and that sucks ass, dude. Because I love Medicare's content. I think he's fucking hilarious.
Medicare never gave a shit. He actively, they're like Ethan Ralph and a whole bunch of dipshits around that sphere of the internet want to have a massive bum fight in his front yard, and he said, "All right, do it."
Oh, sorry. This is the guy named Cyrax. He's a autistic, lying like child molester who
Holy
had
fuck,
a guy.
Ethan.
And so what happened was apparently like there's this guy called Music Biz Marty who allegedly bought his music label for like 5 cents or whatever, and then he went to his house to fight him, and then Cyrax like cried to his grandparents.
All right, send me a link. I need to see this because this sounds
It's on
entertaining.
Space 2 chat.
No, send it to me in DMs, please, because I'm currently driving right now. This sounds.
Ethan
This sounds
Ralph
about
is
as
an
good as
all-right
Dragon
American
Lord.
podcaster.
I have no idea who the fuck you guys are talking about.
So Cyrax is an autist who lies and says he's friends with a white Power Ranger from Mighty Morphin, and he has like 5 or 6 fake actual companies. And so what happened was there's this guy named Music Biz Marty who trolls the fuck out of him to the point that he said that Cyrax will kill Music Business Marty if he shows up to his house. And so Marty's like, okay, I'll drive to your house. I don't care. And so he drove to his house and sat in front of it with his girlfriend. And then the grandparents came out because Cyrax was crying.
Dude,
And
I'm gonna
then
be perfect.
literally Marty went to like a store down the road and said, hey, meet me at the store. And then Cyrax was like, no, get the fuck out of my town, blah, blah, blah. Then he went to a hotel, and then Cyrax was like, come to the store now. I bet you won't, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, well, here's my hotel room, and here's my hotel. Like, come on in. The door's unlocked. And he didn't go. And then the next day he drove away, and then Cyrax was like, I'm at the hotel, and it's like the next fucking day or whatever.
Wow, what a bitch.
He just wanted to take a nice nap before he like beat his ass.
And then, like, apparently, like, Cyrax was playing like a boxing game or whatever during it, like and was like hydrating before the fight. And
He was
like
pumping
lighting
himself up.
Yeah,
He was playing UFC to pump himself up for a fight.
and he was
Yes.
hydrating water and stuff, but he has like no arms. He has like fucking twig arms.
Dog, you don't know. He would have beat him up. I'm gonna be.
Listen,
No.
I know like autism strength is a real thing, but no, he won't.
No, so that just reminds me of, again, you have my favorite individual, Ethan Ralph, getting beat up in Portugal twice. He's 2 for 2 going there getting beat up. But
I can't believe he showed off his new purse.
No,
Dude,
no,
I'm gonna be-
actually,
I'm gonna
I
be so
will
honest.
talk about. I do want to talk about something because there was something earlier in one of the other VCs that kind of annoyed me, where a couple of Europeans were trying to compare themselves to. They were trying to compare themselves about being in a better position than the United States.
I mean,
And I'm
what
going to give you
terms?
I'm going to give you a hot take here. If the dipshits of the Allies did not tear up the Danubian Federation, things would have been a lot better for Europe.
Wait, what's the Danubian Federation? What the fuck is that?
All right, so Austria-Hungary, when they lost the war, they wanted to try to keep everything together. So instead of them being under like a dual monarchy, they wanted to create a federalized state where every single like part of Austria-Hungary was going to be like a republic of sorts.
I don't know. I think that probably would have been even more fucked than it was, because at that point, like, you're just asking for someone to start consolidating power through military force.
No, because that was kind of the main issue for why like a lot of that area became a mess, is because they decided to like fall out or get torn apart.
I don't know how true that is, because a lot of the Germany was going to be broken up or going to be like completely reorganized anyway. Like it wouldn't have like survived World War I no matter what. And it's just the reality. It's just the reality of Germany. Germany was hyper expansionist. They antagonized fucking everyone in Europe. Like they had no real compromises to make.
Austria is not Germany.
Like they were always going to get fucked. Like it's not like any debate. It was like Germany was always going to lose that shit.
Also,
and I mean the Allies had
I just want to say, like, is it just me or does a puppy kind of sound like a young Jordan Peterson?
Bro,
Yes, definitely. Oh shit! Apparently his asshole and his pictures were leaked recently.
Wait, who?
Cyrax. I'm looking at his penis right now.
Bro,
oh my fucking god!
What the fuck?
Dude, I'm gonna be
Apparently,
so
whenever he's mad at the live stream with Music Biz Marty, he jumps and starts jerking off his penis on the live stream to like get Marty like kicked off YouTube or whatever.
No fucking way.
I'm not lying, dude.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have to look up this individual because now
he's on Kiwi Farms right now. I'm looking at. Oh, he was arrested in 2012 for choking and strangling his grandmother.
And wait, and he still lives with her? What the fuck?
How old is this guy? He's like 35 years older.
Bro, I swear all lol cows sound the same. They all live with their grandmothers on like hyper artistic.
Dude, I'm gonna be so honest. The only good fucking like IRL like internet drama fight was fucking DigiPro versus Ethan Ralph. That was like the only one. Like the rest of them are just fucking sad. Like they just.
He's also 30 years old and like massively balding, and he's 5 feet tall.
Nice.
Oh.
Like, don't get me wrong, short kings rise, but not if you assault your grandmother.
She had it coming. Okay.
She wouldn't make the tendies.
I'm gonna head out, guys. Stay safe, everybody.
Bitch grandmommy left the fucking tendies in the fucking oven for too long.
Exactly.
Fucking 7 instead of 8. Like, what the hell is this?
I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do, right?
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta choke a bitch, you know? Gotta teach them what's up.
Exactly. You know what? This is part of the feminist movement. You guys understand, right? The liberal agenda is stopping us from beating our grandmother. Okay? We need to get rid of it. I'm scared y'all want to take that as a joke, and like everyone's gonna be like, "What?"
Dude. I swear to God, if like you were in like Doobie's politics server, some people might actually like believe that shit. It's so weird over there.
Oh my god,
that place is so fucked. It is overrun by some of the weirdest like fucking like crazy ass neo Nazis you'll ever fucking hear.
Doobie, wait.
Which group?
Doobie's politics server. That place got fucking like bad.
What I really want to do is I want to go into. I want to see if Vosh has a Discord so I can listen to the schizos. I want to go in there and listen to the
and I got banned because I'll tell you what happened. I was trying to bait Vosh into like a debate or some shit. I think this was after. Fuck. What did he say? I think he said like something about like fuck. I think he said some dumbass shit about like World War I that like really fucking triggered me. So I started.
I think I know what you're talking about. Actually, he said some stupid shit.
Yeah, and I was on there. And I was like, I forget. Fuck. I'd have to. The logs are on his server, but no, I think he was talking about how like the guards at Auschwitz didn't have like a moral obligation to like stop or curb the Holocaust or something. And I remember being like so unbelievably like fucking dumbfounded by that because it's literally like I was just following orders stuff.
Yeah.
And like and I was like trying to goad him into a debate. So I went into his Discord and I started like meme posting about like how the Weimar Republic was like based and how Germany needs to like hardcore remilitarize and stuff because I wanted to like argue the point with him. But then like his girlfriend straight up fucking banned me. And I was, like she defended her man to the death. He's just so fucking stupid.
You know, he's too much of a Chad to waste his time with you. Okay.
Yeah, he is. I don't know. I think I think if Vosh mediated himself a little bit better and like didn't like suffer from like foot and mouth syndrome as bad as he does, he'd probably be able to like completely demolish Destiny. Like Destiny's takes on like history and like segregation are terrible. Like actually, just fucking.
I haven't heard his takes on history, whatever. Wait, what are his takes?
Dude, like I think he said like, oh no, the South wasn't like doing segregation because they like hated black people. They just like wanted black people to like stay separate from like their communities or some shit like that. Oh no, now I remember. He said like the South didn't have nostalgia for slavery. Like they just wanted to like keep black people from like interacting in their communities, which is just like really stupid.
I know what you're talking. I know what you're talking about. Okay,
yeah,
I linked it in
I linked it in like
the 60s, yeah, whatever. Black people. That he didn't think white people wanted the black people to return to slavery,
which is like not true, but
okay, I don't actually know. Regardless,
like if you're talking like nationally, like most of the country was like anti-segregation, but in like the pro-segregation states, like hardcore, these guys venerated the Confederacy. They loved the pre-Civil War Confederacy. They loved that whole area where like they were all making so much fucking money from like the slave economy and shit.
I mean, okay. Dude,
well, let's be charitable about that thought. Is there's quite a few, even now, there's quite a few Southerners that still believe that the South never lost the war.
It's so stupid. It's so
okay.
dumb.
Yeah, those guys are stupid. I'm saying, but like, is it what like in the 60s would they want to return to slavery? Maybe like, some, but would the majority of like white
the idea behind. Okay, yeah. Well, the idea behind segregation, or the idea at the time, was that the reason the like Civil War South was like so prosperous was because the like racial hierarchy of nature was like being observed, right? White people were on top, and then black people were at the bottom, and that's why they were so better off. And with the 14th Amendment, I mean the 13th, they couldn't reinstitute slavery, but what they could do was keep the social order and like maintain like white people's dominance over like black people. That was like the main idea behind segregation.
Oh yeah, I agree with you 100%. Yeah. But my thing is, like, I don't know if people still saw slavery as like you know how abolitionists kind of saw slavery, whereas like we don't think you're equal, but we're gonna give you, but we don't think it's right what you do, like what slavery is, like, kind of thing.
Could you repeat that?
Like, you know how abolitionists or some abolitionists of the time, like Abraham Lincoln, I think, didn't actually think the slaves were like equal to white people, but he didn't think slavery was a moral, had any moral justification. Like, was so immoral that like we shouldn't even do that to like animals.
Well, abolitionists. I'd probably argue. Well, abolitionists were like the radical of the radical. Like abolitionists, 100% did not believe like racism was like okay. They were like more aligned with us, like modernly. Like black people are like people like everyone else. Anti-slavery people, not abolitionists, but anti-slavery people were like still pretty racist. But they didn't deify like the social order the way the Confederacy did. They didn't think like the prosperity of America was like because like America observed this racial hierarchy. They just kind of like saw it like the way I guess someone like Lauren would, like, oh, white people just kind of like rise to the top. It's just kind of what happens, naturally.
Yeah. No. I'm not gonna like not agree with you that this like the segregation, especially during the 60s, was definitely probably tied to like very the racial supremacy that was, and the South had like thought like as long as the white man was on top and stuff, like how do I explain this? Like as long as the white man was on top, that's their divine place. And I think this is actually some of the justification they used to kill a bunch of Native Americans.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing against it. I'm just saying I think Destiny was talking about like I'm being extra charitable, so take it with a grain of salt. Maybe he would come out and defend his points all the way. But I thought he was talking about like they kind of took that the 60s probably moved towards an anti-slavery stance where they still thought like black people didn't have any like were still not superior. What's the opposite of superior?
Equivalent.
They weren't equivalent.
Inferior.
They were inferior, right? They still thought black people were inferior, but that slavery was still a moral wrong. That
Well, hang on. Are we talking?
I honestly think.
Are we talking about like the segregation South? Or are we talking like the like
60s? I'm talking about the white population in the 60s because I don't know this. To be fair.
Okay.
My like conclusion was a lot of people either just didn't like black people but never really gave a shit about civil rights, or there were people that did not like civil rights and did not like black people. I think that those are like the two major distinctions that were kind of about racism at the time. Because I think you still have that today, where Yeah, I don't like you, but I don't really give a shit about if you have equal rights or not.
I don't know, because the civil rights, like during the Civil War or whatever, the South was so adamantly like this racial hierarchy existed where like it's not like today where like some people might not like black people, but they just don't want to be around them. Like they definitively thought they like, especially like the church thought they had a divine right by God that like white people were superior. And like that was a social hierarchy.
I'm not arguing that, but I'm saying that there was also a portion of people that were in that sort of camp. Especially when it came to like slavery going forward. Like, yeah, I don't like these people, but I don't know if they should be considered as slaves.
Yeah, that's like the anti-slavery position. You know.
Which is why I think. But do you think Destiny was talking about like how the South during the '60s white people were probably more anti-slavery, like they would take the anti-slavery stance.
I mean, yeah, the slavery had. I mean, nationally, yeah, sure, the South, slavery had been abolished for like a century at that point, but down south where like segregation was happening, it was definitely not the case, and the issue was
but like to be fair, there might still be some people down south who think slavery should be put back in. So like,
I mean, yeah, some of them might be in this Discord call right now.
Not that far, but I wouldn't. It wouldn't surprise me if like. Because I live in like right next to Thurmont, so there's like a KKK rally. They're surprisingly closer than you think they are. Like racist people and like the KKK, they're surprisingly closer than most people think they are. Like it wouldn't really surprise me if these people still existed somewhere in American society.
I mean, fucking Christ, Charlottesville happened. Like we all know that.
Yeah.
There's and shit today.
Honestly, I think racism nowadays has become more of a joke, if anything.
There are still some people who are like, it's interesting. I think though how racism is today, because I see like even from minorities communities, like the lack of racial understanding sometimes can be like fucking jarring. Which is like interesting.
Yeah. Well, I mean, racism nowadays, in my eyes. Hold on a second. Right, racism nowadays, in my like opinion or the way I've seen it, is think of like each race as like 4-year-olds on a playground. Each one tries to proclaim that they're better than the other one, and then they'll try to say either like a racial slur or a racial joke, trying to put one down, trying to proclaim that they're better. Like, in all honesty, that's what it's become nowadays. Like, back then, yeah, like, they would just burn or kill each other. But I think you see that a lot less to where now it's just name-calling.
Okay, yeah, of
course.
You
seen, hot question. Have you seen that, what is it, that documentary?
Like, don't get me wrong, it's fucked, but it's like... I barely
watched documentaries.
It was and a lot more of, like... You have, like, a way of looking at it. It's, like, either comical or, like, yeah, you're just kind of edgy.
Well, I mean, well, hang on. I just want to like say so. I think that's true on like the internet, but I think IRL it's a lot more like mindfucky because there's a documentary that was done called "Nice White Parents," and it was all about how parents back in the 1970s in a post-segregation world were still perpetuating ideas of segregation. And were like pretty abhorrently fucking racist, but the way they framed it and the way they worked around it was like very different. I think they talked about like colorblind racism, where like you're not explicitly like talking about black people, but like you're kind of talking about black people. Yeah, you're just kind of like talking around the thing. You're not actually
saying the thing, but you know, like wink, wink, nudge, nudge, nudge. We're all talking about the same.
Well, I mean, it's not even that. Like they'll adamantly say like, "Oh, I'm not racist," but like you know, I didn't want my kid to be around these students. That were being like troublesome, that are being like loudy, rambunctious, and like you know these kids that are behind other kids on like their reading levels and that kind of shit. It's like, wait, what the fuck?
And those just happen to be black people. Yeah.
No, I get what you're saying. Hold on, that view though was also in the 50s, courtesy of like Bible thumping parents.
Oh yeah, totally.
Well, like the problem is that's even, but what I'm saying is like that's even more like well beyond a racism thing. Like if you had, for example, if you lived in a town or like a small town where like you had a lot of people that were trying to like go through and go to like middle school and high school, if you had some bumfuck that came in and moved in through the sticks, yeah, they would get absolutely shit on by everybody around them because of either the way that they talk or the way that they acted.
Okay, so the problem here is that like a parent might actually be concerned, like let's say if a group of let's say everyone's white, right? Our group of white city people come in and they're super delinquent and whatever. A parent might actually have a vested interest to like not to keep people who are like rowdy children or whatever away from their children or whatever. I don't think they should, but like it wouldn't be racist in that context. But like it's really easy to hide racism in that same context. Like,
but I mean, if I really want to like if I want to go even further down it, like all you have to do is just look at like the opioid epidemic, or look at like the rates of sexual assault in like suburban high schools or even upper class high schools.
Yeah,
it's pretty fucking crazy how crazy that stuff can get.
Yeah.
So it's not just like, oh, like kids are being like really loud and rambunctious and like a little annoying and stuff. But it actually is like a race thing. Like they're just like trying to talk around it because they don't want to get like shit on or like actually like deal with like the absolute like rave.
I agree with you. I 100% agree with you.
Well, so here's where I think our views are going to divulge here. Do you think that view is still prevalent like today?
I think
segregationist? Not as common, hopefully.
Well, I mean, if you mean like the whole idea that like, oh, like talking around like the whole like racism thing with like subtle, like kind of like double speak, like I'm not really like outright saying it. I think that never really went away, because if you go to like suburbia or some parts of like suburban what is it, like New York and shit, or some of the more like prestigious areas, like people are gonna get, and you're black, people are gonna like look at you fucking weird. It's like the whole Karen epidemic. If you guys give a shit about that, like
in my understanding, right, like I hang around a lot of white folk, hopefully. And like there are some people, right? This is what I'm trying to say with the whole like, you can both like kind of have a like, it's hard to describe this. Okay, so take this with a grain of salt. Don't just jump on me, okay? But like, someone might actually be concerned about crime, right, and not actually be referring to black people. So I think this is some Republicans, right?
Yeah,
but like, the problem is it's hard to differentiate which one's just being racist and which one's like differentiating crime.
Yeah, that's like the problem with like a lot of the words that are used, because they use like the same words to like describe two very different things.
Someone could be like, hey, I don't want like an influx in crime in my community just because like I want my community safe, and someone might also be like, I don't want an influx in crime in my community because I think black people cause crime. We're having influx of black residents on our community, so crime is going to go up just because they're black. Like you see like. The reasoning is the real issue, but like they hide it, like it hides in a mystique of might be valid criticism.
So okay, here's where our viewers are going to divulge. I don't think that it's as much, or I don't think it's nowadays as much as race, as much as it's a difference in culture between a bigger town, like a big town, like for example New York City, and insert any town that's like 10 or 15,000 people or lower. I think that you're going to run into a difference in culture, which is why a lot of people like still carry this view. I don't think that it's necessarily about race at this point as much as it's about where you're from.
But I mean, like,
I disagree.
Well, then I could just easily point you towards like redlining and stuff, where like black people were more or less like de facto resegregated into these communities and weren't allowed to properly integrate with white communities back in the 70s and the 80s. So
I'm saying about today. I'm not saying about like the 60s or into the 70s.
Well, I'm saying it carried over into today.
It's been more prevalent in that way, I think, because like this has been the case in Europe as well. Is that I think like a racism based on skin has become basically too much. Like it's too petty. So it's become more a cultural thing that you might, like these racist people even marry black people because they might think black skin is like beautiful, but they will tell that black person you're one of the good ones. So it's the culture ultimately that they have a problem with. They have zero problem with black skin, like zilch.
So like this is wait.
I don't know. Maybe
I want to defend Rogue's point just a little bit, okay?
Yeah.
So I think nowadays, right, the rhetoric has gone from like black people, like skin color, to like the black culture in general.
Yeah, culture. Yeah.
So like white people, a lot of white people probably don't hate, like they're fine with like black people like do their tax or whatever, but like they'll still discriminate like based on like someone, like if someone's like culturally black. So it's like someone's like has their pants down to sag and whatever, like it's not just like that person will like just even if all these black traits, right? So that's why like if you go to a job or whatever, you have a black name and stuff like that. It's still like basically de facto segregation, but like the reasons right now are probably based on culture more than they are on skin color.
But I think like
no, but hold on though. You're also kind of wrong too. You're also kind of wrong too, because like for example, rock and roll, which one of the pillars was made by like which one of the pillars was founded by black people. A lot of people still listen to that. A lot of people still listen to jazz, which without black people that have invented the saxophone being able to create swing, it would never have been a thing. I don't think that it's as much as that, but it's as much directly associated with larger cities and problems with larger cities. Like, again, take a look at a town that's like, for example, I live in a town that's like 10,000 people. It's not super big. But what people in a smaller town is their issues, for example, are going to be more associated with drug problems. So, like, for example, a meth lab around the outskirts of my town would get busted or hit open. Like, there's an issue with heroin needles. Maybe you might have to deal with somebody that's too high on fucking crack. Like, it's not very common, but you don't have too many issues in these towns compared to like a larger city where, for example, you have a lot more homicides, a lot more crime that's going on, a lot more in general crime. You see a lot more poverty. You see a lot more areas where it looks like the city's infrastructure is starting to rot away. So, like, from somebody from the outside that's looking at these cities coming into the inside, when they see people from these big cities move in, it's like, oh God, what the fuck are you going to bring with? It's irregardless about race at this point.
Well, no, I disagree because what you guys keep like getting around is that like it's just a proxy for like the still thing about like race. Like at the end of the day, you're still disenfranchising like black people, even if you only talk about like culture, or even if you only like say like, oh, you know, like, oh, it's not like black people. It's just like the, you know, the music they listen to or their idols or that kind of stuff. Like you're just like working around it in like a slightly different way.
It's a practical racism.
Yeah, and even like what you said about the guy that said, "Oh, you're one of the good ones" or something like that. Like that's like that was like a thing even back in like the 60s or the 70s when like some black people would like be able to hold some levels of prestige because they were considered like some of the good ones. I don't know.
But that this way of so yeah, it is mostly racism, but it's also borderlining some sort of xenophobia because it is against anyone who doesn't follow their culture. They could still be white. And they would call them, you know, the white N-word, right? Because even though you're white, because they don't care about skin anymore, right? Because it's not about white, black, it's about culture now. So even if you're white, you're not in my culture, therefore you're excluded.
Wait.
I think it's still kind of about like skin color in some ways. Like you just said before, like one of the good ones. The implication being that most black people aren't.
Yeah, are like that. Right?
Oh yeah.
Wait.
I would say
But I'll even like say like I'll agree with you that like xenophobia isn't like just between like racism isn't just between like black people and white people. Like I'll agree with you with that. Like my grandfather was very anti-Semitic, like incredibly.
Wait. Let me say something real quick. It's this is my problem. I think, right? I think this isn't all white people, but I think some white people, right? They go they don't like the culture, but the skin color is attributed to that culture, I guess. So like it's not like more about them being inferior. It like as like it's more about like it's like, oh, this person's black, so they probably listen to this and they probably so it's more about like the culture they attribute. So they're still kind of racist.
But
that's like a soft racism.
It's no longer like. Oh, sorry, guys.
Yeah, no. I don't think anyone here would say like.
Okay, here. Let me give you a prime example because I talk to both older and younger. Like an example is in my town. There's not many because I live in the fucking up north, all right? So obviously you're not going to run into a lot of people. But when you run into people that are black, nobody really bats an eye or really thinks twice about it. Nobody really cares about your skin tone. The way people have a major issue is the way that you act. And yeah, that's why I think it's more about culture. Like somebody, for example, like there's a group of white kids around here that tries to listen to hip hop music, tries to blare it as loud as they can and act obnoxious about it to follow the culture. a lot of older parents tell them to shut the fuck up and get the fuck out. But when it comes to an average black man that literally just minds his own fucking business, just doesn't even do anything, just acts like a normal fucking person like everybody else ever does, nobody bats an eye. Nobody really cares.
Well, I think that's
my main issue here. And
this is
Discord
like,
keeps on
like
fucking
Omega,
disconnecting
like
from
black,
voice.
like this whole projection pill. The thing would like most people say like, well, those white kids are acting black. They're acting like black, and that black person is acting white. If that makes sense.
Yeah,
like
that's kind of what I was gonna say.
like they've like the black guy has ingratiated himself into the community, and he's acting within like the norms established by like white people, or like the kids aren't. So the kids are ostracized. So
I'm sorry. Go finish.
Oh no. You can follow it up. Yeah, you can follow it up.
Okay. Also, right, when like this is another problem I think, right? If I don't want to say this to your community or anything, but I think, but like let's say you have a black guy and a white guy, right, and they walk up to your community. You like they might not be racist, but like this is kind of where initial bias comes in, right? Where like who are you gonna attribute the negative stereotype? You might not think this person is inferior to you or anything like that, but I think like at least in my personal opinion, probably they would have a higher percentage chance of picking the black person to be like, this person is probably gonna be like rowdy or whatever, and have this culture, right? Versus this white person who probably have like a different one or one that's more aligned with their values.
I think that's highly your opinion or what you think.
No, I think it's also very strong.
Here's an idea. Here's an idea, and this is like a example I learned. If you walk around dressed like a douchebag, people are going to view you like, okay, yeah, you're a douchebag. Like there's an example right there.
But I mean, like, okay, I don't want to be like really mean about this, but like that's kind of like, I don't want to call you racist because you're not, right? But like that's kind of like the stuff like I'm talking about, like associating certain things like with negative connotations or things associated with a race with other negative connotations, or certain cultures that are like very heavily racialized with like negative connotations. Like dressing like a douchebag is like dressing like kind of like now. I'm not saying like you're a bad guy. Like honestly, like you sound like my fucking grandpa. To be honest, when he wasn't fucking drunk and off on like one of his anti-Semitic rants. But
those are fun though. I'm not gonna lie. Watching like a grandparent do that's kind of funny.
Dude, bro, this
for
is
me.
perfect.
It was like, Grandpa, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Grandpa, we're talking about like fucking History Channel. What the fuck do like the Jews have to do with the Civil War? Like what?
They controlled it anyway.
But
wait,
no,
Rogue, this is perfect. Rogue, this is perfect, right?
They killed Lincoln.
Wait, Rogue, you're right. They're not going to be racist, right? But like honestly speaking, right? Let's just do percentage chance, right? How many people do you think are going to be sagging, right? If I ask anyone in like, or the most people in your community, right? I'm like, who do you think is going to be sagging more, white or black people? And like, this is just a statistical reality, right?
What's that?
Like sagging, for example, dressing like a douchebag. Like most people don't like that, right? Who do you think is going to be sagging more, black or white people?
They blame it on whatever music that they're listening to.
Come, like no. I think everyone would answer this question, right?
Yeah, like
everyone would answer this question. Like black people would be sagging more, right? Or black people would be attributed to this certain stereotype, just because there's probably more people who do that, right?
Looking like a fool.
I really
on the ground.
At least in the community I'm in, no, it's mostly about the type of music that you're listening to. Like, I think that's like a prime example of like that sort of stereotype.
Wait, so you really think if I go to your community and ask, like, I don't know, random grandma, I'm like, hey, who do you think sags more? Or who do you think sagging? She'd be like, oh yeah, the white kids.
She'll probably tell you those dumb kids that listen to rap music.
Okay, maybe.
Because that's the idea. It's mostly like in a smaller town. It's mostly about music and mostly about what you wear.
Yeah,
okay, maybe.
Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. You will run into a few that are like ultra fucking racist. Like those always exist. But the issue is how prevalent is that? And that's like gone really away. That's like extremely fucking niche nowadays. Like, you'd have to go so far out into the sticks to where, like, literal socialization is next to none that you're going to run into that. But when you don't, like, even again, when you're in a small town like that, you're going to be hard pressed to find a lot of people that are like that, or even a few.
I generally don't think that many people actually hold like this like kind of view. But
I don't know. I 100% like. I think we both like acknowledge like the same thing. I think like me and Grizzly are just like, or me and Glizzy are just looking at it and calling it like racist because like we're drawing the connection between like the culture and like the race specifically.
I don't
yeah,
think anyone.
Here's another idea, and I guess this might be a way to help explain it, because I assume you guys live in bigger cities, right?
I live right next to DC, so yeah.
Okay. So think about it like this: you're in DC. I've only been in there once.
Okay.
You're in. Let's say you're near like the White House and everything else. You're in an area that's relatively secure, relatively safe. How do you feel generally when you're walking around there?
Of DC? Who?
Like around the White House area, around like areas like monuments and stuff.
I feel fine. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe
so
a little scared.
So go to your sketchy neighborhood and walk around there either like at the day or at night. Do you feel uneasy whenever you go over there?
I'm uneasy.
I mean, if you want for me to be like, I feel uneasy everywhere. But
yeah,
but like to be honest, wait. As a black guy, right? I don't expect you to be like walking down like a neighborhood, like what is it, south side of DC, and be like,
no. This has nothing to do. This has nothing to do with race. I'm not arguing about race here. I'm arguing about like the types of neighborhoods. For example, you're in like an upper class posh area compared to like an area that's like very like lower towards like the poverty line. Some of those areas you tend to feel unsafe compared to others. And that's the way that people view that sort of city culture when it comes to a smaller town. Is that you're going to get one of those two. And people always get worried about it. It doesn't have to deal with race, but it deals with, again, like the underlying issues and cultures of a bigger city.
Okay, yeah, I mean, this is perfect. Wait. Can I just? I was
just gonna slide in like. Well, actually, yeah, you should.
Okay, this is perfect. The problem, like, this is where me and I think, what is it, Harold are coming from. Okay, like, I think that a lot of people and a lot of white people go, hey, all these places like that are like under developed or whatever, they all seem to have black people in it. Mm-hmm. Like, it's an unconscious connection. This is what I'm talking about when I'm saying initial bias. Like, it's all these people who are sagging. Oh well, they're all black. Okay. It's not like they're trying to like these people are inferior, but they're like it's an unconscious connection, and I think we kind of all have a little bit of this, and for like every single race, it's like I just think that's like a reality of the world.
The issue that I'm saying supersedes race. So here's a prime example. My neighbor that was 89 years old sold her house because she had to move into a retirement home. Okay. So it turned out that the owners that bought the place decided, hey, we're going to spend $92,000. And although this was a house that was owned for decades by a lovely couple, that minded their own business, that were very nice, very easy to get along with, they decided to turn it into a rental. And to a small town, when you hear a house turning into a rental, will fucking scare you. Because then, instead of you dealing with people that are, generally speaking, good to deal with all around, because they want to take care of the stuff that they have with them, because you're buying a house for like $90,000. Instead, you have people that'll come in, and this is the prime example of a trope for a bigger city. You come in, you have people that come in that are going to be renting the place. So more than likely, they're not really going to give a shit about the place. They're going to decide to trash it. And a lot of times, you either may deal with people that are really nice, really easy to get along with, or you're going to be dealing with white trash or giant pieces of shit that will only go out of their way to cause you mischief and problems.
Yeah.
And so right now, as a prime example, a couple moved in from fucking Cincinnati, Ohio. A white couple that acts like the most white trash ghetto shit that I've ever fucking seen. And it's obnoxious because all they've done is decide to cause issues between me, my other neighbors, and the entire block. So that's a prime example about what I mean for big city to small city.
Well, I'm gonna kind of circle around because Fuck, I forget what I wanted to say earlier. I know I had a good point. Someone said some shit about. I need to fucking walk back the steps. What did he say before you said the thing about association? Shit, I forget. Like the implicit association. I forget what he said.
What did he say? I think he talked about like more of how like, I think he said basically the same thing he said now. Like more of it's not the skin but the culture.
Yeah, it's more of the culture,
like
that
the city
comes
culture,
from big city.
Oh, okay. So I think like I don't want to like I'm trying to like navigate this. I'm trying to like thread the needle. Shit, how do I want to do this? I think like
Brad, just call him racist. Just bring it out. I'm kidding.
No. He's not racist. No. But I think like what you brought up about the like white trash couple was like pretty poignant, because I think like a lot of this can like you said, like kind of does go into cultural lines, or does like play into cultural lines too. But I also think like at a certain point, like it can't be that. In some cases, I'll agree with you, it is. Like in your example, but I don't think that's like always the case 100% of the time.
So in general, I think that culture supersedes race based on either region or based on wealth. Like those two, I think, are the two prominent ones, and then like a subculture would be either music or your clothing based on your culture.
Wait, I agree
let me finish. But what I think is that culture supersedes race in the fact that, while what may overwhelmingly dominate a culture, it does not mean that other people that adopt the culture are going to become different. Like you get where I'm going, right?
Yeah, but like I think you'll agree in like some cases, like culture and like race are like inextricably linked. Like you can't quite like separate the two as easy as like some people will say. Unless you disagree with that.
I find that more as a stereotype rather than.
Well, yeah, it is a stereotype, but some people like actively live and die by those stereotypes, don't you?
I mean, sure. You could argue, for example, like predominantly black people listen to hip hop. You could argue that, sure. Like I'm not
arguing that. I'm arguing that people associate hip hop with black people like implicitly is like what I'm saying. I'm not saying everyone does it.
I don't
but,
know
like,
about
I think you'll agree with that. Yeah.
Actually, I don't know about that, because I think a lot of people predominantly view like rap and hip hop as, for example, what is the worst neighborhood for Chicago? The South Side?
I don't fucking know.
A lot of people predominantly view hip hop and rap as like the worst sides or like the worst areas of cities, where like it's really hard to live there, either because of the money that you're bringing in, the housing income, or like due to crime. Like,
those poor areas of the city are like correlated with high levels of black people, right?
No, but I'm saying, for example, a lot of people that view hip hop will view it predominantly as that. Now, if you want to say that a lot of people view like create an association from hip hop to black people, sure, I can see people doing that. I can see people saying it, but I don't think that that's like a lot. I don't think that that's the grand majority.
Oh yeah, I don't think that's like an explicit majority either. But I do think like. I think it's a big enough chunk, right? Though. It's like the Karen thing, right? Like, yeah, sure, like Karens fucking suck. Like, no one likes fucking like Karens and stuff. But like, enough Karens are like annoying enough that okay, yeah, we got like a little bit of like an issue at this point, right? I think that's like opening up the possibility a little bit is just like something we can do in this conversation.
I don't know about that one. I don't know about that one.
Okay.
Because here's another idea. Here's another idea that I've had too is, how do I describe this? You tend to find a more dynamic picture of how people will view, for example, music, culture, and race. you find it in two different ways, really: online and then in person. You're going to find like drastically two different positions on it. Whether it's person to person, whether it's in a group, or whether you're in a chat room or in a fucking like Discord call like this, you're going to get different perspectives or different positions on it based on the people that are around it. So honestly, I think that's more of a online like issue when people complain about Karens.
I forget the story. Fuck, what was it? It broke, but oh fuck it, I'll tell you a story that happened to me one time. I was my car was fucked, and I was working at a grocery store, and I was like a few miles away, so I had to walk it in the middle of the night. And at one point, I made a wrong turn down a street because it was so dark I couldn't read the signs. And I ended up in like a fucking neighborhood I didn't like know, and I was like, this
Hey, guys, I'm gonna
guy.
bounce, by the way.
That's fine, dude. Have a good night.
Go for
it.
I had like a bag full of like with my uniform in it, and I was just like in the middle of fucking nowhere. It's like, oh shit, what the fuck? And then like over the hill, like I hear sirens and shit, and then like now at this point, like when the cops like arrive, like I'm already like around the corner and I'm already like kind of gone. But like the lady, I found out later that like some lady had like called the cops and said like, yo, there's like a suspicious like guy around here. I don't know what he looks like. He has a bag. I don't know what he's trying to do. I think he's scoping out some places. He's looking at the houses and shit. Like I think now she couldn't tell what race I was because it was like so dark. But I think that that kind of like suspicion, that kind of like alienation, or that skepticism towards like people from like that from outside of the community or people that you don't know is like a real underpinning of like some of the worst aspects of like these small communities. And race, I think you'll agree, can be like downstream of that sometimes.
Yes and no. I think of it. Hold on.
I mean, like, I'm not saying it happens every time.
Let me give you a perspective. No, let me give you like a perspective from being up north. So again, being up north, naturally, you're not going to run into a lot of black people. You're not really going to, only because I kind of blame it. It's just because it gets really fucking cold up north. So
are you
a lot of
Alaska?
not that far north, but north enough, like close towards the Canadian border.
Okay, so like Minnesota, Wisconsin.
Yeah, like Rust Belt region. So you're not going to run. And again, I don't live in like a major fucking city, so you're not going to run into a lot of black people. So at times you will sometimes run into people that will give like a double take about somebody that looks like they're completely different. But I think that it only really gets to that point. But like the main issue that I find is when you're talking about like people calling the cops on you because he's got a bag, kind of suspicious. I think that really just kind of speaks for the entire region, or like the region that you're in, rather than like the community as. I think that speaks about that community in particular and like the area surrounding it, which I think is part of the culture, rather than just the type of skin color.
Well, yeah, but but naturally, because that kind of skepticism exists automatically, it sometimes, and I'm not saying every time, but sometimes it can be applied to like race. Sometimes.
Okay,
like not every time. It's not guaranteed. It's just like like it's not like 5% of the time. Like grant me that, like 5% of the time, right?
I'll say like 7 to 10% of the time. No, actually, 7% might be because of race, but I think that's still a like extremely small like factor, given like again a lot of what you're talking about. Because again, you're talking about being in a big city, right?
Huh?
Or you not? Like
I'm out in the sticks of Indiana.
Okay, so you're kind of talking about something that would have bad experiences with crime or bad like experiences in the community. So again, that's a prime example of what I'm talking about. If you have a culture where you're going to start running into issues like this, not really much you can do about it. Well, actually, I forgot what I was even saying at this point. So I'm trying to find a fucking razor blade.
I think like at the end of the day, like it just seems to me like there's this like little caveat thing that like we keep like getting hung up on, but most of the time I think like we're still like kind of on the general same page. Like you acknowledge that like the what is it, the isolationist tendencies of some communities can lead to like negative outcomes, and some of those outcomes are along racial lines, right? Yeah.
Very nichely, yes. I think at the end of the day, a culture, like a city culture or the culture of a particular city, like everything that's from the outside or the inside, really speaks volumes to people that are not from around the area. I think that I don't think we can like disagree on that. So like if I told you I was from like the worst parts of Milwaukee and I was moving into your neighborhood, well, you would imagine I would have gone through some shit. I probably would have had to deal with crime or probably did crime. One of the two could be true. You don't know. So I think a lot of these issues supersede race at this point by a factor of 10. Like, don't get me wrong, there still is an issue for race, but I think it's extremely small. Especially like with racism nowadays, I think it's a lot smaller, a lot less significant than what it used to be.
I don't know. I think like
I said, smaller, not gone, but a lot more smaller or more insignificant.
Yeah, I'll agree with that, but I'll also agree that in some ways, well, also say that in some ways, like you can't like divorce it that heavily from it. I don't know. I think like we're just speaking like different languages. Like we're just like not willing to like compromise on like
I'm willing to give people a fair shake into their perspective, but I think that how do I describe this? I think that the issues that I look at are more so of what a community looks at when it comes to other, let's say, like other segments of the entire U.S. So, like the people that live in the sticks, the people that live in the cities, either the posh areas or the poor areas. People like, for example, live in the south side of Chicago or L.A., or people that live up in the Hollywood Hills. Like we each carry this whole like trope of we each carry this trope because of what their culture is like in that particular region, and that we tend to apply it to people in a prejudiced fashion. Is it necessarily about race? No, but could it be about race? Yes, it absolutely could. But again, I think it's a lot smaller nowadays.
All right. Anything else you guys want to add to this shit? We've dominated and completely fucked over this call for the last like 2 hours. Someone say some shit.
Well,
I heard someone say something for like.
I was just laughing. I've enjoyed this.
Yeah. Hopefully, you give me some things to think about. Hopefully, I've given you some things to think about yourself.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be like some of the other people in here that tend to carry a rather, because I think there's actually quite a few people that are active in the VCs that carry a more active or more like aggressive to a fear mongering position.
Yeah.
Well, I try to keep an open mind when it comes to other people and their like ideas or perspectives. Because again, small town to big town, you're gonna have two different like views.
What are we talking about?
Well, we were talking about racism in modern America, and I was talking about how a lot of Americans will look towards cultural differences and then point towards those. But in many cases, those cultural differences are inexplicably inseparable from like race. And we were like talking about like that. Rogue was saying that culture supersedes race in some cases, but like conversations over now. You missed the show. You missed the bare knuckle fight. It was great. We were calling each other racial slurs. We insulted each other's moms.
Yeah, I was dropping some hard gamer words, talking about how the South will rise again. Yeehaw! Glory to Nick Fuentes, the Catboy Supreme.
Oh
yeah,
damn! That was pretty. It was getting spicy. Huh? I see.
Oh yeah, big boy.
So I just joined the server like 3 days ago. Is everybody here been here for a long time? It seems like everybody that I'm encountering is like years long.
I've only been in here for like a few weeks because I wanted to, because I carry a more conservative position. So I have always been curious as to like what a lot of other people say, and honestly, I've been kind of disappointed.
Gotcha. After the overturn of
a lot of people that I see, like for example, a lot of people in debate 1 that I've noticed have been like more frequent coming in here. They seem to all kind of parrot the exact same or a fairly similar position. And it gets to a point where if somebody walks in and tries to get like a deferring view, they'll just get dogged upon pretty fucking harsh to where to where people don't want to have like a legitimate conversation. So like Harold, when that last guy that we were listening to, that Bigsby Small, is trying to argue about religion.
Yeah, that guy.
Honestly, I started to believe that people were starting to walk into the conversation in bad faith because they started to just belittle and downplay his entire position.
Yeah, that's what's been happening for the last 3 hours in debate 1.
Yeah, debate 1's always like kind of like a big shit show because I mean like everyone wants to be like wannabe Destiny.
No, but there are names in there that consistently like to do that. Like I know Reese is one of them that likes to push that. Same thing with Zinnian. Where it's almost like a superiority complex. Where I get it. You have your position.
All right, stream. Your boy Goon Turn God is back. I am about to end the stream because I'm tired and my computer needs to chill. But I will be back soon, guys. I will be back soon. Give me like 2 hours. 2 hours. And after 2 hours, y'all can come back and see my kitty debate why cats should be able to have abortions. Okay? Cat abortion matters. Okay? Alright, Leviticus. I always appreciate you for stopping by, bro. I will catch y'all in a little bit.